What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, September 27th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the Cowboys get a big win on Thursday Night Football. Are they back? Plus, more preview of the SEC opener for the University of Texas. To Quinn or not to Quinn? We've got the latest updates from Steve Sarkisian on the health of his starting quarterback. Steve Robertson from 24/7 Sports will join us at 8:30. He covers Mississippi State. We'll get his preview of the Bulldogs coming to town. Our man Lee Sterling will join the program at 9:15 to give you some winners for the weekend. We will preview all of the big college and NFL games coming up over these next couple of days. A lot of football to get into. We'll talk a little Major League Baseball as well as the Oakland A's closed out the Coliseum yesterday, and plenty more sports and plenty of fun to be had between now and 10 o'clock. Happy Friday, my friend.
Same to you, man. Football Friday. It's time to get it cranked up for the weekend. A lot of good games this weekend. I think really a lot of important games, and we'll see how everything goes from Utah to Texas A&M to, of course, the big game, Georgia, and, of course, Texas playing its first SEC tilt this week. Lots going on this weekend. Should be an awful lot of fun.
Yeah, look, we don't complain about football on this show, but when you get into conference play, sorry to use the SEC slogan, but it just means more. Like, we've had so many David versus Goliath type of matchups, so many cupcakes opponents on the schedules early in the season. And now that most teams are finally into conference play, we've actually got some phenomenal matchups coming up in college football, which is awesome.
Yeah, it should be. This is a great weekend. It really is. As we get closer and closer to October, sports gets to be an awful lot of fun. We got the President's Cup. That's right. USA 5-0 right now.
There we go.
Lots of matches to be played. Shut the international group out yesterday, which was a lot of fun to see. Some big matches again today. We'll see how that works out. But President's Cup is generally dominated by USA. It's that other one, that meaningful one, every 4 years is the one that we've been struggling with. The President's Cup, not so much a struggle. This is pretty easy matchup right here for us.
Yeah, I didn't get to watch yesterday. Who's playing well for us right now?
Xander Schauffele.
Okay.
Scotty Scheffler.
Usual suspects.
The usual suspects. Yeah, number one and number two in the world, playing great.
Yeah, it's kind of nice having both of those guys on our side.
Absolutely. It should be interesting today and see what's going on from the international group. The Canadians, they've got some pretty good, couple guys that could do. Corey Connors could be a problem today, maybe. We'll see. I don't think so. Matsuyama needs to play better.
You're not worried about Tom Kim today?
No, they got theirs yesterday. They played as good as they could play and still got beat.
That's a good sign then for the Americans the rest of the weekend. All right, before we dive into that Cowboys win from Thursday Night Football, how about a shout-out to the soldiers?
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do. We do appreciate it. We appreciate it each and every day to you and your families, and do be safe out there, please.
Yes.
How about this morning? Another beautiful, cool morning. A little bit of a breeze up out here where I am out here in the village of Dripping Springs. So it is. It's nice this morning. Still afternoon highs. Be careful. Don't think you don't have to hydrate out there because it's cool in the morning. It's still warm in the afternoons. Should be a nice day for a football game Saturday.
That's good to hear. Turns out I am going to the game tomorrow afternoon.
There you go.
So I will be in the building for the Longhorns' first ever SEC game.
You and that little girl drinking that Michelob brew together.
Oh, my gosh. Dude, I would love to share a beer with this.
I love to share a beer with that 5-year-old.
Oh, my gosh. Like, I hope that doesn't come off as creepy, but
it does.
It'd be fantastic if I could run into this family at the stadium tomorrow and be like, hey, can mom, you don't care if your kid drinks. Can you record this quick video of your daughter and I sharing a beer together?
Yeah.
I'll be chugging my
sipping,
All-Stat. She'll
swapping
be having
spit
her.
in the beer, swapping spit in the beer can. Except for you'd have to bring your All-Stat with you and say, no, I don't drink that brand.
No. Yeah, I don't want to share the same beer as her. I want
And
to.
why are you drinking that beer?
Yeah, I want to drink a beer with her, but I'd prefer it to be my own beer. And
Yeah.
she can stick with her piss beer.
Man, oh man.
That is awesome. All right. So plenty of Longhorn football talk today. And of course, come out and see us tomorrow. Our pregame show will be live at Schultz Garden, 12:45 start time. Of course,
There you go.
the game kicks off at 3:15. So we will be live from 12:45 to 2:45 tomorrow afternoon at the legendary Schultz Garden. If you are making your way to DKR tomorrow afternoon, come by and see us first. We'll have koozies to give away. We'll also be giving away a round of golf for 4 at Lake Cliff Golf Club. We'll have some Ariat boots and denim to give away, and a lot going on. We'll be talking plenty of Texas football. But how about the Cowboys to start off a Friday morning show? Dallas gets back on track with a 20-15 win in Jersey last night against the New York Football Giants. It wasn't the most aesthetically pleasing performance you've ever seen, but a much-needed win for the Cowboys, who were reeling going into that game. Buck, your biggest takeaways from Dallas getting the job done again against the Giants?
Well, they figure out how to stop the run against the Giants, but it was sloppy. 11 penalties last night. No, nothing offensively to make you just write home about. That was just, I thought it was, I mean, Dak Prescott's numbers will look okay because his percentage was high. But boy, there's nothing on that offense that scares you whatsoever. CeeDee Lamb, all teams are going to do is take away him, put a half decent cover guy on their tight end, and they've got problems. You know, they still are trying to figure out who their running back is. I don't even know why they're even trying to figure that out. It's a Rico, and I don't understand why Rico can't play more than 3 snaps at a time before he has to come and sit on the bench for a blow. And then you bring Zeke Elliott in. Zeke was okay, but it's just hard to watch him run. You know, after what you've seen from him for years, it's just hard watching him run. And the little mighty mouse came in there. I think he had a ball yesterday where he went actually forward yesterday. But then I saw it. I saw the replay of it. Somebody catapulted him by hitting him in the back and making him go forward. It wasn't like he ran anybody over or broke a tackle. Somebody pushed him from behind, so he got another 2 yards on it. But their run game is abysmal. And, you know, now they're putting CeeDee Lamb as a running back in the backfield. Oh, I don't know that's coming. CeeDee Lamb in motion towards the formation means jet sweep.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's going to start to figure that out. Just take CeeDee Lamb away, and that team right now has absolutely nothing going on. The offensive line is just – they're holding on. Holding on for dear life, and that's what they do. They reach, they grab. You know, there was a number of penalties that could have been called. Although I thought the refs got a little, hey, it's Thursday night football. Cut us a break.
Yeah.
You know, keep some of those in your pocket. If they're questionable, let them go so we can get to a good night's sleep after that. Don't let the game end up at midnight because you want to throw all these flags. But the left tackle, it's just kind of hard when the guy's reaching and clutching and grabbing. Although he's going against Thibodeau. I mean, he was going against a pretty good player. You know,
yeah,
that was tough for him. And yeah, and as I heard this morning, Micah Parsons need to just be quiet. You got to win. Quit talking about how, sick of these sliding by games. You ought to be thankful you got the win against the Giants. Could have lost that game last night because your offense sucked.
Well, that's obviously a big storyline from that game last night is Micah Parsons getting hurt and having to leave the game early. And he was walking around gingerly in the locker room after the game. There's some video from overnight in Dallas when the Cowboys got back home of Micah Parsons walking off the team plane with a little bit of a limp. So
sure.
We know how important he is to that team. And thankfully, it doesn't sound too serious, right? It doesn't sound like something that's going to end Micah Parsons' season.
No.
But if that guy's got to miss a week, a couple of weeks, a month, and that's not good for a Cowboys defense that played well last night, but still clearly has some issues. Like they finally figured out their run defense. They were incredible. They gave up 26 rushing yards on 24 carries last night. And that is a night and day difference versus what we saw the previous 2 weeks. But man, that secondary, they were without their rookie Carson, and that guy had not been good, but he was a lot better than anybody they threw out there opposite Trayvon Diggs last night.
Dude, they were putting out guys from the practice squad. They were getting lit up, and they were going right after him. And thank goodness they played the Giants, who only has one guy. Neighbors, just after the summer, he's the best player on their team. Just being there for a summer practice, he's now the best player on their entire football team, which is scary.
Yeah.
If they ever find some other guys, but my goodness.
Yeah, Malik
And
Neighbors.
Devin Singletary, that guy.
Yeah,
Wow.
Singletary's actually had a good start to the season. And look, any running back going up against the Cowboys worries you at this point. So to see the Cowboys run defense step up, Mozzie Smith, I'll tip my cap to you.
Yeah, a couple tackles. He had a couple solos last night.
Far and away his best game as a professional.
The best player on that defense is Overshown right now.
Overshown was spectacular as well. Yeah, like I think we talked about it. I think it was the Saints game where obviously the Cowboys got picked apart on defense. Overshown only had 13 snaps. And it's like, what are we doing? It's not like you've got Brian Urlacher and Ray Lewis starting in front of him. Right. Like, get this guy on the field. He's probably the best linebacker on your team. I don't care that it's his first real season as an NFL player.
I think they're just being careful about that knee.
Maybe. I don't know. Like, he played a lot against Cleveland in the opener, and then it just felt like he wasn't hardly on the field in the 2 home games. And then
he played last night. He was everywhere.
Yeah, he was everywhere last night. Mozzie Smith was great. Marshawn Kneeland, the 2nd-round pick this year, I thought was pretty solid defensively. That guy is known for being a good run stopper off the edge. I thought he held his own in the game last night. So that was a very positive sign if you're a Cowboys fan. Some of the young guys who haven't always given you much gave you a good amount yesterday.
I just don't see anything offensively that scares me now. I won't let CD Lamb get the ball. I don't care where they try to line him up. That they can give it to him at running back and all that stuff. But good defenses are going to say, let's take CD away. There's nobody else. Tolbert, no, those other guys, Cook, those guys don't scare you. You can single those guys up all day long.
You're right.
And Dak drops back 3.5 yards. He doesn't really drop back in the pocket because they don't feel comfortable enough with the guys at tackle right now that they're going to be able to hold up without grabbing a guy. So it's, they're going to kick a bunch of field goals, and the damn kicker then misses a 51-yarder to go ahead and make everybody some money last night. Yeah, nice kick.
Oh, my God. Dude.
Talking about blading one off to the right. That was the worst kick I've ever seen him hit.
Well, he's never missed from 50-plus in his career. So, I mean, that was like a sign of the apocalypse.
And it was perfect. It was perfect. There wasn't enough time for Daniel Jones to do it. And to have any timeouts. Hit the field goal. You're up by 8. Daniel Jones isn't bringing you anywhere.
So here's like the NFL is scripted or the NFL is fixed. Like, how does that happen? How does Brandon Aubrey choose that moment to miss his first 50-plus yard field goal? Are you kidding me? With all of the money.
The line is 6 last night.
Yeah, the line's 5.5 to 6. 80+% of the money that came in on that game was on the Cowboys. So Vegas is going to take it on the chin if that field goal goes in.
Yes.
And then that's the time where he misses his first field goal. You expect me to believe that that's just a coincidence?
No win, no nothing last night. It was a perfect night for football.
Yeah. Well, Mike McCarthy, here's where, like, if you're not a believer in conspiracy theories, you can get mad at Mike McCarthy because the Cowboys had a timeout. They could have ran the play clock down to 2 seconds, called a timeout. Instead, they rush. Like, McCarthy was a little indecisive on what he wanted to do. Do we punt it?
Yeah, what was it taking so long? That guy 50-yard field goal is just a chip shot for him.
Right, and McCarthy is late sending Aubrey out onto the field, so the whole field goal unit is like rushing to get set, and instead of taking a timeout to settle everything down, make sure everybody's good, they got to rush the snap, and Aubrey misses the kick, and it gives the Giants another chance that, thankfully, they're the Giants, so they weren't going to capitalize. But, like, that is the rational way of thinking. The irrational way of thinking is there's some BS going on that cost a lot of people. I didn't even bet on the game. Like, it probably sounds like I've got sour grapes because I had money on the Cowboys last night.
Sour grapes. I was like, this is not. It can't get any better. Dude, and I'm thinking to myself, that dude's not going to miss from 51 yards. He's going to knock that ball right through. That thing went off to the right. It looked. You're talking about a hosel rocket. Wow.
He was aiming right. Like, the thing didn't hook. It just started right and stayed right. It looked like he was trying to miss. It's like Roger Goodell or, hell, our guy Derek Stevens at Circa or one of the sportsbook owners is like, They got a hold of Brandon Aubrey before the kick. Hey, dude, if you miss this, we'll give you $1 million. And then he's like, "Oh, sure thing. I got you guys.
Sure thing. I got this."
Like, are you kidding me? That moment.
Timing up to be so right. I could have got the people 10,000 units because I got them 10,000 units on Army versus Temple. My goodness.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
That was stealing.
Temple is awful right now.
They are. That is so bad. That dude doesn't want to get out of there if he could.
I was going to say.
Get him out of there, but man, is that a bad program right now.
Former Texas running back coach Stan Drayton still the head man in Temple, and it hasn't been good for him, and that team's not getting any better, and I think he's probably gone after this season. But
it'd be hard to beat Army. Could be
hard
to beat them.
Army's 4-0.
Army-Navy's game will be special.
It will be. Yeah, long way to go till we get to that one at the end of the season, but both of those teams unbeaten right now.
And I don't think the Cowboys can get to 12 games, BK. They can't score enough points. They're going to be involved in a lot of unders, it looks like. The defense will get better, but the offense doesn't look like it's, weren't they like scoring a bunch of points last year? I mean, they were.
Yeah, the last 3 years, the Cowboys offense has been one of the best in football. Like, I think they've been top 3 in scoring offense the last 3 seasons. They've been awesome.
That's got to do with more so than not just CeeDee Lamb and what they do, obviously running the ball. That's got to be the offensive line play. I mean, if you're behind the chains and guys are grabbing and it's, second and 20, I mean, or first and 20 with guys reaching and grabbing, that's gonna take their point production down. They don't look like they can get into the 30s. I mean, you're talking about struggling last night. I was like, really? They've scored 2 touchdowns in 4 quarters against this Giants defense?
Yeah.
And the Giants pressured them, and they were getting pressure.
11 penalties called on the Cowboys last night, and there were some costly ones, especially on the offensive line. And look, the Cowboys didn't have the ball that much. Like, the Giants offense had a lot of success against the Dallas defense.
A bunch of field goals. You're right. They
couldn't get into the end zone. Like, you give the Cowboys some credit for bending but not breaking last night. But the Giants had the ball for almost 36 minutes of that game. The Cowboys defense just couldn't get off the field until the Giants got into field goal range. So I thought Dak Prescott was
so mad. They had a one-on-one with Singletary with an outside backer. I don't know who it was. 4th and whatever, they went for it. And he juked the guy and got around him and got to the corner for a first down. I thought the Cowboys, I said, if they make this stop, they're going to get the ball before they have it, put 7 on the board, and now I can go to bed. Instead, here I am watching that stupid-ass game into the 4th quarter. I mean, really, the worst, boring game. I'm up on a Thursday night watching that shit till the very end. I was so mad.
Why are you complaining? It's football. What, you don't like watching football anymore?
Sleep is sleep.
Yeah.
I want to watch good football or decent. Hey, the Army game was better.
No. Well, if you like Army, the Army game was better. If you like Temple.
How do you stop those guys from running that damn option up your rear end?
Well, people figure it out every year.
Yeah, of course. Bigger, faster people figure that out for sure.
Yeah, I thought Dak was magnificent last night. I mean, not the best stat line he's ever had. Not a lot of deep shots. Like CeeDee Lamb got off to that great start, and then the Giants are like, let's just focus all of our attention on stopping CeeDee Lamb because there's really nobody else the Cowboys have. And then after that, deep passes were hard to come by for Dallas, but Dak was fitting the ball into tight windows. He was quick getting rid of it. He was sharp. He was confident. He was accurate. I thought he was really, really good last night in the Cowboys' victory. But a lot of things to clean up. And look, those Thursday night football games are often pretty sloppy.
Sure.
And it was sloppy for both teams last night. But hey, road wins in this league, not always easy to come by. Dallas was desperate for a win after what had happened to them in the previous 2 weeks. They find a way to get it done. And
dude, kick the field goal. Make the field goal. Go down to the other end of the field and start kicking today.
That's insane. That is insane. No, he won't miss another one. Like, he's fine. It's just Vegas got a hold of him right before that kick and told him that they'd pay him more than his salary with the Cowboys is if he missed it.
I thought it was like 55 yards. I look, it's a 51-yarder. I'm like, oh, this is a chippy.
I mean, the guy made a 60-yarder earlier in the game, like right down the middle with room to spare. And he's never missed from 50 in his life. And he's going to miss at that time? Give me a break.
Yeah, you knew that was going to ice it. You know, that Daniel Jones wasn't taking – and no timeouts. It's like 40 seconds to go in the game. That guy's not taking you anywhere.
No, Al Michaels on the broadcast, like,
Oh, he knew it. He was like, wow, there's
Yeah.
some pissed people besides me banging my head against the wall.
You might think you bet a lot on these games. You don't bet what Al Michaels bets on these games.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
You can hear it in his voice when he's calling these Thursday night ones. Like, you know which side he's on, and you know he's got a lot on it too, which is hilarious. But Cowboys get the win 20-15. We'll take your thoughts on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328.
And I'll tell you what, you didn't want to mess with the money line there. Wow, that would have been scary.
And how about this? The next Cowboys game, by the way, next Sunday night in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, wait till the Pittsburgh defense gets a hold of that group.
Yeah, that's a scary thought.
You think they'll run the ball anywhere? No.
Yeah, Tyler Guyton, the rookie out of Oklahoma, has struggled in these last couple of games, and the Cowboys are going to need him to play a lot better because there's somebody named T.J. Watt who
line that dude up over him every time. There'll be a penalty every play.
Yeah, and Terrence Steele, the right tackle for the Cowboys, even though he's not a rookie, he has had a shaky start to the year. The Cowboys tackles need to be a lot better if this is going to be a division champion once again.
And now tell me why Rico Dudu can't play 3 plays in a row. What is the deal? What is the deal with the running back coach there or Mike McCarthy? What are they doing?
Well, you just called him doo-doo, so maybe that's why. The coaches also feel like he's doo-doo, so they can't put him out there.
Can he go 3 plays in a row? Why is that guy jogging off after an 8-yard run to the sideline? I'm like, dude, you're the only one who can run the ball. Why are you coming off?
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know. The coach calls me off. I'm like, oh my God.
We talked about it yesterday, right? Like, none of the Cowboys running backs have been very good, but Rico Dowdle has been the best of the bunch. So it feels like he should be getting the bulk of the carries. And he did lead the Cowboys in carries last night, but almost feels like giving it to Zeke or giving it to Deuce on just in between the tackles, handoffs is not working very well right now. So, hell, the best back that they have is Hunter Lipke, the fullback, the H-back. That guy is running better routes than anybody not named CD Lamb right now.
That guy just played running back for him. Why isn't that? Quit calling him a fullback and let him be the runner.
He might be their best option back there. It's that guy, the undrafted.
He's one of the better offensive players that they have in their group of 11. That's a scary thing for the Cowboys. That's your owner. You're right. That's all Jerry. That's not going out and getting anybody. That's staying pat with a bunch. No wonder CD Lamb is cussing on the sideline. I don't blame him. After I was looking at last night, I'm like, no wonder that guy's mad. And then saying, that's me. It's on me. No, I'm like, dude, they're not going to let you get loose one-on-one. So you can be mad all you want. But teams in the NFL are not letting you go man-to-man against their defenders. You're too good, and they're not dumb. And you can go fly motion and line up in the backfield. They're going to stop that shit. That shit's not going to work. You have to have other players, or you can't have 2 guys. You can't have 2 offensive guys. You can't have the quarterback and 1 wide receiver and call that your offense. That's not going to be any good.
Yeah, and Ferguson's solid, but he's a little banged up right now, so I don't think he's playing 100%. And
Tolbert is the next best dude.
Yeah, Tolbert. I know. Like, it's every Cowboys fan knew it going into the year, but Jerry Jones in the all-in.
Here's the Bengals wanting to get rid of wide receiver. They don't know which guy to keep, who's staying, who to pay. And the Cowboys just need another guy to help that dude out.
Yeah, I'd love to have T. Higgins or Jamar Chase in Dallas. That'd be a lot of fun, but no, there's no way the Cowboys are making that move. There's no way. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We want to hear from you. Once again, the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. We've got Steve Robertson, who covers Mississippi State, joining the program in about 5 minutes. Before that, we'll let you hear from Steve Sarkisian, his latest update on the health of Quinn Ewers. But before we do that, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
If you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care and it's that time for you to get things done, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, of course, joint replacement, trauma care, rheumatology, and more. Dr. Christopher Danny, Dr. Christopher Stockton, they are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. The goal is to get you right back into good health and that wonderful and great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. And if you want to make some money this weekend, you can do that at busr.ag. Use the promo code TSU Welcome. They're going to hook you up with a first-time deposit bonus up to $2,500. That's right. All you have to do is head over to busr.ag, or if you're watching us on YouTube or Facebook, just click the link in the video descriptions. It's going to take you right where you need to go. And our friends at BUSR are going to hook you up with that first-time deposit bonus. Turn your game day snacks into stacks all season long with our friends at busr.ag.
And our good friends, of course, are Woods Comfort Systems. By the way, BK, my air conditioner popped on because just when you think it's cool enough, it's not. Air conditioner just cranked on because it's still hot here in Austin, Texas. No matter what I tell you in the morning, nice and breezy. But in my home, my air conditioning says it's time to come on. And if yours says that and it's not working, call the folks at Woods Comfort Systems. They've been doing it for almost 70 years in Central Texas. You can count on them for sure.
Absolutely. woodscomfortsystems.com for more information, and you can give them a call at 512-842-5066. And a quick shout out before we bring on our guest. Some love to centextickets.com. If you want to be at DKR tomorrow for the Texas-Mississippi State SEC opener, only one place to go to get your tickets. That is centextickets.com. If you use the promo code CENTEX10, you're going to get 10% off of your purchase. They've got tickets to tomorrow's game, tickets to the OU game, tickets to every game this season. Your Longhorn football headquarters is centextickets.com. All right, we go now to the unsponsored guest line to bring on Steve Robertson. He covers Mississippi State for genespage.com, which is part of the 24/7 Sports Network, and he's kind enough to join us to preview the Longhorns' first ever SEC game. Steve, good morning. How are you?
Man, I'm doing tremendous. Matter of fact, as soon as we wrap this, I'm on my way down to Louisiana to cover a high school game with the Mississippi State commitment. Then I'll mosey on over to Austin, Texas later on and be ready for our game tomorrow.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Thank you for your time this morning, man. We really do appreciate it. Steve, Mississippi State, what can you tell us that they're doing well right now? There's got to be something. I know that they've had their struggles with Jeff Levy, their first-year head coach. A lot of different people involved, a lot of transfers on this football team. Coach trying to implement his culture. But what is it that they can lean on just a little bit right now?
Well, they're fighting, and that's one of the things that I would say. A lot of times you see teams struggle, and they just kind of pack it in. I think there is still good culture in the locker room. The player buy-in is still there, and I think actually Blake Shapen getting injured has kind of drawn those guys a little bit closer. But the reality of it is year one, and it's really the cumulative effect of all of these coaching changes that we've had to make in the last few years. And, of course, Mike Leach's untimely death. I mean, it's unprecedented in college football for that to happen. And Mississippi State administrators, I think, made the only decision they could at the time by elevating Zach Arnett to head coach with a very Mississippi State-friendly contract, which enabled them to escape very early if they needed to, which they absolutely exercised that. But, you don't have three head coaches in 4 years and not feel the effects of it. And Mississippi State has the highest roster attrition rate in the Southeastern Conference, and that's because of coaching changes and philosophy changes. And so that's where we are. I still believe in Jeff Levy. I think he's going to do some great things at Mississippi State, but this year it's just kind of proven to be a grind.
Yeah, Steve, tell us a little bit about Michael Van Buren. I'm sure you don't know a ton about him because he hasn't played a whole lot, but he took over for Blake Shapen in the fourth quarter of that game against Florida last week. Did a couple of good things, but what do you like about his game, and what potential challenges do you think he could pose the Longhorn defense tomorrow?
Well, he's a little better athlete than Blake Shapen was, and he's a bigger guy, not huge. He's not Vince Young by any stretch of imagination, but he's a guy that can evade pressure. He's a guy that can extend plays, and he prepped out of Maryland, and he was a guy that was originally committed to Oregon. So it's not like he was just some fly-by-night guy. He's a guy that's been a non-commodity on a recruiting trail for much of his high school career, but he's a Jeff Levy guy. He was one of Jeff. Goes and gets Blake Shapen out of the portal, and then gets Michael Van Buren, of course, to be his high school quarterback for that class. and now you kind of move forward. But he is a guy that he's got a bigger arm than you might expect from a younger guy. He's not going to go out there and dial up 60-yard lasers just yet, but he's got some confidence about him. I don't know how much quarterback run they design just because of the fact you've already lost one quarterback and you've only got 2 scholarship quarterbacks on the roster now. But he is a guy that can hurt you when things break down. So I think they'll be kind of measured in that approach, but I do think you'll see him tuck it and go a little bit. He is a very competitive guy. I saw him yesterday, as a matter of fact. And so, Mike, how you doing? He goes, I'm doing great. So he's ready to go. But, we'll find out when there's 105,000 people out there singing "The Eyes of Texas Are Upon You" and see how he reacts to that. But I do think he is going to be a great quarterback in time for Mississippi State. But this will be a very interesting experience.
Yeah, this opportunity for him, and that's exactly what it is, an opportunity for a young guy on the road, and the environment that he's going to be in will be, I'm not going to say it's going to be overwhelming, but it doesn't make you or it doesn't break you. It just depends on how you look at it. It's a great opportunity, great experience for him, but he's also got to be able to get rid of that ball. And this Texas defense right now, I think people have thought that, after they lost 2 great players on defense, that it was just going to be kind of ho-hum in the middle. It's been pretty pressured. They put a lot of pressure on teams. Teams have not been able to drop back and do the things that they like to do. They've had to change their offenses up a little bit with quick drops and quick 3-step kind of passes. Nobody's been able to sit back there 5 steps, 7 steps. Well, really, nobody gets back there 7 steps anymore. That just doesn't happen. Nobody can hold anybody out long enough. But at least a 5-step drop where you can get the ball down the field. So far, it hasn't been good for teams against this Texas defense.
Oh, yeah, and it's an absurd statistic that Texas has defended 1 extra point through 4 games. I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen that before. That there's been 1 team that's lined up and kick an extra point through 4 games.
Yeah,
and you're right. This Texas defense is dominant, and I think the main thing with State is, I think you got to get Van Buren out and be a little more mobile with them. You got to roll the pocket a little bit to give them a little more time. But you're right. State lines up in a shotgun snap. I think everybody does these days. But so you don't have the deeper drops. But they've got to script some things out, kind of that control passing game, to kind of get Mike into a comfort zone. State has some really good tight ends, and a tight end obviously can be your best friend, as everybody knows in football. And so I think Seydou Traore and Justin Ball, those guys have an opportunity to maybe make some plays. Not really down the field, but kind of as a check down or a dump off. Mm-hmm. He's got to utilize that. When the check down is there, you just got to take it and not try to do too much. Don't go try to win the ball game on 1 throw. But the bottom line is this. I mean, nobody in Starkville is expecting a win this week. They just want to see this team go out there and fight and be competitive. And it's going to be a difficult environment against a top team in the country. But this is why you come to the Southeastern Conference. Right. Sure. This is why you guys came to the Southeastern Conference, right? Is you want to play big time games that matter. And, Sarkisian was a candidate, for the Mississippi State job here a few years ago, when State ultimately hired Mike Leach. And so, we're kind of fans in that respect too, anytime that we cross paths. And, Sark's a guy that's in recovery. I've been clean and sober 33 years now. So I'm not really rooting for him this weekend, but I'm rooting for him the rest of the way. We kind of look after our people and that sort of stuff. But it's been interesting to see what's happened to Texas under his direction there. It's crazy to think like last year was the most wins in a season since the 2009 year when Texas and Alabama played the BCS National Championship game, and we don't even use that term anymore. So it's pretty amazing to see that. But I know that we got some Texas Bulldogs that are coming to the game. And they're excited. The Bulldogs are coming to their neck of the woods. I just hope, we'll be able to play each other a little more regularly. We hadn't been down there since 92,
Yeah.
Well,
Steve.
Congratulations to you, Steve, on 33. I'm 24 years. It just happened for me in August. So I love that lifestyle, brother. I love it.
It's the only way to live for me. I wish I could be that guy to go out there and just have a couple drinks and just call it a day, but that's not me, man. When I'm out there running around, man, and I've been clean and sober since December 10th, 1991. When you went out with me, you went out for the night, right? And we may start out drinking a couple cold ones. The next thing you know, we're going down to New Orleans looking for strippers and pharmaceuticals. That's just how it works. But I can still have an exciting life without chemical.
There you go.
And this is the coolest version of me that's ever existed. And it's been forever and a day since I've done narcotics or had a drink of alcohol. And so I think it's important for us to speak out about that. I've written 7 books, and my 6th book was about my recovery, and it's a book called When the Bottom Falls. And I'm very open and transparent about it. My hope is that people like you and myself that have had we're old timers now, but I think young people and people new to the program need to understand that there are people that are successful in life that have found a new way to live and still have fun without drugs and alcohol. I think it's important for us to be transparent. And I appreciate you speaking up.
I love the fact that even now for the young people out there that it's not necessary to hit the bottom. Why the hell do you want to get to the bottom? I always say, people say, well, don't you have to hit the bottom first? I said, well, you don't have to. There are ways to stop before you hit the bottom. The bottom ain't all that fun. So if you have an opportunity not to hit the bottom, take that path instead of going down the path of really, really struggling after you get to the bottom. So, but for those and for yourself, and keep throwing that message. That message is an important message. We need more messages like that to our young folks, athletes, young folks, old folks that have struggled with any kind of addiction. It doesn't necessarily have to be drugs and alcohol, any kind of addiction. You can beat it, but it does take some help, as well as it's not just about you.
No, it's not. Yeah, and you mentioned that's kind of the premise of the book. I wrote my memoirs when I wrote When the Bottom Falls, but the only true bottom is death, because things can always get worse, and that was for me. I kept hitting these plateaus, and people were like, "Oh, well, this is the bottom." No, I just kept digging, man. I still got the shovel, and I just encourage people. And I tell people when I go speak, you don't have to hurt as much as I did. You don't have to go through all the things that I did. I mean, I went to jail. I've been in treatment. I lost everything. I was ostracized from my family. I checked into rehab at 6'2", 146 pounds. I'm 6'2", 210 now. Wow. And so imagine me with about 65 less pounds on me. And I thought I was going to die that first day in treatment. I did. And I prayed to God. I said, at least let my mom get out of this facility before I fall down in the floor, And so you don't have to go through all that stuff. I know we came here to talk Mississippi State, Texas football, but I think this is important too. But, I'm open to anybody. My DMs are always open. So, if you feel like you're ever going to hurt yourself, and I encourage people too, it's a free call, because I'm a suicide survivor too, tried to overdose years ago. And if you ever get to that spot and you feel like nobody cares, I care. But you can call 988 on your phone or text if a phone call is not available. And there is resources available. We don't need anybody to struggle and feel like they have to hurt themselves or somebody else. So
far, one of the most important guests we've ever had on, man.
Yeah, man. That is awesome, Steve. No, never a bad time to be talking about that. We appreciate your openness. We appreciate your willingness to share your story and talk about that, because Bucky has talked about that in Austin for a long time, and I know he's impacted a lot of people here, and I'm sure in the state of Mississippi and all over the world you've been able to create positive impacts on folks all over the world. So it's very important, and we really appreciate what you're doing. That's awesome.
Let me ask you this, Steve, about what you see from Texas, what you've seen from them, from both quarterbacks, as a matter of fact, young Manning and, of course, Quinn Ewers. What do you think of the quarterback situation at Texas as you watched it?
Well, I was interested to see Quinn, and the information that we're hearing is that, he's, quote, questionable for the game. I'm sure they'd love to be able to get through this, give him another week, and then get into the open date. Mm-hmm. I think it's an oblique injury. I think that's what I read. But, being a quarterback, anything like that can hurt you. It doesn't have to be a quarterback sack. I mean, just anything out there moving around. I'm sure ideally Sark would love to be able to just kind of get through this with Arch Manning. And I wouldn't be a Mississippi State person at heart if I didn't say Arch who. That goes back several years when Archie Manning was a quarterback. We had buttons that said Archie who,
Yeah.
But no, I mean, the kid is phenomenal. I mean, he truly is. And, I still contend that Peyton Manning is the best Manning quarterback because he didn't go to Ole Miss. And so in turn, we can cheer for Arch Manning, right, when he's not playing for us because he's wearing a different orange and white. But no, in all seriousness, the kid is great. And I think you talk about kind of the renaissance of the Sarkisian era. That win, I think, really signaled to people is like, hey, Texas is for real. You can go out and get the number one quarterback in the country to come to Texas. And, of course, you obviously had some talent there before. But I think that was really kind of a signal to people that this Sarkisian thing was real. Mm-hmm. And now you're seeing it manifest on the field. I watched a little bit of the game against Louisiana Monroe. I think he was, 48% completion percentage. He had a couple of bad throws, but he's a freshman making his first start. And listen, I know it's Louisiana Monroe, but that's a lot to ask of anybody, right? And so I thought he was good and good enough. I think he's good enough to get a win this week against Mississippi State. But I'm a little bit curious, though, because he's got some family that are kind of in his ear a little bit. Oh, you got to beat State, got to beat State. I think the main thing for Arch is forget all that stuff and just stay within yourself, right? Just stay within yourself, run your offense. You can talk trash with your Ole Miss buddies after all this is over with, But Texas is in contention to win a national championship. And even if he's not the guy that ultimately starts in the postseason, this is his role on the team right now. Like, this is his time to kind of show Texas fans and Texas staffers what he can do. So when Quinn does move along, he's prepared for these moments. But he really stands out to me, obviously, but not just because of the name, because of his obvious talent. But this wide receiver room is ridiculous. I mean, it truly is. I mean, there's just watching them, how they run, sometimes the only people on the field that can catch them are each other. Like when they get into the open field, I mean, it's a touchdown. You miss a tackle with these guys out on the perimeter, it's going to be a chunk play. And, State secondary has actually been a little bit better than we anticipated, but the front seven has been so bad. And the ability to kind of create a pass rush, it's just been non-existent in many respects. And so State's going to have to cover. I know the running back room is a little bit beat up. I know Blue and those guys are ready to go. But, the main thing I think with Texas is you just play good defense and get out there and let Arch play within himself, and you're going to win the game. I've actually picked State to cover this game. I know the spread is 38.5 points. I just think there are a lot of reasons that I think the margin may come be down a little bit. I don't think it's going to be a close game, and maybe you lose by 30. But again, nobody in Mississippi State is, by the time kickoff gets here, there'll be some of us thinking, maybe there's a chance, you get a big third down stop.
Sure.
Nobody's deluding themselves into thinking they're going to go over and win this football game. And I know Jeff Lebby being an Oklahoma guy, that's going to wear on him, right, to go over there and possibly get beat very significantly. But he won't forget. And he'll be back. Lebby's going to do a good job at Mississippi State. And it's just going to take a little time. People just got to be patient.
Yeah, Steve Robertson from genespage.com joining us here to preview tomorrow's game. Steve, couple more for you. Like the first halves for Mississippi State have been problematic, to say the least, right? Trailed 27-3 at one point against Arizona State, 28-3 at home against Toledo. It was 28-7 late in the first half last week against Florida. You may have just talked about it with the defensive front seven issues, but what have been the biggest reasons for these incredibly slow starts for State through 1 month?
Well, all of it sucks. Let me just go ahead and tell you that. I mean, it's like, especially when you're out, you fly to Tempe, Arizona, and you don't like flying, and you sit there, and it's like it takes a quarter and a half for anybody to kind of wake up. I think that's been probably the biggest surprise, right? Is that the offense has not been a little more cohesive, right? Because you look at what Lebby's done everywhere else. And you can go all the way through his career, all the way back to Southeastern. Year one with his offense, you have seen things kind of take root. And they've been fast starters. And that's been the thing you look at. It's like, I think in many respects, the offense for a couple of weeks kind of got a pass. And I began to kind of bring that up. I said, guys, this works hand in hand. These guys got to get stops, but they're on the field all the time because the offense isn't moving the chains, so these guys are getting gas. Number one, the talent differential against teams like Florida are very difficult for a team like Mississippi State. That this is not one of our better defenses. We're just kind of call it for what it is. But to lose to Toledo, listen, I get they're a veteran team. That was really that thing. You go out to Arizona State, you don't get off the plane for a quarter, but then the rest of the game it's very competitive, and you feel like, hey, we let them get away, And there's a couple plays there that there's a fumble that was a scoop and score for Arizona State that ends up being a difference in the ball game. You throw that ball away, maybe it's a different conversation, but then you lose to Toledo. But I think offensively, them not being able to score in first halves, like last week they scored a touchdown against Florida. It was their first touchdown since the season opener in the first half. And I don't care who you are or how much talent you have. When you dig a 3 to 4 score hole in the first half, you're not winning the football game. It's just not going to happen. And so it's not just defensively. Offensively, this team has got to find some continuity and be able to move the chains, even if for no other reason, just to give the defense to rest a little bit. Go out there, get a couple first downs, and then punt. There's been a lot of 3-and-outs early in these ball games, and that's the thing that really is frustrating because Lebby is such a great offensive coach. You'd like to think that at least the first couple drives, he can go down and make some things happen. So
yeah, he's going to have to because the schedule from this point on is just it's unbelievable after this game where Mississippi State continues to go. I want to ask you this. You're a very interesting man. You had a very interesting coach a few years ago. What was your interaction with Mike Leach when he was alive? Was that remarkable? Did you enjoy your conversations with him?
Yeah, one of the most well-read stories in the history of our network is a story I wrote about my friend the pirate, and that's the title of the story. And it was my honor to be Mike Leach's friend and to be able to cover him. We were going to write a book together, like when he retired, and ultimately I'll do that on my own, obviously, but got to wait, give the family some time to kind of come to grips with everything. And I'm not a person that's trying to exploit my friendship with Mike Leach for profit, right? And as my publisher's like, oh, we need to get this out there. I said, listen, a Mike Leach book will always sell. It's timeless in that respect. We don't have to have this out in the next couple of years, but Mike was very special. And I'll tell you a couple of things. There are a lot of things that Mike did to help people in the community that he never wanted credit for. He did it for the right reasons. And what's so refreshing about him being an old school guy, like he didn't go out and take all these trips and, take the guys down to the soup kitchen to go take a bunch of pictures and then put it on social media to say, hey, look at us. Look how sweet we are. Look what great people we are. He did great things for people in this community that nobody would ever find out about. In fact, it wasn't until after he passed away, you had people come up. There was a lady that has a soul food restaurant in town, and he used to go himself. It was just a few blocks from campus. He would drive down there and get a plate lunch himself. And then during COVID, he found out she was struggling. And then he of himself went and gave her money himself. He didn't have his accountant do it. He didn't have his lawyer do it. He went and gave her money to help her pay her bills, to keep her business open. And she is open and alive today as a business person in Starkville because of Mike Leach. And even though that he and I were good friends, at no point did he ever mention that to me, that, hey, I went and did this, because he never did it for praise. I mean, it's like people see him in these press conferences and they think he's like a cartoon character, right? I mean, It's like, and people like, when he first got here, I sat all the media down. I said, guys, listen, let's all work together. If something funny happens that goes viral, let's let it be organic. Don't come in here and ask him, who's his favorite Animaniac and, who's a horror villain and things like that. If it happens, it happens. But we don't need to go in here and be contrived about this. And everybody in the media was like that. I mean, it was like everybody kind of got it. And so anything that you saw out of Mississippi State kind of came from Mike. But I remember I wrote about this in the story, but we were in his office one day, and there were some kids out there playing 7-on-7. I say kids, they were college kids playing 7-on-7 on the Mississippi State practice fields. I was like, hey, coach, did you know about this? And he goes, no, I didn't. I didn't know about this. And I said, man, Dan Mullen would have been furious about this. And he goes, why? He said, their level of enjoyment will always exceed any level of inconvenience we have. He goes, matter of fact, I want more kids out here playing. We got to get this practice field broke in. Give me the number of the guy that runs intramurals. I want the intramural playoffs and championship played right here on our practice fields. And he's like, those kids are going to remember this the rest of their lives. Could you imagine winning the intramural championship on Mississippi State's practice field and having those pictures forever? Oh. And that's kind of who he was. And I don't know that always came across in media opportunities, but he was a person that loved people. He didn't always know how to say that, but he knew how to show it. And it was very genuine in what he did. And one more anecdote I'll share with you. When my wife was travel nursing out in New Mexico, which nearly killed me. And she hates it when I say that, but it nearly killed me, being away from her for that long and 17 and a half hours. But right after the Egg Bowl in 2022, I left the next day and drove to New Mexico, 17 and a half hours one way. And he called me, I guess it was Saturday or Sunday, and he said, hey, do you want to come by and watch film? Because I got to go watch film with him occasionally. And I said, Coach, I would love to, but I'm out in New Mexico. He goes, you're in New Mexico? What in the world are you doing in New Mexico? I said, well, my wife's travel nursing, so I'm here to see her. He goes, oh, you with your wife? Let me talk to her. He goes, I need to let her know what a good guy she has. And then he gets on the phone with her and he goes, hey, I know you couldn't be with your family during Thanksgiving, and that's unfortunate, but I want you to know we won the Egg Bowl just for you. That's who he was, and that's what I choose to remember. Not all the, what's the best, stick of gum, whatever, all that silliness that happened. He was a genuine person that loved people.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Steve, I'm sure you could speak to this better than I can, but I was lucky enough to talk to Mike a couple of times, and they were all phone interviews. but he always had time. Like, it was hilarious because we reached out to I think it was at Washington State, actually, was the last time I spoke to him. We reached out to the Wazoo athletic department, and normally you've got the SID or a handler that sets up all of these phone interviews and conversations. And the guy just said, here's Mike's number. Just reach out to him. And every time we talked to him, we're like, hey, Mike, we'd love to talk to you for 15 to 20 minutes. We'd be 45 minutes into this conversation, and we're like, oh, Mike, we got to go do our show, man. Like, he had all the time in the world for two random dudes in Austin that he had never met in his life. And I mean, the fact that he could do that for us, that just backs up your story, Steve, about just how great of a guy he was and how he was way more than just a soundbite that people liked. You
know what's funny about that too is he and I talked about that before. Like, he would go on these little podcasts like during COVID that might have 50 listeners, Mississippi State people, right? Like, these college kids are just starting out. And one day I said, Coach, it's kind of cool you're doing all this, kind of pass the time. And he goes, well, it's more than just passing the time. He goes, once you and I were young guys just trying to make it too. We just needed somebody to give us a chance, So he did it not for him to spread his message. He did it to give those young people a chance, because he knew that he had a name but had some notoriety. It's like, hey, we got Mike Leach on our show. So maybe that gets him another 100, 150, maybe 1,000.
Sure.
And so he did those things for the right reasons. And I think to me, that's his legacy.
That's awesome. Well said, Steve. Hey, before we let you go, we've got a couple of audience members asking about where they can find your books, where they can find some of your work. What's the best way for our folks here in Texas to find you?
Well, I'm on all forms of social media at Scout Steve R. And my 7th book will be out next month. It's actually a biography of Dudy Noble, who our baseball stadium is named after, the greatest cathedral in the history of college baseball. It's right here in Starkville, Mississippi. And we really look forward to hosting you guys in March. It's been the first time since the 1920s that Texas has played a baseball game at Mississippi State.
Wow.
And I also detail in that book about when State went to Texas for the first time. It was pretty crazy. They took a train tour, and they go to Baylor and then Austin and then SMU and then go 5-1 and win the Texas tour. And so but you go to dutynoblebook.com, and all of my sports titles are there, and my recovery book is there as well. And but the Dude is what the book is called. The Dude, The Life and Times of Dudy Noble, is probably the most important thing that I've written on the sports side. And it's not just Mississippi State history. It's not just SEC history. It's college athletics history. In many respects, world history, because we go through World War I, World War II, the Great Depression. But dutynoblebook.com, and anything they want to find is there. And I mean, I'm easy to find, and I don't run from anything. Like I said, I've been clean and sober all this time and effort, forever and a day. And so I'm available to anybody that struggles or anybody that has questions, whether they be an aspiring young writer or anything like that. I just try to be an open book, because I never know how long all this is going to last. I've been doing this since '97, but I just enjoy what we do, and looking forward to coming out there to Austin, Texas, and being with you guys for a couple of days. And it's kind of cool too to think that the very first Southeastern Conference game that Texas ever plays, I'll get a chance to cover that. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
awesome.
Steve, this is one of the best conversations we've ever had on this show, my friend. Thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully we get the chance to, matter of fact, I'd like to make sure we get the chance to have you on a couple of other times throughout the year. But safe travels to Austin. If you need any recommendations, give us a holler. But thank you so much for jumping on for a few minutes today.
Man, thank you for your time, Steve.
Thank you guys so much. Have a great day.
You too. You too. Wow. Good stuff from Steve Robertson.
That's a good dude.
Yeah. I didn't know too much about him, right? Like I just searched Mississippi State.
You got it now.
On Twitter, and I was looking for somebody who covers the team to come on the show. And Steve had a lot of followers. I read a couple of his articles. He looked like a talented dude. I didn't realize, number one, he was going to look like David Comey, the attorney that rocks.
Yeah,
you see on all the billboards around our city.
He's got it, man. He's got the look. He's got, you can tell that he's had some experiences in his life. He's reached the bottom. He's pulled himself up. He's writing books. He understands people. I mean, his interaction that's why I had to ask about his interaction. He looks like the kind of dude that Mike Leach and him would have a conversation about anything.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you asked. That was a great question by you, and we got some great stories from Steve there. At Scout Steve R, if y'all want to follow him on social media. I think he said dutynoblebook.com was the website for some of his works. Really, really awesome conversation and a great story. And obviously for me, and I know for a lot of our audience, great to hear the back and forth between you and Steve talking about your sobriety and your stories battling addiction. So thanks to you. Thanks to him for being so open about that. And that was a lot of fun. Good stuff.
He's got 33 years, man. And 33 years, let me tell you, he sounds like he hit it hard. I just thought I was hitting it hard. That dude was hitting it hard because he was talking, mine was basically alcohol. He was talking alcohol and drugs. He's playing hardball.
What did he say? He was 6'2", 145 at one point.
I'm playing softball games. This dude is playing Major League hardball.
Yeah, thankfully he retired from that.
Yes, it's a good thing.
More than 3 decades ago. All right.
He's pretty frank about what their expectations are at Mississippi State. He said they won't quit, that's good. I mean, that's good for a first-year head coach to have a gang like that because they have some talents, but they don't have a lot.
No, they don't. And, Steve's right. Like, even Mississippi State fans kind of know what's going to happen tomorrow. And
it's the same thing. Texas has to give it to them.
Yeah. Look, Mississippi State, like Steve said, I mean, it's very hard to overcome 3 coaches in 4 years.
Yeah,
like it was tough for Texas to overcome, 3 coaches in 8 years, which is what they had from the start of Charlie Strong to the start of Steve Sarkisian. We know how many problems that caused this football program. I mean, to have a very good coach literally die on the job and then have to hire his coordinator to be the interim guy and basically feel like you have to give him the head coaching job for a year. And then all of a sudden you pivot off of that and hire somebody else. Like 3 coaches in the span of a couple of seasons is unheard of in this sport. So yeah, it's a rebuild for Mississippi State right now. There's no doubt. We'll see what Jeff Lebby can do out there in Starkville, but it's a tough time for them right now. And Texas obviously is at its best in a long time. Mississippi State's at its worst in a long time. And that is why you've got a Vegas line of close to 40 points for this game.
No doubt. I love that what he said. What is it? Their level of enjoyment will always out about ours. What was that? That right there.
Yeah, I think Jason wrote it correctly. Their level of enjoyment will always exceed any level of inconvenience we have.
That's awesome. That is awesome. That ain't about you right there. That's great.
Yeah, talking about the Mississippi State intramural kids getting to play their championships on the
practice field. That's awesome.
Yeah, good stuff. Classic Mike Leach right there, man. Very cool. All right, before we dive back into this game and let you hear from Steve Sarkisian, who met with the media again yesterday, about another round of sponsor shout-outs.
Folks, our good friends over at Sue Patrick, Jay Williams and Sue since 1975, an incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and more. They've got tons of Texas-themed gifts, wide variety of men's and women's clothing, hats, caps, T-shirts. They've got the works there at 5222 Burnett Road. How about this? Offer free shipping on online orders over $49 and free curbside pickup, of course, and plenty of curbside parking if you go to the store itself there at 5222 Burnett Road. Do go by and say hello to Jay and the gang over there. And do accept their gifts, those wonderful gifts that they give to me every time I go. I mean, they will probably be a little bit more expensive than the gifts they give me, but you know what? I appreciate them anyway. And I got a feeling that my grandson is going to appreciate that snow cone machine because my wife has said no for me.
Really?
No. He'll be going over to the summer's almost over. Those are wonderful gifts for the Mullet Open. Those things would go first.
They've given you, what is it? They've given you 4 gifts now and you've turned all of them down?
I don't turn them down. They would be up on my counter if it were me. And I would use them. It's the boss. You have to be able to get past the boss. I'm telling you, when that George Foreman grill comes, I'm the one that's going to turn that down. I will be the official turner downer of the George Foreman grill. I don't play that game. No. I don't want that up on my counter. I'll let them know. That's why I haven't had it because they could find one for $275. Previously $10.
$275 for George Foreman.
No, $2.75. But we love the folks at Sue Patch. We enjoy every time we're over there, and you will too, folks.
Absolutely. Shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave as well. Hey, we'll be out there. Another Texas football pregame luncheon today from 12 to 1. If you thought that conversation with Steve Robertson was good, how about Nate Boyer coming with us to Covert Bee Cave today. He'll be signing autographs. He'll be taking pictures. We'll be talking Texas football. And I'm sure Nate Boyer's got a couple of nuggets of wisdom for you on a Friday. A motivational speaker, one of my favorite people on the planet. Skip work. Hell, you're not working today anyways.
No.
Take the kids out of school. Hey, I'll write the permission slip. All right. I will sign off on the kids not being in school for a half day on a Friday. Let them go meet and listen to Nate Boyer, American hero Nate Boyer.
There you go.
At Covert Bee Cave. We'll be there from 12 to 1. It's a free event. Lunch will be provided by our friends at Via 313 Pizzeria and Smoky Moe's Barbecue. And hey, if you're obviously in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, you know the sales team will be out there at Covert Bee Cave today, ready to talk to you. Love our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Shout out to them. Also, some love to our friends at Ollie Pop. Oh, man. This is good stuff right here.
I was at HEB yesterday in Bee Caves, and dude, I talked to a lady who had a whole cart full of them. I think she tried to get all 18 flavors in her cart. I'm like, are you going to drink all 18 flavors? She goes, I feel like I'm going to take one can of each. But she had the little 4-packs. I'm like, no, this whole thing. And she was in my line of 15 items. Didn't say a word. I said, go get yourself some of that Ollie Pop. I mean, that's all she had in her cart was Ollie Pop.
That's all you need?
Yeah, I guess. It's got all the ingredients that it's good for your nutrition.
Absolutely. Love Ollie Pop. If you haven't tried it yet, you're missing out. Next time you're at the grocery store, whatever grocery store you prefer, look for Ollie Pop. It's great tasting soda. Like the Buck said, they've got 18 different flavors, and they are all good for you. They support good digestive health. This is the exact opposite of the soda that you've been drinking for years. You get the same great taste, but you actually get health benefits. Instead of ruining your body with old soda, you actually support good digestive health every time you down a can of Ollie Pop. Get you some at the store once again the next time you are there. All right, Buck, let's hear from Steve Sarkisian. Provided a little bit of an update, kind of a non-update, but Sark was asked yesterday at the start of his Thursday presser about whether or not Quinn Ewers will be good to go tomorrow against Mississippi State. Here's what Sark had to say.
We're going to decide on the quarterback thing tomorrow. And again, it won't be a secret. We're not trying to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. Just want to give Quinn every opportunity to see if he's ready to play and what he looks like. But I'd say he's improved every day. I think Arch has had a very good week. And I would say this, Trey Owens probably had his best practice as a Longhorn today. So that was really encouraging as well.
Yeah, which tells me that Arch will be starting and Trey Owens will be the backup, and they'll give Quinn Ewers another week to prepare to get ready.
Yeah.
He'll have 2 weeks, two weeks ahead of him. I think that's the smart thing to do. This coach is pretty smart. He knows what the player wants to do. We all know what the player wants. The player wants to get out there and play. He's seeing all the success of his backup quarterback. He wants to be involved in that. He's a Heisman candidate. But for the betterment of the entire team and what this team has started to build, I don't think he plays tomorrow.
Yeah. And that sound was from yesterday. So when you hear Steve Sarkisian talking about making a decision tomorrow, he means today, not tomorrow, Saturday, right, the day of the game. So he's basically saying that a decision will be made today. But yeah, when I hear that sound, I get the same vibe you do. Like the fact that he can't come out and say that now Quinn Ewers is fine and he's ready to go 2 days before the game.
Oh, yeah, you would have loved to hear him say, oh, he looked fantastic yesterday. He's a little sore, but he looked fantastic. His tone told me a lot about what he thinks. He sounds like he thinks he needs another week.
Still getting better day by day.
Yeah, day by day. We'll find out. We'll see today, because today is him. It's catchy catch kind of today. On a Thursday, you know what I'm saying? On a Friday, it's just catchy catch with the guys. It's like, no, I don't think so. I think I'll wait another week. I'd be totally surprised if he got in the game, because that will have told me that the kid got through to the coach and that the medical staff said it's okay. He's going to have some pain. I don't even want to hear about my guy having any pain. I don't want to hear about 2 weeks from now. I'll hear about the pain after the game.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's worst case scenario for Texas is you bring Quinn Ewers back too soon and he re-aggravates that injury tomorrow, and all of a sudden
he's missing for 3 weeks.
Yeah, you're talking about him missing the toughest stretch you have this season.
Right.
Oklahoma and Georgia back to back. I mean, those are your two biggest games. You want to have your best players, all of your best players, but especially your best player and your most important player on the field as close to 100% as he possibly can be. So, yeah, look, if Texas feels like there's any chance of a re-aggravation, then I think they're going to err on the side of caution. If they believe that Quinn Ewers is 100% healthy and there's no chance he can mess anything up, then he's going to play tomorrow. They're not going to say, oh, we don't need him against a team like Mississippi State. If he's healthy, he's going to go. But if it's, he's still hurting a little bit and it's a day-by-day situation, then once again, I think they err on the side of caution.
Yeah, once again, if the head coach knows that his throws are 100% and he looks like the same guy that was out there, in game one, he's going to say, okay, let's go. But if there's anything missing from velocity and stuff like that, or wincing or whatever, it's like, no, we can wait another week. We can win this football game. Plus another week of giving Arch this kind of experience. This is good for the entire team from this point on, because you still don't know 2 weeks from now, Quinn Ewers could get in there and get banged up again and miss another week. So you want to give this guy the experience that and in a game like this is where this guy can get his experience. For sure. It just doesn't, he just doesn't have that tone in his voice where it tells me, no, he looks good. I mean, if he told me that dude looks good and ready to go, he'll be a little sore, but it just was like, it's on the side of caution more than anything. And that's fine.
I would like to get a statement today. I mean, if Sark is true to his word and he said, we're not going to keep the wool over anybody's eyes.
Sure.
Then, all right, we'll get something today from the university that says who the starting quarterback is going to be, right?
Yeah. Instead of, a half hour before game time, watching them warm up and then telling us, no, he's not going to play.
So I think I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyways. Like, what if Arch Manning starts the game tomorrow and Texas gets out to a huge lead? They're up by 5 touchdowns.
No, he's not bringing them in then. No.
Are you okay? Is there any part of you that is worried that Quinn would be a little rusty against Oklahoma? Like, he missed the ULM game. He missed most of the UTSA game. He's going to miss this game, and he's going to miss next week because they don't play anybody next week. So that's almost 4 Saturdays off for Quinn Ewers. And then you've got to go up against, yes, Oklahoma has problems. That defense does not. It's a great defense, and that game is that game.
Sure.
Is there any fear of rust for Quinn Ewers for missing that much time going into that game?
I think if he had to play an entire 4-quarter game, maybe, because his adrenaline's going to carry him for a half in that game. He'll be so excited about playing in that game. I think his decision making is the experience that he has and maturity. I don't think so. I think he can go on adrenaline for a half. There'll come some times where he may start, his throws may get a little weaker because he'll probably get a little tired. Other than that, no, I'm not worried about him getting banged up or them hitting him hard by that time. I would rather have another week and take that chance than to stick him out there in this game and then lose him for that game and 3 more after that, and then for the Georgia game. I'd rather take that chance. I wouldn't. Yeah. This game, if the score is out of hand, no, he doesn't come in even handoff. He just stays and helps Arch, right?
I know. Yeah, you're right. Like, that's why I said I know the answer. I know your answer. I know Sark's answer. I know everybody's answer to that. Like, it's not going to happen. But hell, Seabury brings up a good point because Quinn was hurt the couple of weeks leading up to the OU game back in 2022. So he got hurt in that Alabama game and obviously came back, and Texas won 49-0. And Quinn played one of the best games of his Texas career.
Yeah, the adrenaline in that game takes you so far. That's what kind of game that is. And if you still got your wits about you of what you've been doing, whether you've been out there or not, you can survive for a long time in that game. But once again, as you said before, the hits are harder in that game. The hits are later in that game. They know he's hurt. And believe me, T-shirt guy is coming after him. And T-shirt guy is bringing a little extra when he comes after him too. And everybody will know that, in a couple of weeks. So I'd rather for him to go ahead and get as healthy as he can, because he's going to get hit in that game. That's a game that you're not going to, they can say, you can talk about this offensive line protecting you, but they can't protect you from those after the whistle hits or to the echo of the whistle where it's over with, but some guy comes in late. That always happens. Mm-hmm. Texas has taken shots and guys have watched their quarterback get hit late without doing anything before. So this will be interesting. I think the head coach is saying, I'd rather have him physically ready than on the mental side. I just think the adrenaline will take him a long way, but I just can't have him hurt going into that game. I need another week. Arch can win this game. I mean, we know that. There's no doubt about this. You're talking about this team, their second team being better than what Mississippi State will throw out there with their first team. Yeah, they can do that. So and if there's any thought of this being a game that you're really, really worried about losing, then Quinn Ewers will play.
100%. Yeah. We've said it all week, right? If Oklahoma was tomorrow, then Quinn Ewers would be playing tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
If Georgia was tomorrow, Quinn Ewers would be playing tomorrow. But I think Vegas expects Arch Manning to play.
Sure.
Texas is still a 37 to 39 point favorite right now. So this is a Mississippi State team that's probably going to finish 2-10 this season.
Yeah. And if you think Texas is worried about the quarterback situation, what do you think Mississippi State is worried about? With a kid coming here in his first SEC tilt in front of 100,000 in the middle of the afternoon here.
Yeah.
This will be, and that defense will be fired up to get after this guy, especially if he's got a little bit of talent and he can run with the ball. This group hits and they hit hard.
Yeah, they do. This is the number one defense in America right now. And boy, I feel for Martin Van Buren, the 8th president of the United States. They brought him back from the death to start against Texas tomorrow. And I don't know if those sideburns that guy had are going to hold
he
up.
had some big chops, man.
Oh, that was a weird-looking dude back in the day. Here's one more from Sark. By the way, Lee Sterling from Paramount Sports will join us in 3 minutes to give you his money picks of the weekend, so don't go anywhere right now. But one more from Sark talking about Mississippi State's quarterback. How do you prepare for a true freshman that you really haven't seen a whole lot of? Here's Sark.
It's the biggest challenge right there. You hit the nail on the head. It's a small sample size. They've had a week now to prepare a game plan for the things that he does well, and that's what we're going to have to kind of sort through and figure out. But knowing Jeff Lebby's a really good offensive mind, that he's going to put him in a good position to have some success. They're going to do the things that he does well. They're going to utilize other aspects of their offense to kind of get some easy completions, the jet sweeps, the different things. And I'm sure that we'll see some wildcat to alleviate some of the pressure there as well. So all those things add up to, he's going to be in a good position to perform well. Our job is to try to get him uncomfortable, and we'll see how effective we are.
Did he say the word jet sweep?
Uh-oh.
I don't want to hear that.
Come on, we're not worried about that stuff anymore, are we?
It's not Maryland.
No, it's not Tom Herman or Charlie Strong. Like, we're past the days of fearing the jet sweep, right?
I think so. Like I said, the guys on the perimeter have been playing really, really well. Nothing's bounced out. They haven't got a lot of yards against them on anything, whether it's off tackle runs, running back tosses. They've been pretty good. I just don't like to hear the word jet sweep coming from the coach that this is what they do.
I think he's right, though. Look, obviously, if you have a young, inexperienced quarterback, you want to try to take some pressure off of him by running the football as well as you can. I will say this, Mississippi State is down a running back tomorrow. They've got 3 running backs with between 30 to 40 carries on the season. So it really has been a back-by-committee bit for them so far. One of those 3 guys, Kevon Lee, was listed as out on the injury report that came out. So
and their quarterback's an athlete, but I know they don't want him run. They don't want to get to the next guy in that game.
Yeah, then the next guy is a redshirt freshman who has 28 career pass attempts in 2 years. He's actually played more than the true freshman has. Yeah, because he played a little bit last year as a true freshman. But, it's an experience. And you talk about that for your first career start on the road at DKR against the number 1 team and the number 1 defense in America. That is a tall task for Van Buren. So, it's weird because you think of Jeff Lebby. He's a Briles guy. Hell, he's Briles' son-in-law. But he was an assistant coach at Baylor when Art Briles was there. So a lot of the concepts of Jeff Lebby's offense are similar to what Art Briles had when he was doing what he was doing at Baylor. They like to throw the ball, and they like to go up-tempo. It's one of those, as soon as they get their first down of a drive, they are running. And I wonder if you can do that against Texas, right? It's kind of felt like the strategy for ULM and UTSA and Colorado State was, hey, let's try to win time of possession, these long, methodical drives so we can keep our defense fresh and keep the Texas offense on the sideline. I wonder if Mississippi State does what they normally do, which is go fast, or if they're like, man, if we go fast and we go 3 and out against this defense, it's going to be horrible.
Be out there an awful lot.
Yeah, maybe we slow things down a little bit. I wonder what you get. That would be different from what we normally see from Lebby, but that might be what State has to do with just how banged up they are.
Yep.
How bad they are right now. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. We will get back into the Texas-Mississippi State conversation, but right now it's our favorite time of the week. The man, the myth, the legend, the greatest handicapper in the history of the known universe joins us for his weekly segment. Is Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com, coming off of a 4-1 performance on the show last week. Lee, happy Friday. How are you?
I'm good, guys. When you guys were talking about Mississippi State, thinking about when I was in high school, a good friend of mine got recruited by them. I think the head coach was Emory Ballard. Remember that name, Bucky?
Oh, yeah. I'm old. I remember.
Yeah. They ran the wish. Maybe they should run the wishbone,
They got to try something, Lee. It's been tough sledding. So to lose to Toledo at home for an SEC team, that's bad to lose to that MAC team, and to lose that poorly. They just don't have enough. I mean, it's a first-year coach. They're running in a bunch of guys from the transfer portal. They're trying to gather things together. It's a struggle, and especially when you think your best player was that quarterback that we've seen at Baylor a long time. He wasn't even Baylor's best quarterback when he was the starter there. I mean, this is something for a young kid coming here in front of 100,000, in his first SEC tilt. It's going to be difficult.
I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, Vanderbilt right now would beat them by 4 touchdowns.
Yeah,
you're
absolutely right.
They're not even going to go to basketball season. They're probably going straight to baseball season.
Oh yeah, that's what they talk about. They talk about their baseball program for sure.
Yeah.
Lee, it's a very interesting week this week in college football this weekend. And I think one of the key matchups is Ole Miss will finally see a little bit of defense against Kentucky. But the line still seems to be high. These SEC lines, they're not playing the Toledos of the world. They're not playing MAC teams. They're not playing, teams from the Fun Belt anymore. It gets to really be serious. And this line in this particular game, I've watched Kentucky over the last couple of weeks, and I thought about Kentucky. I saw them, before the season. I thought they did have pretty good defense. I didn't know how they were ever going to score any points, but they do play good defense. But is Ole Miss that good that this line can be this high?
Well, the thing is, if this was played like on a neutral site or Kentucky, I might see this game differently. Kentucky falls behind by double digits. I think they're in trouble, Bucky. They're going to have to throw the football.
Okay.
And that's where they can get in trouble. What's crazy, I went back and watched the Kentucky-Georgia game again.
Mm-hmm.
And this will apply to the Georgia game. They rushed like 5 or 6 times 3 men. And almost every single time they got a sack or a hit on the quarterback. They're effective rushing 3 guys. But, who knows? Maybe it was just Georgia that day. You never thought something like that would have happened. Kentucky's pass defense is good. They've allowed 166 or less yards every game. That includes Carson Beck. But Carson Beck's a drop-back quarterback. And I just think Jackson Dart, they have yet to really unleash him running the football. They haven't had to. I think he only has like 91 yards, 3 touchdowns in the 4 games. But what have they done passing? He's averaged 388 yards a game. He's averaged 3 touchdown passes a game, averaged 55 points per game. I think they're going to face a defense, and that defense, Lane Kiffin, he tightens up, and he just can't get the job done in big games. But I don't think this is going to be one of them. I think they're going to get up big, and then Kentucky's going to throw the ball and get intercepted. The Ole Miss defense can get exposed, but not by this defense here.
Okay.
I like Ole Miss. Katie bar the door, 48-14.
Wow, big win for Ole Miss against Kentucky. Lee, bring out the Tums for this one. Oklahoma at Auburn. If you like offense, watch something else tomorrow afternoon. New quarterback for OU. Auburn trying to get back on track. Both of these teams desperate for a win right now. OU a slight favorite right now on the Plains. Who do you like in this one?
So if I'm going to guess, we're going to see Hank Brown and think we're going to see Michael Hawkins. Yeah.
Hawkins.
They call him Michael. Is it Michael Hawkins Jr.?
Yes.
Junior. Okay. They were calling Michael Hawkins, I think, on the broadcast last week. It's easy to, when you have no time to think about it, get thrown in there and the team's playing a prevent defense and you just go on reaction and you don't, like I said, have much time to think about the task at hand. He looked good last week, but it's going to be a completely different ball game here. They're going to game plan for him. He's going to see blitzes he's never seen before, and the game is on the road. I think Auburn's really underperformed. I'm not saying they're great, but they should be playing at a higher level. I don't think Oklahoma is good at all. I think their offensive line is hot trash. Their defense is pretty good, but I mean, without Nick Anderson, if he doesn't play, he's probably not going to play. He's got a hamstring issue. I think they're in trouble here. So as long as Auburn doesn't turn the ball over 3 or 4 times, I'm going to take Auburn at home here, 25-17.
Very interestingly, Lee, another big game for both teams. The Aggies and Arkansas playing up in Jerry World. This just generally has been a high-scoring event, but I don't know where the points come from in this game. I don't know. I think it's a game that it doesn't matter. I think Sam Pittman's got some other games down the line he's going to lose no matter what. But this is a game that they can be in. But it's also a game that with Texas A&M, with their new young quarterback, this really can really put a spark under them if they can get this win. I think it's almost more important to Texas A&M. I don't think Pittman's going to have a chance to survive no matter what as the year goes through. But A&M, for a young guy that may be the future at quarterback for him, I think it's important. How do you like this game?
Yeah, so I think this game's going to be one up front. Watch it. I think that all you need to do is watch one side of the ball. If Arkansas can move the ball consistently on A&M and not turn the ball over, they're going to be very successful. They're running for 240 yards per game. A&M giving up just 129 yards on the ground, and they have 22 tackles for loss already after 4 games. We know their defensive line is pretty darn good here.
Mm-hmm.
I like this kid Reed. I think he's good. I think he gives them more options. When Wegman's in there, I mean, the better passer, I don't know if he just – I don't know if he was still injured when he came back at the beginning of the year, whether he was, rusty or what the situation was. Didn't look like the same kid we had seen the year before, early in the year. Maybe Miami also did a number on him, but last year. I just think that they own him. A&M owns Arkansas, and I think he's in Sam Pittman's head. And, you watch this Arkansas offense. They had Oklahoma State. They had them dead to rights. Yeah. Gained over 600 yards. They just couldn't put the game away. I think A&M is probably going to get that key turnover here. I think their special teams might be better also. I mean, how Arkansas allowed the same guy that was blocking for the punt return guy to be out there twice and interfere with him twice and cause 2 fumbles. That's Arkansas-esque here. We're going to go Bill Cohen's Texas A&M Aggies here, 27-20.
There you go. Shout out to Bill Cohen and the whole team at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers. We'll tell you more about them here in a moment. Lee, the game of the week, one of the games of the year in college football in Tuscaloosa tomorrow night, Georgia, Bama. Georgia's owned everybody except for Alabama in recent years, but obviously exit Nick Saban, enter Kalen DeBoer. This should be a lot of fun tomorrow night in T-Town. Georgia, a slight favorite. You don't see teams go into Bryant-Denny as a favorite very often. Who do you like tomorrow night in prime time?
It's been 17 years since Nick Saban was in his first year as a head coach. I don't know if people remember this. Nick Saban's first year, they lost to Louisiana Monroe.
Mm-hmm.
First year. So, he turned them around.
Yeah.
So, 2 really good quarterbacks. Carson Beck, I believe, will be a top 5 pick. That good. Then you've got Jalen Milroe. And Jalen Milroe, dual threat quarterback. He's improved much better than he was last year. A lot of good running backs. Georgia kind of mixes and matches 5 or 6 different guys here. Alabama likes to go with two guys, Jam Miller and Justice Haynes. This game might come down to one play. And if it comes down to one play, my money's going to be on Alabama's Ryan Williams. This kid is special. True freshman, 17 years old. Doesn't turn 18 until February. He's that good, reclassified. He's developed an incredible bond already with Jalen Milroe. 4 of his 10 catches have already gone for touchdowns. He really gets separation. I think Georgia thought that Dominic Lovett was going to be their guy once Ladd McConkey and also Brock Bowers ended up going to the NFL. He's been good, but in his 9 catches, he's yet to see the end zone. So I think this game's going to be decided by one play or one player. And if it is, I'll put my money on Ryan Williams here. Also, in top 5 games where teams match up against each other, the home team has won 17 of the 27 games. I'm going to take a shot here with the underdog. Wrong team favored. Roll Tide. Alabama 27-24. Who are you guys rooting for in this game?
I'm rooting for Bama.
Okay. How about you, Brad?
I think I'm rooting for Georgia because I want Texas to be the first team to beat Georgia in the regular season in like 55 years.
Are you renting out space on your floor in the living room that weekend?
I should, right? I should rent out my whole place and stay with someone else.
Yeah,
it's going to be a mad scene here, Lee. It's going to be.
You're going to tell the girlfriend, I want to spend time with you. Here's my suitcase for the weekend. I'm hearing like some hotels, like not even great hotels, are charging $1,500 to $2,000 a night.
Of course they are.
Wow.
Yeah. If you can even get one at this point, Lee.
Yeah.
Most of the bad hotels are already sold out for that weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be a mess. And the game, Lee, that we will get a chance to see Texas and, of course, playing their first SEC tilt against Mississippi State, a Mississippi State team that's just struggling in year one with their new head coach, and they've got a lot to work at and work on. And the Texas team is just feeling it right now, the number 1 team in the nation. Still, it's an SEC game. It's an awful lot of points, but Texas has been a covering machine so far this year. What do you think about that game?
So I went back 10 years, and I found that teams that have scored 159.5 or more points the first 4 games, covering, I think it's like 91 wins, 46 losses, and a push, 66.4%. And Texas is scoring. I just think this is one of those years until they face the big boys. The Ole Misses and the Texas and the teams that can score are going to keep scoring. You just can't stop them. Mississippi State, like you've talked about, they play fast, and that makes no sense against a team like Texas. Slow down the game. If they had grass, do they have grass? Do they have grass surface, Mississippi State?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
they do.
They should do it like Notre Dame used to do when they used to play Miami.
Let the grass grow high.
Oh, my God. Like, I'll never forget when Miami played there one time. I went to the game, and I'm like, wait, is this a cow pasture going on here? And, of course, they left the sprinklers on for 2 straight nights.
I've been there for that, yes.
Right. They tried to
they do the same thing in Iowa with the pink locker rooms. I mean, really.
Right. Well, there is a game I know for sure. Michigan State has a grass field. So we'll see if they I'm eager to see what their field looks like. They want to negate the speed there, and they don't cut it for a couple weeks. But I don't think Mississippi State can do anything here. We can name the score here. I'm going to say Texas 61-7.
Wow.
61-7.
Yeah.
Talk about sometimes you got to lay it if you want to play it. That is the dictionary picture of that one. All right, Lee, I almost wish it was October so I could hear you talk about Locktober. It's my favorite time of the year for you. But free play this week, LSU, South Alabama. Kind of an interesting game because the Tigers haven't looked that good. If folks want to get that game and get all of your picks this weekend, what's the best place to find you?
All right, first 5 callers to call 800-400-9741. We'll give them LSU and South Alabama. On me, 800-400-9741. And I'm starting it early just for you, Brad. It's not October. It's a Locktober. Here we go. 5 weeks of games, normally $547. If they use coupon code SAVE200, just $347 for 5 weeks of our phone service. And we have a 45-unit major wager best bet going on Saturday. So anyone wants to get in on it, now's the time. 5 weeks, Locktober, starts tonight through Thursday, October 31st. Use coupon code SAVE200. Or if you want to get the season, use coupon code SAVE300, just $997. ParamountSports.com. And my Cane's going tonight.
Tell me about the can. That group is for real, and they're looking like they're trying to score 70 points every time they play.
Would not like to see them though. Their offense is really good. I think they can score mid-20s, low 30s on anyone. I think they're that special. I mean, they got 4 or 5 running backs. They got 5 receivers. Cam Ward's gone from a 5th rounder to maybe a top 10 pick. The defense, I'm still not quite sure yet on. Would not like to see him matched up against Texas or Ohio State. I think that the skill players especially would be able to exploit our secondary. So who knows? Maybe we're going to see a Texas-Miami playoff. How good would that be? We get together. So that would be a whole lot of fun. So ParamountSports.com. And like I said, or call me here at the office. I'm available all day. 800-400-9741.
Lee, real quick.
Let me ask you about a team that I know that you follow because you like that ACC stuff with mine. How's Pittsburgh doing this? How are they doing it? Are they just got a bunch of people from? Is this all transfer portal guys?
Yeah, a bunch of transfer portal guys playing some really bad defenses.
This is not homegrown kids. These aren't Pennsylvania, Ohio kids. They're from every place all over the country, right?
There's no Dan Marino that grew up a mile away from the place. You know,
I got it.
Said. Where did Tony go? Where was Tony from? Was he from close? I'm not sure where he was from.
I don't know.
Oh, my God. I mean, they're linemen. They used to have some monsters.
But
your Boston College team looking good this year.
Yeah, the quarterback's pretty good. He's want to be a Doug Flutie lookalike.
Yeah. Except for the one time.
That big offensive line.
For that one time where he dropped the ball. He was scrambling, just forgot the ball. Forgot the ball. So
thank you so much, Lee.
Yeah. What were you going to say, Bill? I mean, Bradley?
I was just going to say, you've got a 45-unit play. I wanted you to tell the people your record on 40 to 50-unit plays just to try to incentivize them. Yeah.
66-24 lifetime. So you want to hop on, now's probably the weekend. So check us out. And also UFC. Got a card going from Paris. Starts at 11 a.m. your time. Really, that's a really good stack card. Got baseball playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
I know the Rangers. Well, Houston's going to be in the playoffs this year.
Yep.
So $77 for the entire playoffs of the World Series. It got a card, UFC 5 selections, $35. Hockey's starting in a week. Check out all the specials, ParamountSports.com.
Beautiful. You're the man, Lee. Thanks as always, and look forward to next week.
All right, be safe, guys. See you, Buck.
There you go. There he goes. Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com. And, of course, the Paramount Sports segment is brought to you by our great friends at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers, Austin's oldest family-owned and operated business of any kind, more than 140 years in business. And Bill is the 4th-generation jeweler / gemologist in the family business. And you don't have to know a damn thing about jewelry. You just have to know a good jeweler. And the best jeweler is Bill Cohen and his team at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers. If you mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, they're going to hook you up with an extra 10% off your purchase, and they'll even gift wrap whatever item you get. Hey, holidays not too far away.
Important to gift wrapped.
Yeah, be thinking about that special gift for that special someone in your life. Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers, downtown on 6th and Congress. They've got free parking. Yes, free parking in downtown Austin, Texas, USA, America. You don't find it very often. You find it at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers. Go see them. Mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, and they will hook you up with that 10% off discount. Thanks to them for sponsoring the Lee Sterling segment every Friday. All right, good stuff. And Buck, in a moment, I want to get your gold star locks of the weekend. But before we hear what you have for the people, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
For our good friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, if you're thinking about having that big party for SEC opener, call on the guys over there at 34 Wine and Spirits on the Southwest Parkway. They can deliver to you. If you got a big delivery, because I know you're probably big drinkers, So you'll probably need a big delivery. Give them a call and they can get it over to you. And if your business is having a party, definitely call on 34 Wine and Spirits. They are all over Travis County right now. And plus they have everything you want right in store, right at the end of the Southwest Parkway before you hit Mopac. Go check them out.
Yes, sir. Shout out to 34 Wine and Spirits. Also, shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. You see the Buck rocking the TSU hat today. That was made by Waterloo Printing and Graphics. All of our merch, our hats, our shirts, our signs, our banners, our posters, you name it, all done by Waterloo Printing and Graphics. And they can do the same for you and your business. They're located right here in South Austin. They provide exceptional customer service, very fast turnaround time. Adam is a big Longhorn fan, a big TSU fan as well. He tunes in every single day. If you need something for your business, Waterloo Printing. You can find them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing, or you can call or text Adam at 512-300-9641. Also, speaking of 34 Wine and Spirits, how about loading up on your Altstat beer?
Now you're talking.
At 34 Wine and Spirits. Oh, yeah. More tailgates, more watch parties, more football. And you need a great beer.
You're definitely not 33 years of sober. That's for sure.
No, I'm about 33 minutes sober, I think.
And ready to get going.
I would say 33 hours sober, but that would be a lie. I can't even say that. Went to Matt's El Rancho last night and had some Altstat at a bar after Matt's last night. A lot of Mississippi State fans.
They're rolling in?
They're rolling in, and I told them, y'all came a long way to watch your team get its ass kicked. And you know what they did to me? Horse down.
Oh, no. They're here for that with their cowbell and their great.
Yeah, no cowbells at the dinner table, thankfully. I guess Mom said no on that one. But shout out to Altstat Beer. Wherever you're watching the game this weekend, you need great beer to accompany your football watching, and that should be Altstat Beer. Brewed locally in Fredericksburg, easy to find all over the state of Texas. So if you're here in Austin, if you're in Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, it doesn't matter. Make sure you're shopping for the greatness that is Altstat Beer. And please remember, whatever you have going on this weekend, drink Altstat responsibly. Hey, little girl, 21 means 21, okay?
Yeah, that's right.
No 4-year-old.
No, put that beer down, kid.
Put that beer down, kid. You 21-year-olds, enjoy your Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets. All right, Buck. Last night, you should have gone 2-0. You know, maybe we should be blaming you for Brandon Auburn.
No, it's not my fault. It's that dude's fault. Shankopotamus.
I guarantee you that if you had 10,000 units on the Giants +6 instead of the Cowboys -6, that field goal's going in at the end of that game.
It's not me. Hey, way to send it out there to the right thing and it's going to hook. It never moved.
I mean, I didn't know what to do with myself. I was flabbergasted when Brandon Aubrey missed that kick yesterday. That is something you would never see. You had 2 picks last night. You were 1-1. You got Army right. They crushed Temple. Good call on that one. And you barely missed the Cowboys pick because of that random missed field goal at the end of the game. So you're down 75,000 units on the season. You still promised the people that this is going to be a great weekend. So what do you got? What do you got?
All right. Well, I've got 10,000 units on Ole Miss.
Okay, let me get a line here. Ole Miss is -16 against Kentucky.
That's a killing.
Okay.
10,000 units on University of Miami.
Miami plays Virginia Tech tonight at home. They are -17.
I'll take 10,000 units on the Fighting Illini.
Illinois?
Yeah, that's right. They're undefeated right now.
Is it basketball season already?
No, and they're getting all kinds of points. How is that possible?
Someone must be hurt because the line keeps going up in favor of Penn State. It's now at 19.5.
I'll take that any day.
You're getting more points. That's a good thing, right?
Yeah, I like it.
All right.
I'll take another 10,000 unit play on Utah.
The Ute.
Yeah, I'll take those Utes.
I don't even know who they're playing. They've got Arizona at home giving 8.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
All right. Do we know if Cam Rising's playing in this one?
Nobody cares. He'll be hurt anyway by the first quarter.
You're betting on Zach Wilson's brother?
Yeah, little brother could be able to do that at home.
Okay.
8 points, yes.
All right.
I'll put another 10,000 unit play on Texas A&M.
The Aggies.
That's right.
Okay, they are -5.5 right now against the Hogs at Jerry World.
I'm going to go 10,000 unit play on the Texans.
Oh my God. The Texans, who are 0-3 against the spread this year?
Yeah, taking the Texans. Wake up.
Okay, I think they're -6 against the Jaguars in
Is
H-Town.
Trevor Lawrence still playing quarterback this week? Have they made a decision? I mean, really?
I'm pretty sure Trevor Lawrence is going to get the start for the Jags this weekend, yes.
Okay, and then I'll take 2 5,000 unit picks, one on the Cincinnati Bengals.
Who are 0-3?
Yeah, they have to have a win.
You said that
Well, they don't have to.
I'm pretty sure you said that last week when they played Washington on Monday night.
Yeah, well, I'll take them for 5,000 units.
Okay, Bengals -4.5 at the Panthers.
I'm taking this one just for the hell of it for 5,000 units. You don't have to play this one with me, but I'm taking Minnesota over the Packers.
Whoa.
That's right. Just to show my support for the Vikings, I'll throw a 5,000 unit play on them.
All right, Minnesota, a 3-point dog in Green Bay. It sounds like Jordan Love is going to be back for the Pack.
He'll be hobbling around. Man, I didn't know Minnesota had that kind of pass rush. Wow.
Yeah. You know, John Grenard, the longtime Texan, was the big money free agent signing for Minnesota, and he's been spectacular for them so far. It's almost like a free agency trade, right? The Texans got Daniil Hunter, and the Vikings got John Grenard. Both guys have been really good, but yeah, Grenard's been a big-time story for that Vikings defense early on.
They were smart enough to give that linebacker to the Cowboys. They pawned that dude off.
Eric Kendricks, who the Cowboys wanted and nobody else did.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, the big free agent signing for Dallas this offseason.
What a mess that was.
As washed can be.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, obviously the easy money for folks, I'm not even going to say it, but man, the Longhorns have covered every game. They're like a machine. I just don't know. It just seems like a lot for an SEC team. But man, how does that team get any points? Once again, as the coaches say, they'll have to give us 14.
Yeah, it's another one of those games where if Texas plays to its standard, they are going to win and they are going to cover. And if Texas commits, they have committed more penalties than we would like. 3 straight games with 7 penalties for Texas. So, if they get, 8 or 9 penalties tomorrow and they turn the football over a few times and give Mississippi State some short fields, then it can become a little more interesting than Vegas thinks. But if Texas plays the way that it's played, then they're going to win by 40.
I don't see last week I thought that with Arch Manning, they would push the ball down the field and try to make some things happen. I think if Jaden Blue is healthy, I think they're going to want to run some clock this week and really push the ball on the ground and really show their, even though they don't have a lot of running backs, but Jaden Blue can have another big game.
Yeah, Mississippi State's run defense has been atrocious. I mean, really, their entire defense has been bad, but Cam Scattaboo, the running back for Arizona State, ran for 250 against this team. Yeah. Arizona State as a team in the only road game that the Bulldogs have played this season ran for 346.
Wow.
Yeah. And, oh, by the way, Toledo had more than 460 yards of total offense against Mississippi State. We talked about how good Florida's 2 quarterbacks were against the Bulldogs last week. So it's really been like you do whatever you want against Mississippi State's defense right now. But their run defense has been one of the worst in all of college football. And
I see the Horns getting an opportunity to really run the football with Jaden Blue. If he's healthy, he's healthy and healthy can be. I mean, he'll then have a week off. If he's got any little nicks and pings, that means all the rest of those guys should get healthy enough to play, for the OU game. They should be ready to be cranked up after another week. Yeah. Same thing like with Quinn Ewers. Why do it? Why?
We've talked about the injury report for Texas, and of the 9 players that were listed on Wednesday night, 5 of them are running backs.
Yes.
You do have your 2 best guys healthy, though. I mean, Jaden Blue and Jarrett Gibson, for my money, the 2 top running backs on this team right now. I think you would agree. Those 2 guys were not on the injury report. So your depth there, not great right now. But the good news is you've got your 2 top guys against a very vulnerable run defense. So, you shouldn't need a lot for Arch Manning. He should be able to do a lot if he does get the start tomorrow. But your run game, you should be able to rely upon that group a lot.
And I'll tell you what, knock on wood, if it continues, this offensive line has stayed really healthy. I mean, they look good. They look solid. Guys that come in and take the guy's place, they look good. They protect well, and they run the football well. So it wouldn't surprise me if you see Sark says, let's keep the ball on the ground. Let's run some clock. Let's get out of this game, kind of injury-free. We don't have to drop back and have our quarterback get hit in the chops by somebody coming in there late. Let's get out of here, get our first SEC win, get a week off, relax a little bit, and have everybody in full tilt ready to go for the OU week.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're right. This offensive line, they beat Colorado State 52-0, so it's hard to complain. I didn't think they really physically imposed their will in that season opener. They did great against Michigan. Obviously, Michigan's got some dudes, so tough to physically dominate them, but Texas clearly won that matchup in the trenches. But I feel like these last 2 weeks, we've seen this Texas offensive line kind of kick it to another gear.
Sure.
And they had a lot of success running the football. Jaden Blue had one of the best games, probably the best game of his Texas career last week against ULM. You hope it's more of a continuation of that from those big uglies up front for sure.
Yeah, and if they're a little light in the britches there at running back, they still have to be careful too on what they do. So yeah, I mean, you're still getting to know your wide receivers. Boy, they pushed the ball down the field last week. I don't know if you want to show a lot before the OU game to that OU defense. OU knows that you're going to try to run the ball. They already know that because they know that your strength is your offensive line. Their strength is how they play defense. So they know you're going to come at them in the run game. You have to. In that game, whoever establishes the run generally wins that football game anyway.
You're right.
Unless your secondary comes into play. But it'll be a great opportunity to continue with your run game and preparing for OU, I believe.
Yeah, I'm with you. And just on paper, Texas should be able to dominate on the lines of scrimmage against Oklahoma. But I thought they would last year.
He doesn't. I'm scared for him. I'm scared for him that he's going to have fumble fingers with the ball and stuff. 100,000 screaming at him.
I'm going to make – are you talking about Mississippi State or
OU?
Oh,
yeah. I worry about that dude.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for Michael Van Buren. And I went back and watched their game against Florida. He came in relief in the fourth quarter of that one. Did some good things, 7 of 13 for 100 yards, has a little zip on the ball.
Yeah, now he knows he's the starter now.
He's a good athlete, but yeah, I mean, he had some happy feet in the pocket. Like Mississippi State's O-line is awful. Yeah. So, Chapin or Van Buren, those guys didn't have a lot of time to throw the football. But even when Van Buren did have some time to throw the football in clean pockets, he was dancing a little bit more than I think you would like your quarterback to do. So, yeah, against this Texas pass rush, he's might be running for his life tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, and when we're talking to Steven, he said that their two tight ends are pretty good. So you may see a lot of dump off, get the ball out of his hands real quick and get that ball to the tight ends because I don't see anybody at wide receiver that's going to do anything.
Yeah, I think their best weapon is a wide receiver, a guy named Kevin Coleman, who's a Louisville transfer. 287 yards, 3 touchdowns in 4 games this season. He wears number 3. Like you heard Steve talk about Wildcat. Hell, I think Steve Sarkisian also brought up the idea of Wildcat and jet sweeps and just like kind of creative stuff to give Mississippi State's playmakers an opportunity in space. I think Kevin Coleman's the guy that he's the one guy. I don't know if anyone really scares you on this Mississippi State team right now, but I think he's the best athlete they have on offense. And my guess is they're going to try to make him the focal point of their game plan tomorrow, both through the air and on the ground. So
yeah, it's not a very talented football team.
No, 0 returning starters on offense, and their best offensive player was Blake Chapin, and he's out. And just 2 returning starters on defense. And once again, that is, you look at every single stat, and you just go watch any of the Mississippi State games after their week 1 win against FCS Eastern Kentucky. There's just nothing there right now. So
yeah, but it is an SEC game, and you want to really, as the number 1 team in the nation, you want to show your dominance. You don't want to be sloppy. You want to look as good as you've looked throughout the season, and take no back seat because of what people are telling you about this team. As I said, we can talk all we want, but the team and the coaches, they look at it a different way. You hope they do, just like any other game that you got to pay attention to. Never underestimate your opponent. Don't do that.
You're right. All right. I want to get your thoughts on some of the other big games around the country. Preview the Texans matchup with the Jags a little bit over the final 10 minutes of our Friday show. But I'm trying to think. Any other sponsor shout outs we've got for the people today? I know I've got a couple. Do you have any left?
No, I just got to tell you, of course, about our friends at Relax the Back. They have 2 great locations. You know about everything that they have there, the chairs, all the accessories that you need, the recliners, zero gravity recliners. But the locations, folks, for you to go in and check this out yourself, please head over to B Caves at the Hill Country Galleria, across from Whole Foods, and up north at the Gateway Shopping Center. It's right across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed.
You're going to need that Relax the Back chair because you're going to be watching lots of football, some golf this weekend. I'm about to take my chair and stick it around here. I'm not sleeping I'm not going to sit in the big taco. I'm sitting in my Relax the Back chair in front of my 85-inch big screen. That's
AV
right.
Consultations, baby.
That's right. I'll be sitting right in front of it, ready to go.
Yeah, let's
So
let you hear.
I'll see you folks at noon.
Noon today, Covert Bee Cave. Come join us. Legendary lifetime Longhorn and American hero Nate Boyer will be our guest.
I do want some pizza. I need to get there early so I can get that pizza.
Get you that pizza. Absolutely. I'm bringing the pizzas today. So
nice.
Yeah, you better be nice to me. Otherwise,
I got a feeling they all don't make it in there. One sticks by you somehow, some way.
Why is this box empty? They forgot to put the pizza in the box.
Hey, did my guys come by yesterday?
No.
Well, they had work.
I don't know who your guys are, but no one came up and said, I'm Bucky's guys.
Okay. All right.
There were plenty of people at Via eating lunch yesterday, but no one who came up to the table and was like, hey, I'm Bucky's waste disposal guy.
I'm the waste disposal man.
Yeah, no one came up and said that. Oh, man. Shout out Relax the Back. Also now shout out to our friends at AV Consultations. How about a quick word from Tom McKay?
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Yes, sir.
Oh, by the way, can I throw in a little something there for you? Sure. Another 10,000 unit play on the Red Raiders.
Tech?
Yeah, they've hit their stride right now.
What does that mean? Like they're not the worst team in Power 4?
No, they're not. They're looking to get it done. They're on a little bit of a roll. They've covered the last 2 games.
Who do they play?
I don't know.
You don't know who they're playing?
Yeah, I've got it written down here, but I mean, I've got them as one of my teams. I've studied this well enough not to care who they play, that I've already made my decision. Texas Tech, 10,000 units. Put it down.
Texas Tech plays at Utah. No, I'm just kidding. We already gave you the Utah game earlier.
That's scary. Don't scare me like that.
Texas Tech hosts Cincinnati.
Yeah. Sorry, Cincy. You feel the power of the Texters.
Tech is only a 3.5-point home favorite.
Yeah.
That's weird.
And why am I afraid of Central Florida beating the dog crap out of Colorado at home? Central Florida's been scoring a lot of points.
You care a lot more about the Big 12 than I do these days, my friend. Central Florida is a 14-point favorite.
I know.
Damn.
Isn't that something?
Is Colorado that bad? They're coming off of a win.
I know. 14?
That's a lot of points.
There's a reason why they have those big buildings in Vegas.
You're right. You're right. All right, 10,000 units on Texas Tech. So you've got 80,000 units on the line.
Yeah, and you'll all be better for it after this weekend, guaranteed.
Well, that's good because you are down 75,000 on the season. So if you go, 8-0 or 9-0, whatever it is this weekend, then you will be back in the green.
Yeah, I'm probably somewhere around 6-4, 7-2 this weekend.
That's the call.
That's the call.
Be the best weekend you've ever had.
It's a winter chicken dinner coming up.
You're right. We'll take that. The folks are trying to get back on track. They want to have, Halloween candy to give out to the kids next month. Right now, they can't even
Dollar General and get you 30 bags for $1.
They can't even afford that.
Oh, come on.
Down 75,000 units? You think they can afford anything? They got to be stealing candy at this point.
Man.
That's tough.
The families will be trick-or-treating. Mom and dad will be out dressed up.
There you go. Yeah, you're right. Looking for food or change or both. Hey, we need toothpaste. Usually you hate when you get toothpaste or floss, but we need some because we don't have any money. So
Not me. I give out toothbrushes, those little tiny toothbrushes to kids.
you suck.
That's why they egg my car.
Yeah, I'm like 90% sure you're kidding, but even though that's a joke, I still hate you for saying it.
Just the thought of giving out toothbrushes.
Oh, there was always someone in the neighborhood who thought they were doing us a solid by giving us a toothbrush, a pre-pasted toothbrush.
Or one stick of Doublemint or some weird crap like that. I remember the lady used to give out like single pieces of like Doublemint candy. Doublemint gum. I'm like, really, ladies? I'll accept this, but I'm not going to be happy about it.
I'm not even accepting it. Yeah, you shoved that Doublemint up your ass, lady.
That's not how the kids should treat the people that have given them candy.
Hey,
what do you do? She gives you one Doublemint, you give her 6 pieces of candy back.
Oh man,
you need it worse than I do.
You go bird. You go Oklahoma kid at the Cotton Bowl and give the bird if someone's trying to give you gum or a toothpaste or a toothbrush or anything like that. Unacceptable. Wow. Unacceptable. All right, Buck, I want to get your thoughts on this Bama-Georgia game tomorrow night in prime time in Tuscaloosa. Lee Sterling mentioned it. Alabama, a home underdog for the first time since 2007. That was Nick Saban's very first year as the head coach of the Crimson Tide. Of course, Georgia has dominated the sport. They are 45-2 since the start of 2021. Those 2 losses both came against Alabama. Georgia has lost 8 of their last 9 games against the Tide. Kirby Smart just 1-5 against Alabama. Of course, that one win came in a national championship, so it was a very important win for Kirby Smart. But there's only been one team in America that has figured out the dogs in these past 3 seasons. That has been Alabama. What do you think happens tomorrow night?
Well, I think Alabama has to score quickly and have a lead for sure, because if they don't, if it's one of those games where it's 3 points in the fourth quarter, that's where Georgia just starts to wear you down with their depth. That's the part that worries me for Alabama. But if Alabama and Milroe can get out to 10-0, 14-0, 17-3, something like that, and Georgia has to play catch up, I don't think they get a chance to wear you down. But if it's a close game going into the fourth quarter, that's where the dogs just start wearing teams down.
Yeah.
They're okay in close games. By the way, they're okay in close games. They know how to win them. They just know how to win. So you got to get on them and get on them pretty quickly, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the crowd's
if they get on them quick, that means Milroe's playing well early.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The wide receiver from Alabama is really talented. That freshman can really go.
He is. Yeah, Ryan Williams, the 17.
Yeah, and the 2 running backs are awesome too. Now they're not that great on defense, but Georgia hasn't lit it up either offensively yet.
That's the thing, right? We're still trying to figure out what Georgia really is. And obviously this is Alabama's toughest test to this point in the season.
Right.
But through the first month, I think Bama has been the better looking team of this group. And Georgia they haven't really shown that they've got a lot of skill talent on the outside. Now, it's Georgia. You don't get recruited to play football at Georgia unless you're talented. So we know they have some dudes on that roster, but they haven't quite jumped out at me just yet through 3 games this season. So will they find a breakout star in this game tomorrow? Because Carson Beck's a stud. That defense is incredible. I think the O-line is one of the best in the country. They've got a lot going for them. Can they find enough skill position talent to step up tomorrow night against a very fast Alabama defense?
Yeah, and they need their players, and they got a couple guys banged up on Georgia on that defensive line.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. So it's going to be fun. Like, the Cousin's not going to bet on this one.
Oh, no, just watch that one.
This is just, hey, after the Texas game is over, stay on the couch with your AV Consultations TV, your All-Stat beer, you relax the back chair, and just enjoy it, because it's going to be a lot of fun. I think I'm rooting for Georgia. I don't really ever root for Georgia, but my Texas fan hubris is coming out. I want to be the first team to beat Georgia in the regular season since 2020.
Yeah, you want the best Georgia team to show up here.
Yeah, but I'm not going to be like jumping up and down, yelling at my TV. Like, I really don't care who wins. I just want a great game, and I think we are going to get a great game.
Oh, yeah.
to be a fun atmosphere at Bryant-Denny for sure. 4 ranked versus ranked matchups in college football. Should be a great weekend, and obviously some awesome NFL action coming your way. And if you're a Cowboys fan, congratulations. You can actually enjoy an NFL Sunday for once, because your team already took care of business last night.
Yeah, nice field goal. Way to take care of business.
Yeah, that's a tough one there from Brandon Aubrey, who got the Buffalo Wild Wings call. Or I don't know what happened. Someone in Vegas got a hold of that dude and is like, hey, miss it. We'll give you money.
It was the worst kick you've ever seen him kick.
By far. He doesn't miss. Like, that guy is automatic. It was a malfunction in the machine. He is a robot, and it just aired last night.
Wow.
Stunning. All right, let's bring on the fellas. Wags is a Giants fan. We know he's hurting today. Double R, the Cowboys fan. We know he's celebrating today. Boys, happy Friday.
Happy Friday. I'm not hurting. We got the draft pick. Going for the draft pick.
You're already tanking, huh? You're punting on the year?
Oh, I mean, I've been tanking since the bull crap of the preseason that we have right now.
Yeah. And I don't know about celebrating. You know, the game ends last night, and all my Cowboy buddies are sending me all these memes of, you know, Cowboys win and the mascot and all this shit. And I'm like, oh, okay, so you're proud of that? I mean, that got you excited? Come on, man.
Struggle bus. I mean, we'll talk about this. We'll break this game down to exhaustion. But, yeah, I mean, you should not be struggling this bad. As a matter of fact, I had lunch with Ike a little bit earlier, and we were talking about this, and we're just like, Luke, this is prime. 45 points, this is prime for an overnight, right? And you know, perfect for the picking. And you can't even. I mean, it's what Buck was just talking about. Those buildings don't build themselves, dude. So you know what I mean. They get the numbers right more times than not. So yeah. I don't know. It's
BK thinks the fix was in last night. He thinks the kicker had the fix in.
That's what I was just saying. Yeah,
the fix was in.
Sitting here saying like he doesn't miss.
When I hear that like 80 to 85% of the money on that game was on the Cowboys to cover, and a guy who's never missed from 50 plus misses from 50 plus with a chance to cover that number.
Beautiful night. A beautiful night. No win, no nothing.
Yep.
Yeah.
He called it the Buffalo Wild Wing. He got the Buffalo Wild Wing call. That's
rigged.
That was BS. Hey, speaking of Vegas, guys, about this story. So, Buck, you and I talked about it yesterday. All the shows have been talking about the UNLV situation with quarterback Matt Sluka. And we're like, come on, man, it's Vegas. Somebody has to have $100K lying around to pay this quarterback to stick around, right? How about this report? Our man Derek Stevens from Circa Sports apparently had his man Mike Palm reach out to UNLV to offer him $100K to keep him around.
Yep.
I don't know if he's accepted that money. I think it's probably too far gone at this point, but our great friends at Circa Sports, proud sponsor of TSU, they were willing to foot the bill to make sure that UNLV football team stayed afloat. How about that?
Yeah, they need them on the board. Now they won't be on the board without that kid playing quarterback. Circa needs them out there. As I said, we shouldn't even know about this had ever happened.
No, bad bit
for college football. Bad bit for UNLV too. Yeah. Bad bit for them.
Oh, man, how do you let that happen? And you know, yesterday we were talking about this. How do you not get this stuff on paper? I mean, come on. A contract. If a contract doesn't exist, it's not a contract. A contract to pay if you don't have. I mean, the handshake deals, you can't do that shit anymore. I mean,
Johnny Lawrence does it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Those days have passed.
Thinking about it is, you as an assistant, Rodney, you don't have the ability to do that without your head coach knowing. The head coach knows what's going on. If that truly is the deal that the kid said the assistant coach did, then the head coach knows, because no assistant goes out and makes that deal himself. Who the hell are you to make that kind of deal?
I don't know, Buck. Jim Harbaugh didn't really know what was going on last year.
He had no clue. Joe Paterno didn't know what was going on at Penn State.
Papa Joe didn't know either.
Oh, yeah. They never.
Riles didn't know what was happening at Baylor.
Man.
Those guys know that. They know anytime anybody sneezes within 100 miles of them.
You ain't bullshitting.
Oh, that's horrible. By the way, Buck, last night, man, that Rico's cheese was amazing, my friend.
I saw the can. What the? Was it good?
It was. I mean, I had 2 cans.
Oh,
I got
my
2 cans.
God.
2 cans. Man, it hit the spot. Put a little salsa in there, mix it all up, lay it over some chips.
I got
celebrating
that cup
Cowboy
going.
win.
I got Lake Travis Bowie tonight at Burger Center. I'm going double handfuls.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm going double handfuls. That's
Of
right.
What?
Of the cheese, of the nachos.
Are those sweet ladies at Burger Center still give the candy away too?
I don't take their candy. I'm very careful who I take candy from.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll take candy from
My main taste.
I will take candy from anybody, but I mean, I'll take candy from
I'm going nachos. I'm not. Yeah, my wife is down there on the phone, so she needs to know I'm going to have that cheese all over my eyelids. It's everywhere when I'm done over there.
Yeah.
And what did you say, Wags? Get in that corner and do that with you lick the corner of the
yeah, you lick that like
Rodney, not me.
a little bit.
Rodney sits there and does it like a kid in the pool.
Just like that.
Oh yeah. I'm all into that.
Yeah.
Plus they bring that up to the press box and I spill it all over the papers and stuff. What a night tonight at Burger Center.
That's right.
You had to celebrate Rico Dowdle's 46-yard performance with a bunch of Rico cheese last night. Huh?
Yeah, I love Rico Dowdle. Hey, the guy can only play 3 snaps a series. Oh, I got to come out.
He's got to come out.
What is wrong with those? Why does that dude come out of the game?
Well, here's a trick. Let's put CD Lamb in there. Let's start running jet.
Oh yeah, we don't know what's going to happen when that guy goes.
Right, that guy got in the backfield. Everybody keyed on that dude. He still got 7 yards.
That's only going to work for last night. That's over with now.
That's right.
Well, it's only working because it's the Giants.
Be a great weekend. Be safe out there. BK, I'll see you soon.
Yep, Covert B Cave 12-1 today. Hope to see you two there. Hope to see everyone there. Beautiful. Have a good show, guys.
We're probably going to steal a car, or not steal one. We'll just borrow one. We'll bring it back.
Okay, yeah, that's a little better.
Yeah.
Bring it back.
Chaos Theory. What's up, everybody? Happy Friday, man. Hopefully everybody's having a great Friday. We're getting ready to be kicked off for Mississippi State Bulldogs this weekend. They're coming to town, and we're going to be having that luncheon that BK just mentioned out there at the Covert Castle off of 77 Covert Bee Cave. Myself and Rodney will be out there, so make sure you guys are getting out there and chopping it up with us and asking some questions for Nate Boyer. It'll be a fun time, and we'll have some good grub and a good time out there as well. Make sure you hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wag on Not the Fake Wags on Twitter and X. And I still got to find a better name for that. We got to do like a Belichick version of that. And then Rodney's out there at the Rodney R, and then on Instaface at the _ Rodney R. I'm on Instaface at the Wagner Wire. Hey, hit that subscribe button. Smash that subscribe button on this YouTube channel. If you are out and about, if you're mobile, if you are on your way out to Coda in a little bit, make sure you're continuing to listen to TSU on that Coda text line. 512-222-9328. If you're going out to the Bee Cave, the luncheon out there at Covert Bee Cave, make sure you hit us up on that Coda text line, 512-222-9328. All right, Rodney, what do you want to get into first, man? You want to get into a little bit of Major League Baseball? We had the Orioles getting smashed by the Yankees last night for them to be deemed crowned victors of the AL East, rather. And then we also have a little bit of Texas football to talk about, and then that debacle of a game that we saw on Thursday night between the Giants and the Cowboys. Now, look, man, I almost had to talk you off the ledge. Came down to a Hail Mary. It should not be coming down to the final play of the game when these two teams play, especially with the tumultuous 2 years that the Giants have had, and then just the awful quarterback play of Daniel Jones. But I'm going to tell you something. Last night might have been the best I've seen Daniel Jones play in a long time, and it still wasn't that good.
I got to tell you, Wags, when you have a guy like Neighbors on your team, I mean, that's a guy that's going to make you look really good. If he can make,
and he had digs on him all night, just about.
And that's a guy that he wanted on him. He had been very vocal that that's a dude that he wanted, and to watch them do that, and that's where a dynamic receiver like that can really make an impact. But then when it's all said and done, you go back and you look at that, and where you saw some promise right there, maybe out of the offense and just the great performance. Now he's concussed, so it's like, well, that's not a good way to end that. But
and that's doing all right. But I mean, he finished the night with 12 receptions, buck 15. Wasn't able to get into the end zone there, but I mean, the Giants kind of failed to get into the end zone quite some time, or for almost all damn game, rather. Hey, look, They had a field goal problem the other week. Looks like they got better with field goals, though. So there's a positive. Trending upwards if you're the Giants, man. Going where you're supposed to be going there. But no, they continue to rock out for the number 1 pick. We're already playing for picks. We're tanking. Yes, exactly. Look, there's not really much to say about this game. Here's one thing that you can say. The Cowboys defense for the ground and pound kind of shored some things up, because Singletary only being able to get 20, I don't even know what he got, 24 yards. Yeah, that's a vast improvement than letting King Henry run all over you the week before, man. So look, shout out to the Giants, or excuse me, shout out to the Cowboys, I guess, for containing the Giants on the ground. But still, when you're allowing Neighbors to go do and maybe that's the victory for success to beat the Giants. Just allow Neighbors to get what he can, and then keep Singletary contained, and hopefully Daniel Jones throws you one. But here's the thing about leaving this game. Not that I insult the injury here, but I mean, you got Micah Parsons down, and you also have Lawrence down as well. So we'll get the information and I guess the updates on those injuries as the week progresses here. But it didn't look like it was too bad for Lawrence. But Micah Parsons, that could be a heavy hit for Dallas if that continues to go the way that it looked. I don't know if he rolled his ankle, but it might be 2 to 3 weeks or whatever. I don't have the actual diagnosis of the injury.
That's apparently what it was, an ankle thing. I saw something this morning when they arrived back at DFW. He was coming off the plane limping around. So I guess they'll do an MRI today to figure that out, because that's going to be a massive loss. But even Micah last night, I saw Micah Parsons at different points last night where he wasn't even a part of the game. I mean, there were times he was kind of standing around and so forth. And this is where, with Dallas and coming out of this, yeah, the win is great. You're 2-2, and that's good. You're right there in the thick of everything. But then, man, next Sunday night you go on the road to take on the Steelers, and Mike Tomlin and that defense right now are salivating over this. You come back home to take on the Lions, then you take on the 49ers, the Falcons, the Eagles, the Texans. And then you get a little bit of a break, I guess, with the Redskins, if you want to call that a break. I mean, Redskins may be peaking at that point, for crying out loud. So I'm glad for the win, and we're the hardest on our own teams. I mean, we're always the hardest on our own teams. We're most critical of our own teams because we see them and we dive into them as much as we do. But you got to figure out a running attack, Wags. I mean, no,
100. Like the Giants did have. See, here's the thing. Like I disagree with this comment tremendously here, because the Giants had a top 10 rushing attack. As a matter of fact, Singletary was a top 10 rusher until last night. He's going to dip out of the damn. He's going to drop down into 12 or whatever because of the lethargic game that they put together last night with the ground and pound. And I could say, that Dallas did stop their damn run, man. It's a top 10 rushing attack. It has to be, because their offense sputters so bad when it throws the damn ball. But look, man, something's got to give. And thankfully, Neighbors was able to get cooking a little bit. Hopefully that opens a little bit more for the passing game for the Giants moving forward. But yeah, Dallas, I thought, absolutely shut down the damn run last night.
They did. I mean, they did a really good job with that. I mean, the defense really stepped up, which that was a question going into this. But again, this is coming off of getting boat raced by the Saints and the Ravens, and the whole thing is it's a good win. I mean, it's a really good win, and now you get some time off, so you get a couple of extra.
I think the Giants were getting 1.1 yard. I mean, 1.1 yard per carry when they were rushing the damn ball. Like that's all.
Yeah.
You can't do nothing with that.
Yeah. No.
If you're not getting over 3, it's not even. I mean, you should. I would never tell you to abandon the run completely. But if you're not getting over 3, you're not putting a dent in anything, man. You're already playing one-dimensional football.
As a Cowboy fan, I'd love to have the running game that the Giants do, because Dallas doesn't have anything. I mean, Rico Dowdle, 11 carries, 46 yards.
If Dallas had Singletary, you all might be able to chop some things up. Now, the Giants' offensive line got a little bit better in the offseason too, but I still think Dallas has the better offensive line.
I tell you what I did like last night when Hunter Lupke would pop in there. I mean, I kind of like the fullback thing right there. I mean, maybe you start utilizing that a little bit, kind of the Moose Johnston, Tom Rathman, that kind of thing right there, where you can utilize that big dude in the backfield and maybe try to get something working. But I think it's Rico Dowdle is going to be the man. Because Zeke, it's like Zeke will pop a run and it's like, okay, he looks good. And then steps out, comes back in, and then it's like, okay, Zeke looks old. So it's going to be Dowdle. Utilize that fullback because the CD Lamb thing is going to work great against the Giants last night because you hadn't thrown that out before, but now you've shown that. And if you try to do that against Seattle, Mike Tomlin and those guys are going to gobble that up. I mean, and then you lock that down, and what do you have in the backfield? Nothing. So that's again, I'm hard on the Cowboys because I care. I had a guy text me last night. He's like,
you got a lot of time invested into the boys.
Exactly.
So here's the thing, right? Like it's tough with the 2-back sets these days because linebackers are so much more athletic these days.
Fast.
Right? They can just run. So you really, if you're an offensive coordinator, you got to create mismatches any which way you can. And maybe the best way to do that is to get the defense to come out in a sub package, and then you bring your offense in tighter, and then try and get a little bit, hat on hat with it and physical with it and move some ass around. But I mean, 9 times out of 10 these days, the linebackers can run pretty much with almost any. 9 times out of 10 they can run with the fullback.
Yeah.
7 times out of 10 they can run with the damn running back. I mean, these linebackers are getting pretty damn athletic now.
And I mean, a big concern for me is, I mean, the offensive line. There are just so many penalties. Cowboys had 11 penalties last night. And I
want to talk about a little bit about this.
Tyler Guyton, and again, he's a rookie.
For sure.
Yeah, he's a rookie. You get him in there, and I saw some
he's
video.
Also very hard to miss. He is a big dude.
Yes, and the whole thing about it is you got to know it's one of those things where, and he can't help the situation. I mean, when you're a rookie, they're probably going to look at you a little closer, and they kept dinging him last night. And I saw him coming off of the field last night. I saw some video from one of the guys up there in DFW, and he's Guyton saying, "Man, they need better officials." I'm like, "No, you need to learn how to hold better is what you need to learn how to do." Because every time that I saw him get called for holding, he was holding. With what holding is now. And that's concerning right there, because when you get in a tight game with the Giants or with, whoever the case may be, maybe with Washington, when you get in those tight games like that, you can overcome that maybe. But when you get in tight games with the Lions, with the 49ers, with maybe Pittsburgh, you make those mistakes and you are going to lose the ball game. You're going to lose the ball game because you're going to fall behind, and this team can't play from behind. They were ahead all night last night, even though barely ahead, but they were ahead. They can do that. When they fall behind, Wags, they're toast.
The next time, if they're playing a team where the team is able to capitalize and put up 6 points instead of 3 points, then Dallas is going to be in some trouble. Okay, because here's the thing too. That's what Dallas was doing, as well. They were matching the Giants with field goals last night. Of course, Dallas was able to find pay dirt, but still, the Giants are a team that struggle. Just trying to get 6. They for some reason can't finish drives. Man, Dable looks like he puts together some good sequences there, but then 9 times. I keep saying 9 times out of 10 today. 9 times out of 10 today, Daniel Jones is gonna either end the damn drive or fall down. So it's just I don't know. The Giants are it's tough for them to get out of their way for the past couple of seasons, and it saw a little bit of progression last night. Again, it was the best night that I've seen Daniel Jones have, or the best game that I've seen Daniel Jones have in a long time. But that's not saying much. How'd you feel about Dak's performance?
Dak is solid. Dak is the one constant that you're going to find on this team. And that's where Dak, when the questions come up about Dak not being able to win playoff games and so forth, and Dak under the pressure of moving on or so forth and so on, that's where the frowned upon comes upon him. But let me tell you something, when it comes to these games like this, where it's a tight game and the Cowboys are in a position to win, Dak's probably going to win you the game. And in the regular season, when it comes to, he owns the Giants. He hasn't lost to those dudes in 6 years.
I saw a stat last night. I think it was 13 straight.
Yeah.
That he's got over the G-men.
Yeah.
Complete domination. Absolute domination. Whereas you got Daniel Jones on the flip side of that. he might what we say he was 1-7 last night. Now he's 1-8. So
yeah,
absolute polar opposites there. One quarterback's just dominating, the other quarterback's being dominated. But that also goes to a testament of the offense, right? Like, actually, I can't say that because Dak's offense has been changed up 3 or 4 times in the past 5 years too. So, I mean, Dak and people don't take that for an argument point when they're talking about, Dak's being able to progress as well as he has. He's had to go through multiple offenses and still learn them, and he's actually had success. People sit there and say, well, let's give Daniel Jones a little bit of reprieve here because, he's been learning different offenses and he's had different coordinators. Well, the same shit's going on with Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. So, matter of fact, MVP. So.
And there's never a time that look, I'm a harsh critic of Dak Prescott. I mean, it's just,
but you should be rightfully. I mean, you're a Cowboy fan, so.
Right? But there's never.
I'm pretty damn hard on Daniel Jones.
Sure, and we're entitled to do that. But this, well, I don't know if entitled, but we're privy to do that. But I think there's never more a time that I am happy that Dak Prescott is the team of the quarterback that I root on right now, because hell, he ain't got no running backs back there, so it's on him, and he's got an offensive line that just can't get out of their own way sometimes. And the Coda text line, year after year, we have penalty problems. Who's that on? That's coaching.
I also think I think Dallas usually gets the short end of the stick with this too, in terms of getting penalties on them, right? Like they usually not more times than not, Dallas is going to be the more penalized team in that game. I don't know if that speaks to the discipline. I just and again, I'm not to go full-fledged conspiracy here. I think Vegas and the NFL or referee official committee have something out for Big D or maybe Jerry. Again, I have no evidence or no proof to say that, other than the fact that Dallas is usually the more penalized team.
They just bring attention upon themselves. I mean,
it used to be the Raiders. It absolutely used to be the Raiders, and I don't know if that was a disciplinary thing or not.
Well,
I think usually people just don't like it.
And then I think where the Cowboys, where it's too full for the Cowboys, is that you bring attention upon yourselves, and oh, by the way, you are undisciplined. So it's, I mean, it would be one thing, because we hear all the, you see all the stuff after the Chiefs win a close game, where it's like Mahomes hugging the referee and all these different funny people trying to be funny, where it's like the refs are on the side of the Chiefs. No, they're not. The Chiefs are just that good. I mean, that's just what it is.
I don't know, Cowboys, but when everybody loves you, that's it. The path gets a little bit easier, I would say.
Yes,
absolutely. I don't know. That's me being a Chiefs hater. That's
well, and in typical Dallas Cowboy fashion last night, it was driving me crazy last night before the game, because I mean, Brandon Aubrey is now must-see TV. I mean, would this be that big a deal if he was the kicker of the Jacksonville Jaguars? No, there's a lot of attention on the Dallas Cowboys. Well, what are they doing before the game? They trot out old Post Malone is there, taking pictures with Brandon Aubrey.
That's what he does, though. That's what Jerry does, bro. Marketing, baby. Get that up. Get the dollar up.
Jerry signing autographs before the game. I'm like, come on. So, well, they won. Look, the Cowboys won. So, again, ugly football game. Ugly football. Low scoring. I like this trend, man. It's
Ike and I did not like the low scoring trend last night. We kind of had some money on our buddies there. But we made a call to the cousin. Yeah, Dallas and the over. And brutal.
That still seemed fishy to me last night. It's like the dude never misses, and then boom, I'm like, what? Boy, that's weird. And then I went and looked at the line, because I don't mess with Cowboy stuff when it comes to that. And so then I go look at the line. I'm like, interesting.
Yep.
Buffalo Wild Wings thing may be legit, man.
Another building just went up in Vegas, or another, it's getting ready to be contracted. All right, but no, I mean, to go back to Dak last night, I mean, 7 different receivers. I thought he utilized his crew pretty damn well. And then also, 3 different running backs. He talked about Limke a little bit there. I don't know how often they're going to be coming out in a 2-back set. But when you're able to get the fullback utilized like that in the game, it kind of was almost like vintage San Francisco of the Bill Walsh era, right? Mm-hmm. But here's the thing: we talked about how dominant and and how athletic linebackers are these days, I don't know how often they're going to be able to come out in that 22 set, or not even 20. It was 21. I think there was only one tight end on the field. But again, good experimental football against the Giants last night, holding the defense, or excuse me, their defense being able to keep containment of Devin Singletary, I thought was pretty damn impressive. That Singletary's had a decent, couple of weeks so far, so I thought that he'd be able to eat. I had him as a huge fantasy go for this week, and then Dallas shut that down, especially after the week that Dallas had giving up or yielding yards on the ground to Derrick Henry. Right now, again, I know it's Derrick Henry, but Derrick Henry didn't exactly have the best game or the best couple of games for Baltimore in this young campaign, right? He kind of stumbled and pretty much stuttered, and then looked like, after Baltimore kind of went ahead and went with the identity of utilizing Derrick Henry, and gave him the totes, you thought for sure that, the Giants would kind of had the same success or continue in the same success with Devin Singletary. That didn't happen. Only 14 carries for 24 yards. Not that great of a night for Devin Singletary. Hell, not that great of a night for the Giants rushing attack either. They had what they got, it was all through the damn air. So this is a tip of the cap. I mean, if you're a Giants fan and you saw what you saw out of Daniel Jones last night, it's progression. But it's not saying much.
Yeah. And to say something positive about Dallas, because I'm an equal opportunity complainer, to say something positive. Hey man, you're 2-2. You've got a divisional win. You've got that. Philadelphia plays Tampa Bay this week, so you could be tied for first. So
I think Philly might drop this. I think Baker. So Baker, since they lost a real tough one, a close one last week, I think Baker actually might right the ship against Philly. And I think Baker has Philly's number. I mean, it might just be because they beat him last year, and that's just what's resonated in my mind right now. But I kind of got that vibe that Tampa Bay's got Philly's number.
And that's a nooner. So you get a
you're a fan of nooners there.
You get a nooner right there with Philadelphia and Tampa Bay. So NFC East, man, I'm telling you, it don't. Hey, signs of life for the Giants. I mean, I'm here to tell you right now. I mean,
there's a pulse. We'll say that there's a pulse. Okay, there's a damn pulse. You might be able to you get them to the ER. And you might be able to save the franchise because
get the paddles ready. You don't need them quite yet. But I think there's something there for you. Friends, I want to tell you about our new partnership with Passes. What is Passes, you ask? Well, I'll tell you. Passes is a content creator company that has partnered with the Texas One Fund. It's the first ever NIL collective on the platform. 40 of the top University of Texas athletes across football, basketball, baseball, softball, volleyball, they are all on Passes. They showcase their exclusive fan offerings, behind-the-scenes access, Q&A sessions, merchandise, day-in-the-life stuff, really, really cool content there. Through those avenues, you, the fans, we, the fans, we have a way to connect and interact with them on a daily basis, even if you want to. Passes is revolutionizing the way NIL athletes engage with you guys and we, the fans. Head over to passes.com, sign up, and get closer to the game than ever before. It's also the best place to donate and support the Horns. You can subscribe and donate to the Texas One Fund to get access to tailgate parties, meet and greets, VIP experiences, athlete spotlights, and so forth. Once again, it's passes.com is the website. Sign up today. Passes.com.
Love it. Absolutely love it. And then Beaver Lance Jason here, Jason Meyer chiming in with he took Dallas at -5 2 hours before kickoff. So look, here's the thing. We saw it at -5, and then as soon as it refreshed, and as soon as we refreshed the ticket, it went up to 6. So it's just like, damn, man, get it while it's hot. Get it while it's hot. Damn it, man. Yeah, and it was weird seeing that line so close too, right? I'm sitting here thinking, oh my God, Dallas is good for at least 10. I don't think I'm going to go betting against Vegas anytime soon these days, man. I'm not that. Usually I'm rolling around like 59 to 60% on my picks, and I'm kind of down this year. Like I'm low 50%. I'm around 51, 52, man. I'm not having a good season so far. I can't figure it out. You know what? I used to be a lot better when we had a preseason and I could get a nice little grip of what's going on, because I didn't bet on preseason ball, man.
Yeah.
Basically, now you're betting on preseason ball for the first
That's pretty much it. You don't know what you have. You don't know what you have. Wags SEC opener coming up. I mean, it's here we go. Oklahoma got their SEC opener, and they got, of course, they didn't get the draw that Texas got. Mississippi State coming to town. Great, man. I don't know if you guys caught that interview there Bucky and BK had this morning with their insider there from Mississippi State. That was some great stuff. But Mississippi State coming in with a freshman quarterback rolling up. Still no decision. The quarterback thing's supposed to be for Texas, supposed to be announced later. Like Sark said, we're not trying to pull anything on anybody. Still, I guess to Quinn or not to Quinn is going to be the question through the duration of the day, Wags.
Do you want to take a little friendly bet? Do you want to do a little friendly gentleman's bet, like a beer bet or something like that?
Sure. Yeah.
I'll bet you that Quinn dresses but doesn't play.
I think he starts. I think he starts, plays maybe a quarter, and then is out.
I don't even want to see him as a Quinn. Just play a series. Play a series, man. Roll this out. Hey, man, the abs are fine. Abdominals fine here. Let's
just come on out and run around back there. Maybe do something. Well, here's Sark on the quarterback update. This was from yesterday.
We're going to decide on the quarterback thing tomorrow. And again, it won't be a secret. We're not trying to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. Just want to give Quinn every opportunity to see if he's ready to play and what he looks like. But I'd say he's improved every day. I think Arch has had a very good week. And I would say this, Trey Owens probably had his best practice as a Longhorn today. So that was really encouraging as well.
Trey Owens for the start tomorrow.
There we go.
Trey Owens.
Maybe we got some TO news.
Oh, man. How about that? I love that. We're not trying to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. Trey Owens was great yesterday.
All three quarterbacks. We're not trying to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. I love Sark. No, Sark says nothing but the right things in most of his presence here, but he's absolutely, throwing some damn shit, or not really throwing. He's just trolling. He's trolling here, man. If Ewers plays, and actually, I don't think he's being truthful. There's no reason to be coy with this thing, right? Like if Quinn's feeling okay, then maybe you're right. Maybe Quinn gets the role. I think here's what I think happens. Honestly, they wouldn't even toy with it. If Quinn didn't feel 100%, they wouldn't even dress Quinn. So Quinn probably doesn't dress. And if Quinn does dress, Quinn plays.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think.
So he's not going to be like Russell Wilson.
Maybe he gets a quarter. Hopefully, he only gets 2 series, like I was wishing for. But man, a quarter would be the max, I would say, right? And then go ahead and don't even bring in Arch after that. Bring in TO. Just bring in TO.
So he's not going to do like Russell Wilson and dress out and stand there like this. And not play.
Put the piece in. Put the piece in.
Yeah, put the earpiece in. Yeah, and then the running. We'll see what happens with the running back room as well, because with the injury report that we saw, I think 4 or 5 of the people on there were running backs. So that's obviously going to be an area of concern right there. To where I think if the opponent was different. And again, not a slight at Mississippi State, just a bottom line, just the way it is. I mean, I think if it was a different opponent, maybe a higher caliber opponent, maybe you do go with Ewers to fling the ball around. But this is where we go back to all of the conversation that we've been having here, Wags. I mean, I don't think Arch Manning has a problem flinging the ball around either.
No. So, I don't think we haven't even seen, that much tape on Trey Owens yet either. And hell, when he gets in the game, he's more than likely just so far he's turned around and handed the ball off. So I would like to see Trey Owens kind of sling the damn thing too. And look, it's the storylines. I saw somebody just the Punisher put this in here. Great storyline is to have Manning, lead Texas into the SEC. That's a really good narrative too, but also it'd be a great narrative to have your starting quarterback, your Heisman Trophy campaign quarterback, coming back to lead, Texas back into the SEC like things were planned. But I get it. A really good succession plan is to have Arch Manning, take your boys into the SEC. It's just, an SEC Manning coming back in just like old times. A prodigal son returns to the SEC, if you want to say that. No, it's good. It's the media is going to have their hands full with, the headlines that they can create, with Texas coming back and playing their first SEC game.
And that's why I think that it's such a great situation that the Longhorn program is in right now, because if you do look at some of the mainstream stuff, it's Arch and Quinn and who should start and so forth and so on. That's an issue everywhere but here.
Right.
And, if it was a situation where the program wasn't being handled correctly, if this was the Dallas Cowboys, maybe you start yours just to silence a little bit of that.
Or if this was Texas 5 years ago.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, let's be real here. I mean, we're talking hypothetical, but if this was Texas 5 years ago, we wouldn't have these two wonderful quarterbacks in our room, right?
That's exactly the thing. This would be a maybe 2-loss team already by now. I'm exaggerating there, maybe, but
yeah, I don't know if we'd be that.
Well, you would have lost one.
It has been a nice. We wouldn't be scoring 50 points, and we wouldn't be winning by. We wouldn't be covering. We would not be covering. And I think if you were at liberty to have these two quarterbacks with other regimes, this would definitely be a distraction because it wouldn't be handled correctly, right? It would be just saying the wrong things. I saw Tom Herman yesterday on a press conference, and he was talking about speak of the devil, literally. Speak of the devil.
He was talking about I guess trying to be like UConn, and I'm like, oh my goodness, how we've evolved. I mean, this would be handled so poorly right now if we were still in that situation right there. But I do think, I think he trots out. I think he plays a quarter. I think he plays a quarter tomorrow.
I mean, I don't think he has to. It'd be nice to kind of just come back and see that he is healthy, because that's one thing you do know. If Sark rolls him out there, then you don't have to second guess his injury status or his just his bill of health, right? You think that Quinn's ready to absolutely rock, and he's going to be ready for OU. If he does play, like you said, man, we don't need to exhaust this anymore. Just one quarter, get the rust off of you, shake the cobwebs off. Not that Quinn has anything, but maybe get the Dr. Pepper jitters out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I do think that you want some semblance going into the bye week of where he really is in in-game competition. Because like I keep saying this week, it is. I mean, I know it's Mississippi State, but the tempo is going to be much quicker, much more to what they're going to be accustomed to once you get to OU and Georgia and Arkansas and A&M and all of that. So that's the reason why if they don't play him tomorrow, Wags, I'm not going to be pissed off. I don't think it's going to be anything detrimental moving forward. I don't know. I'm just one of those guys that think the in-speed reps would be good to have, especially with a week off, because
I'm with you.
Because that's kind of the caveat here, where things are kind of throwing a little monkey wrench in, where I think it's good and bad, but you got a week off. So kind of want to know what you have going into that, in my opinion. But I'll tell you, this defense, the smothering defense that Texas has built, they're going to have fun tomorrow.
Will they have any problem? Will Mississippi State give them any problem? I mean, Kevin Coleman, he wasn't exactly popping off the charts in Phil Steele's magazine for preseason, but he's put together himself a nice little campaign so far, right? Now, is he going to be, that dangerous for the Longhorns, tomorrow? I don't think so. But I mean, if I'm trying to find some type of storyline or some type of weapon that Mississippi State could use, I would think maybe it's their wide receiver room, and Coleman's one of those dudes that emerged so far. But look, we don't even know the quarterback status so far of Mississippi State, do we?
Shapen's out. Shapen's out. Yeah, he's out. So you go with the freshman. Michael Van Buren. And I heard the insider talking this morning where he's a little more athletic, but first start in front of
reps, bro. Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Where's the reps?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I mean, I think he completed 5 of 9 last week when he came in, or something to that effect. Winning is hard, said the great Tom Herman, the Hermanator. Yeah, I listened to him yesterday. I'm like, whoa.
Anytime I hear that guy talk, I'm just so thankful that it's that era you know what you say? In time, this too shall pass, right? Well, that era has passed.
It's like a 60.
Now we're healing.
Yes. Yes. It's like a 60-minute or 60-second clip, Wags. And I'm letting him go. He talks like 10 seconds. I'm like, okay, stop. Let me process what he's saying there. Then I hit it again for about 8 seconds. Stop. Let me process what he's saying there. That's that Mensa thing, dude.
That's what I'm talking about. Let me look up some of these words. Let me look up some of these Herman words. Now, I know I create some crazy words sometimes there, but Herman was notorious for it.
Yeah.
Goat. The absolute goat.
Well, and that's where you look during that time where now we can kind of reflect on all that mess that was going on back then. Man, I felt so bad for Charlie. I like Charlie Strong. I like that dude. It was just just a little over his skis with that situation that he got thrown into right there. It's like, man, it's just, and he didn't have any support for whatever reason. It's like, man, the dude's just overwhelmed. It's just overwhelmed. Remember in Trading Places when Eddie Murphy, when they made him a rich dude, where he didn't know what was going on. Charlie Strong, when he came here, he's like,
it can be like that. It can be like that. What do you think Mississippi State's going to know what to do if they come into the DKR?
I think Mississippi State is probably going to go into very much by the end of the first half mode where it's like, we can't get anybody hurt.
That's
getting out of here.
Texas should be doing that too.
Yeah, I totally agree.
But look, what's the line now? 38? Did it climb?
I think I saw 38.5. Is that what I saw today?
It's 37.5. 37.5 right now. It opened at 38. It's down to 37.5. So I don't know. The sharps are coming in. Maybe there's something that we don't know here.
That could be.
I kid.
Might be getting some of those phone calls to DKR on the side.
Oh yeah. Bring in the Buffalo Wild Wing kick.
Yeah. Bring him in. Maybe
I
they'll
don't
say
think the Longhorns struggle at all.
No.
Again, if I had my perfect scenario, my perfect opportunity, I would have Trey Owens play all damn game. Now, I know that that's not going to happen. That's not realistic. So, look, Arch probably comes out, plays the first half. I wouldn't even dress Quinn Ewers. I would not. I would still rest him and get him ready for OU. Let Arch continue to roll this thing out, right? The storyline, what the Punisher was just talking about there, having the Manning lead, Texas into the SEC. I can buy that. I can read that, and a few times on Saturday. I'd like to see that, as a matter of fact, and then have Arch just play a little bit of a half there, and then have Trey Owens come out for the second half and lead the Longhorns to victory, and they cover this thing, baby.
Mm-hmm. Is there any concern for you? And again, I know there's a bye week here, and we can assume that Texas is, if they don't cover, it's going to be pretty close to covering it, the result tomorrow. Is there any concern for you with the bye week and then getting into Red River, to the Red River shootout? That's what it is, the Red River shootout. I don't know how close that game's going to be, but the intensity and the moment and all of that's going to be, it's going to be a lot. And then you got Georgia. Is there any concern for you, Wags, that with this team not being, they haven't been tested, not even against Michigan? I mean, it was close for.
You say that, but I think they have been tested, right? I think each week is a test. I mean, that's what the spread's for. Now, again, I'm being real cliche with it here. Winning, championship teams cover the spread, but I mean, that old adage wouldn't be there if it wasn't true, right? They're not winning these cupcake games by 10 points or 14 points. They're winning in dominating fashion, and they're playing efficient football behind that. So, I mean, I don't know if I can sit there and say that they haven't been tested. To go up into Ann Arbor and do what you did in Ann Arbor against Michigan, that's a test in itself, right? I mean, hell, people were saying the same damn thing when the Longhorns beat Alabama in Tuscaloosa last year. They're like, well, is Alabama for real? If the Longhorns can win like this in Tuscaloosa, are the Longhorns legit? Is Alabama legit? Has Saban lost his touch? And then they roll off and they're getting ready to be in the damn playoff. So again, man, I don't think Texas ever gets to or maybe I don't. Am I crazy to say this? Texas doesn't get the love.
Well, the perspective around or has been up until this point, I think Texas is answering a lot of questions now. I mean, with the number one ranking and then the Michigan Ann Arbor trip that you're talking about right there. It's always been overhyped fan base and a lot of bull. I mean, to take our mascot into this, I think that's kind of been the perception for the longest time. But what I kind of mean with that, where I was going with that is, the Michigan game. I mean, nobody's come out and hit Texas in the gullet. I mean, they haven't. They haven't.
Isn't that a testament to Texas though? I mean, I'm sure you can sit there and say that they haven't been tested, but I mean,
that's why I'm curious to see when we get to Red River, because Oklahoma's not going to win the game, but I think Oklahoma's going to come out and like that first quarter is going to be so emotional. I expect Oklahoma to come out if they get their quarterback thing figured out to come out and really take it to the Longhorns in the first quarter. They're not going to win the game, but I think it's going to be Texas getting pushed around a little bit, which they haven't yet. I want to see how they respond to that. If they hit the nitrous and really go to another level that we haven't even seen yet, or how they respond.
So I still think Michigan's defense was impressive, right? I mean, to be able to score on Michigan's defense is still a feat. Okay, Michigan struggles on their offense. We know this, but their line play is still there. They just had bad quarterback play, right? And you could argue that Texas, won the battle of the trenches. And if you can go to war and battle and beat Michigan in the trenches, I would think that you've been tested a little bit. Okay. I don't worry or have concern about Texas getting pushed around. I still again, you guys are touting out Texas to be one of the biggest teams, one of the most physical teams in all the college landscape here. And, I agree with you, but it's still like when you put them up against Georgia, I still see the bigger hog mollies of Georgia than I do the Texas hog mollies. I still think Georgia's got a little bit more of the size than Texas here. But Texas still has the big hog mollies there that are hard to be pushing around. So I don't really have that much concern or pause when we talk about OU or Texas going up, to the Red River shootout and getting pushed around by OU. I don't think that's going to happen. The thing that concerns me a little bit about OU is always been the quarterback play, right? And now they're they were struggling, 3 years ago with Lincoln Riley and Spencer Rattler there, and then they made the move to Caleb Williams. I don't think that this is the scenario this year, right? Like Lincoln Riley's not there, Venables is there, so if there's anything we need to worry about, it's probably their linebacking core, and if we're not going to be able to score on them. But this offense that we have looks pretty damn efficient, and I don't think they're going to give us that much of a test from their defense. I think if there's anything that's going to come from this game, and again, you can throw all records out when these two teams play, right? It's going to be a good old-fashioned, slugfest here. But I think Texas absolutely has all the cards this season. And, OU, not to be cliche with a damn poker game here, but OU's looking for something up their sleeve.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're going to pull out all the stops, I have a feeling. And, I mean, you get Auburn tomorrow if you're OU, and, with Michael Hawkins, their quarterback thing I don't think is going to be resolved. I fully expect by Texas OU the other dude will be starting again. By the time
you think they go back to Jackson Arnold after this?
I think they're going to go back to Jackson Arnold. I really do.
Hawkins is the more he's got the more speed, right?
Yeah. But which that may factor in because that offensive line is not the best.
Banged up. It's not the typical OU line where you just look across and it's just nothing but basically a damn cornfield. That's how tall OU is.
And to debunk my own point about Texas getting tested or whatever, it was so weird to me. Same shit we saw last year. And I think we also predicted this after Michigan beats USC last week. It's like, well, maybe Michigan isn't that bad.
See, well, that's
yeah. And I think now because I did see.
I don't exactly think USC's that great either, but
well, I totally agree with that. But I did see some people where we didn't see it last year because it was very much the Alabama's down, whatever, and they answered that. But I did see some of the people really in the know say, "Well, Michigan maybe isn't that bad, but damn, Texas is that good." So I think they've definitely.
Yeah, I think that narrative's finally starting to turn, right, my man. Like, Texas is finally starting to get their roses. When it's hard to give them roses because you just it. Let's be fair, it's hard to believe if they're really back or not because we've kind of been here before and Texas kind of let you down, right? But
right.
That there
Right.
does not, like we talk about. We know because we're on the 40, right? Different culture, completely different setting. Okay, it's you call it what you want to call it. You know, culture, family, vibe. It's just it's a different setting than what it was in the Herman era.
Mm-hmm. And I think the narrative is a lot around the country, kind of like it is with the Dallas Cowboys and New York Yankees or whoever, to where people want Texas to fail. They want Texas to do what they've done in the past. And I saw, you know, we've got the whole quarterback thing. And when we were talking about that conversation right there the other day on my Tom McKay TV, I looked up and Feinbaum was on. I'm like, let me turn what this, because it had the Texas emblem. I'm like, let me turn this on and hear what he's got to say. I turn it on, and you know, this is the SEC guru right here that self-proclaimed. But it's like, well, you know, when Quinn Ewers comes back, if he's missing a step, you go to Arch Manning, no question. Don't try to make this a quarterback deal.
But that's we talked about. That's what they're going to try and do.
I know. Yeah, that's what they're going to try to do. Anyway, it's good to be in this spot, but I think tomorrow this defense, the defense is going to be a story tomorrow. They're just going to lock down these guys, man. This freshman quarterback is going to be like, why this game?
Welcome to the SEC, Texas. Here's the Mississippi Bulldogs that you get for your opening show or your opening showcase there to welcome in for SEC play. I love it here. Your predictions. Can we get player predictions here? Who will be player of the game?
You know, I think tomorrow, man, that's
some wide receiver love.
Yeah, you know, that's where I was thinking with Golden and Isaiah Bond. This may be another game. This could be another game tomorrow, especially if they're trying to string this thing out. I mean, maybe this becomes another tight end game with Helm. Maybe this is the guy.
I thought about that at first, but I didn't see Mississippi State posing that much of a problem for our wide receivers, right? So I thought, at first, Helm might get involved here, but honestly, that came because of how great the set where I thought, the Michigan secondary played against our wide receivers. Our wide receivers were still able to eat a little bit there, but more times than not, you had to go to Helm because they were locked down. I mean, Will Johnson's one of the best in the country, man.
No doubt. And I think this is a very good opportunity, especially with the running back thing, with everything that's going on there and these guys kind of being dinged up. Maybe this is a little Ryan Niblett action right here. Let's get Ryan Niblett in here and let him nibble a little bit more. But yeah, I mean, I think this could be very much a Bond, Golden. I mean, they're going to be the story because I think what Texas is going to do, whoever the quarterback is going to come out and you're going to get 3 or 4 just big plays tomorrow. Big plays, put it out of reach, and then get your people. Make sure your people stay healthy.
You think?
Oh, that's right.
Come to the game tomorrow.
He's off. Maybe he will.
You think
he's
on the
I forget he went there. I forget that he went there sometime.
You think he's on the side? You think he comes down 35?
Maybe so. Can they suit him up? No. I don't want the Texas.
I don't even know if Dak would make it there. You need to save Dak for Dallas.
Yeah, I don't need the Texas defense chasing Dak around with that bad ankle.
That would be cool as hell. That gives me more motivation to actually go. God, why am I saying this? I'm a Giants fan. I do like Dak. Dak's just easy to root for.
Dak
man.
is a good dude.
He says all the right things. Matter of fact, he doesn't say shit. That's why he's so easy to root for. He doesn't say anything wrong.
I'm telling you, the way he handled this contract thing, it was like we talk about with the Arch Manning thing. It was a big deal to everybody. I'm sure it was a big deal to him, but he wasn't over there. Yeah, he wasn't like Micah Parsons over there spouting off and Jerry Jones on the radio saying asinine stuff.
Consummate pro. Yeah, exactly. He's not. Yeah, he could have taken the lead in the direction of his leadership and mouthed off. Right. Yeah, he was above that, man.
Yeah.
Seems like a solid dude.
He does.
I shouldn't root for him because he's a damn Dallas Cowboy quarterback. But I'll tell you what, I like him 10 times better than I did Tony Romo.
Well, and other than the alleged strip bar incident that some lady was trying to sue Dak Prescott, that's the only negative thing I've heard about that guy. And
he's supporting local patrons.
Well, that's right. He's trying to help people through college. He's trying to help people.
Exactly. He's helping people out.
He wants people to get educated. That's what Dak does. That's why they call him. My daughter calls him Dacko the Wacko. I'm like, come on, girl, cut my guy some slack.
I think he's all right, man. Yeah. For a Dallas quarterback, I think he's easy to root for.
He's a good dude. And if you want to make some money off of Dak,
there you go.
Let me tell you, our friends at BUSR are hooking you up. How about a welcome bonus, $2,500? You heard that right. I don't know what would have happened if you did this last night, because that's a whole different story. Up to $2,500. Sign up at busr.ag. Use the promo code TSU Welcome. Set up that account. They're going to take care of you. And if you're watching on YouTube right here, right below Wags and I, in the description, go right there. There's a link. You can sign up, make your account there. Bet on NFL and college football action all season long. Turn your game day snacks into stacks with busr.ag. Don't forget that promo code TSU Welcome. That's busr.ag, promo code TSU Welcome. Sign up today. And remember that other part of that. If you do that, you could win a trip to an NFL game. You go see Dacko in person. If you win that contest, you just got to make one bet. You're running out of time. It's 9/27/24. Sign up. Make that one bet. Make that one bet.
Get it done. And here's what you can do. If you want to watch your bets come to fruition there, you do it with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. A little bit of a testimonial real quick. Some personal testimonial. Father-in-law was looking for a new TV. Had no idea about the AVC connection that I had. Or maybe he did. He just forgot about it. But then he's in Best Buy. Calls me up. He's like, hey, Adam, I'm in Best Buy right now. Can I ask your opinion on a TV to get? And I was like, yeah, absolutely. Here's what you can do. Leave. Get out of Best Buy right now. Go home, because the boys from ABC will bring it to you, okay? And you won't even have to make the selection. You'll just get the best TV at hand anyways, right? By default. That's what Audiovisual Consultations does for you. Now he's going to get himself a 55-inch LG 4K television, completely, fully smart TV. A lot smarter than I am, that's for sure, Rodney. But it's all done with Audiovisual Consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Within 2 days, they were able to get my father-in-law on the damn schedule there. Hey, look, man, and they're packed. They got nothing to do, but they were able. It was such an easy install for them. It might have only taken like 15 minutes. They just dropped down. They put the TV right there in his living room, and boom, they were off to their next damn ticket. It's that easy for Audiovisual Consultations to hook you up. You just got to give them a call. It's you taking the call to action there and getting Tom over at your house. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. How else are you going to be able to watch football and Shohei Ohtani do what he does?
That's what I'm talking about. You see that ball's going to court? Now there's yeah. Supposedly it was taken away from the kiddo that caught it. I forget where it was. I saw it this morning. So yeah, there's lawsuits and stuff pending over who's the rightful owner of that ball, of that 50-50 ball. It's like,
how much do you think that thing would go for?
Ooh, Daddy, man, I have no clue.
Okay, better question. What would you be willing to pay for that ball?
10.
Are you even a collector?
I would say $10, $15. No, I mean I collect.
Say 10,000. I was like, you're fucking crazy.
I collect. Well, if you ask my wife, I'm a hoarder because I collect shit. But I do have sports collect. I've got a lot of cards.
LB says going for $500K.
God, $500K for the.
That's right, and it's gonna climb. That'll climb. That's just starting point. That'll climb.
Oh. Goodness.
What would you guys? All right, everybody on the text line here. What would you guys pay for it? Hit us up on that code of text line 512-222-9328 and smash that subscribe button. Let us know in this YouTube channel too. What would you pay for the 50-50 ball of Shohei Ohtani? Arguably the unprecedented baseball player we haven't seen before because it's unprecedented.
I'll tell you what I wouldn't mind having. I saw some folks at the Coliseum the last couple of days there with Oakland, where they were like the groundskeeper was out there and they were like handing him water bottles to get him some of the dirt and so forth to have from there with that. That was sad yesterday, man. That was I caught bits and pieces of that. For one, why couldn't that place be full like that before? But man, that sucked. That sucked for those Oakland fans, man. That
Snake, like, I see Snake Doctor up in here, man.
That's like getting your guts pulled out. Check this out. So Dallas Braden played for the Oakland A's, and he was now the color analyst here for, I think it was NBCC or so, whoever broadcasts this. He's a color analyst. This was the intro yesterday that he had for that Oakland A's finale there in Oakland.
My oldest daughter read "Goodnight Oakland" to our family. She started to cry. And she started to ask, does that mean Sissy doesn't get to go to the Coliseum? I said, no, sweetheart, Sissy's been to the Coliseum, and we get to take her one more time. She asked, Daddy, one more time? Does that mean no more?
He couldn't go on.
It absolutely sucks, man. But here's my question to you. Where do you stand with owner? And I'm pretty sure I know where you're at with this. Where do you stand with owners and their stadiums? Is it on the government to subsidize and pay for the stadium, or is it, the owner's responsibility to make sure that he has the building permits and everything paid off from his or her own pocket? Why should that be on the city or the taxpayers?
See, that's a great question, because you would think, and again, we're talking about astronomical amounts of money right here, but still, when you're a professional sports franchise owner, that is, I own my house.
It's your team.
Yeah. Yes.
You can take them. You don't have to pay to remove them.
Yeah. Yeah. We gutted the outside of our house a couple of years back, and this is our house. The investment is on us. Very, very small comparison right there. But yeah, I mean, I think a lot of that.
I'm at too. I'm absolutely with Jake. I would say that they should even pay more of a percentage than it. They should pay about 70%, not just 50%.
And I think that they go about this in the wrong way, towards like when you're going to go to the public and you're going to try to get bonds and you're going to try to have tax increases and all these different. We've got this big old mess that's going on right now with the Round Rock ISD, because Round Rock ISD is trying to pass a bond coming up in November where they want additional money for the Kelly Reeves and to replace the surface and do all of these different things. Well, you know what? That you can tie in the public, because that's public dollars, that's public schools, that's all of that. But these owners, they need to be footing most of the bill for this, and they don't need to leverage, build me a stadium, or else if you're not going to get it, just go, don't drag it out.
It does. It absolutely sucks, because it's not just the A's. I mean, the Raiders aren't there, and
the Warriors are gone.
You say, like, the Warriors are still there, but they only went across the bay there. But I mean, it's not an Oakland team. It's not an Oakland basketball team. It's San Francisco than you can say anything else. It really sucks for that city. But again, here's the counterpoint. Past couple of seasons, I didn't see that much attendance support or fan base support at the Coliseum. So, but that goes to speak with the relationship between the owner. Like, the one reason why the Baltimore usually put people in the stands, regardless of how the fan base of the Orioles felt against the Angelos but felt for the Angelos family, is that Baltimore's just going to show up. People from Baltimore are just going to show up to watch sports anyways. It's a sports town. Like I sit here and make the joke, it's a drinking town with sports problems. It's a sports town with drinking problems, right? Like that's the real old adage. But it's people in Baltimore are very, very loyal about their sports. It's a very loyal sports fan base. I'm not saying that Oakland isn't a very loyal sports fan base. I just usually see it more with the Raiders than the A's.
Yeah. And this is, I love this. I mean, they should. I mean, because they're bringing revenue, they bring in tourism, they bring in a lot, with that, that they should get a break, but it's that initial getting that thing done as to where it's, that should be, the onus should be on the owner. I mean, they are the franchise owner, but it does suck. I mean, for the fans, because it's just, it's hard. There were a lot of people, I saw different stuff yesterday where it's like, there's one dude holding a sign, I was here for the first pitch in 1968. I'm here for the last.
Yeah.
And that, that really sucks. And I know Houston folks can relate to that. You know, when the Oilers, we talked about that when they went away, and just none of these ever end.
And baseball's a different sport too, right? Like,
yeah.
I love football. I absolutely love football. I love hockey. I mean, hockey fans are probably some of the most loyal fans that are out there in all of sports, right? But baseball, if you're a seam head, man, you just, I mean, hell, it's where some of your greatest memories are at, is at the ballpark. You know what I mean? Hell, people even have it as a bucket list. It's not football stadiums, it's baseball stadiums. You're traveling to go see Cooperstown. I mean, it's our pastime for a reason, Rodney. And the fact that you know the A's don't have that anymore, it does. Like, I am empathetic for it, because I don't know what I would do if I lost the Orioles. If I couldn't say that I mean, I'd probably still root for the team if whichever city they went for, but that would absolutely be brutal and gut wrenching, man. I'm trying to be empathetic, because I don't know what I would do if I couldn't say that I follow the Baltimore Orioles anymore.
Mm-hmm. It took me lots of years to ever get to a Cowboy game in real life, and the last, I guess it was 3 years at Texas Stadium, the one in Irving was around. I was fortunate to hit a couple of them a year, and just that, I was there for the final game when they ironically got beat by Baltimore. I was there for that, and it's so surreal when you look around that place, and it's like, okay, it's new beginnings. All of that is coming up. So we went to the first game. I think I was talking about this the other day, ironically, against the Giants at AT&T Stadium. And it was like the at the game experience for me changed in that time period, because it was like being at the ambiance and the piss smell and those nachos that we were talking about at Texas Stadium, and then going to Jerry World, going to AT&T Stadium. It's like, okay, this is totally different. This feels wrong. So, you know, to the folks that were there yesterday, God, that had to be emotional.
Yeah, we're talking about venues, like even the stadiums hold a special place in your heart, right? Like, I mean, for Memorial, you know, Baltimore didn't even leave town; they just left Memorial Stadium and went and played at Camden. Now, Camden Yard's got its own great memories and nostalgia to it. It's, you know, it is eye candy for people in the modern day era of baseball. But Memorial Stadium had a lot of great memories there with Johnny Unitas and Brooks Robinson and Frank Robinson, you know, all the great 80s teams for the Orioles, and then held, you know, the 60s and 70s Colts teams there, right?
Yeah.
And if you played high school ball, now I usually won't sit here and pound my chest about Maryland high school football. Okay, but the one cool thing that happened when you play in Baltimore is that you played the city championship at Memorial Stadium. Yeah. And I was, you know, one of the last teams, or my year was one of the last years where the city championship was actually played in Memorial Stadium. Man, I thought before they tore it down, I don't know, one of my fondest memories was going into their locker room and seeing a pro locker room and having, you know, your stalls, and there's Gatorade in our cubby holes. What's going on? We got our own personal refrigerators. What the hell? And that's, you know, the city championship. If you got to the city championship, that's the reward, and that's the special type of thing that you got when you went to that venue, man. It's just a lot of good memories when you for sports goers, man. That's all. It just sucks. Real quick, let me tell you about our friends out at Covert Bee Cave. We're getting ready to head out there ourselves and having luncheon out there with Nate Boyer. Make sure you get out here to that Covert Castle on 71. Here they are.
It's really a family experience. You know, I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, they are. Make sure you get out, like I just mentioned. We'll be out there in about 45 minutes. Get on out there and see us and Bucky and BK, and talk to Nate Boyer and have some food with us as well.
And Wags, you know, I think we actually just kind of went through this. You know, when the Frank Irwin Center, you know, it sat there for
good point.
not being used for a while. And it was like, okay, you're making the move over to the Mood or whatever. But when they started tearing that thing down, and again, there were probably folks where the acoustics weren't good or the place was boring or whatever. But when they started dismantling that thing, that's when you started hearing all the cool stories. Oh, I remember graduating there. Mm-hmm. I remember seeing whoever there and doing all of these different things. So those venues are they're very emotional places, man. They're like shrines. I mean, they're churches.
Shared memories. Shared memories at the shrine.
Go and you gather there and enjoy fellowship. It's a church.
Jeffrey,
what's up, guys?
Enjoying the fellowship of Jeffrey Howe right now. What's up, Jeffrey? How are you?
I don't know. I've got some kind of allergy deal going on. Got a little snot throat deal. So if I'm pausing my mic and turning off camera a few times this show, I'm just forewarning everybody.
No, that's all good. Did you get that balloon simulplasty done?
No, actually, I have. I did. I went in for one of those consultations, and I don't have a deviated septum or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's just there's some. I have done an allergy test. And there's certain ragweed and some molds and pollen I'm allergic to, but that's about it.
And you've lived in this area your entire life, right?
Yeah. I'll tell you what though, my allergies were not, I mean, they weren't great when I was young, but when I moved to San Marcos for whatever reason is when they just flared up.
Just popped off. Yeah. Dude, I swear I didn't have I was allergic to bees, but I've never been allergic to anything until I got down here. And now, man, I can't walk outside without my eyes swelling up and my nose just I'm constantly stuffed up here. It's ridiculous.
Mm. Other than that,
I need to get that balloon simulplasty.
What's up?
I need to get that balloon simulplasty done or whatever the hell they call it. It's what the craziest damn procedure I've ever heard in my life.
Other than that, though, it's a football Friday, so I'm good, man.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I know we didn't get into any fantasy football questions, but make sure you hit us up on our socials and we'll be able to answer you guys to our best knowledge out there. Real quick, I don't think it's a secret anymore. Chuba Hubbard, had one hell of a week last week. In spell, I guess, for JB until Jonathan Brooks comes back. That's going to be prolonged a little bit more there, and you're not going to get anything with Miles Sanders. So Chuba's the guy. Make sure you're hitting
picked him up last night in one league. Thank you. Glad I did something right.
We'll see you guys out there at Covert Bee Cave. Unfortunately, I don't know if Jeff and Jordan will be able to make it out there, but I think Rodney and myself will be out there in just a short moment or two. So make sure you guys are safe getting us out there or getting out there to meet us, and make sure you're chiming in and chopping it up with Jeff and Jordan on that Coda text line.
See you later, man.
See you guys. Thank you, Wags. Thank you, Rodney. Thank you to the Chaos Theory crew. Jeff, it's Jordan. It's only an hour. If Jordan is at Covert Bee Cave, that'll be some kind of record because, as you can tell by the background, if you're a regular viewer to this program, Jordan is at his home in the Metroplex. So I'm guessing there will be no Covert Bee Cave trip for Jordan this week.
No, not today, unless BK wants to fly the TSU private jet up to Dallas for me.
How was it last week hanging out with Quan, though?
It was good. It was cool being there with my dad. Met Beaver Lance, Jason. Met a few other people. Good seeing BK. Wags, meeting him for the first time. Met my dad. It was fun.
Nice.
A lot of interesting. He said some interesting things, Quan did, about kind of his baseball career, the recruiting process he took before and after the baseball career, the visits. A sticky from the UK, on a Tuesday. No, sorry. No, it was fun. And they got Nate Boyer, right?
Yeah, Nate Boyer today. That's going to pop off 12-1 over at Covert Bee Cave. Get over there lunch by via 313. I had a little bit of their grub yesterday and Smoky Mo's barbecue. So it's always a good time out there at Covert Bee Cave. All right, so big thank you to Sticky, Bevo Lynch, Jason, CB, Jake, Rodney, Rob, everybody that's in the chat right now. Those of you listening audio only, we thank you too for your support of the program. Jordan, I feel like it's weird. We've had this whole game week leading up to the SEC opener. So Texas fans, I think, got to get your mind right. Got to get, your brains are programmed differently, wired differently to now focus on SEC games of the week. I don't know that on our show we've talked more than maybe a passing sentence or two about Georgia, Alabama, which is it's the game of the week this year. I don't, with the 12-team playoff, you can't say the loser of this game is eliminated. But when you look at the two schedules these teams face, especially Georgia's schedule, I think this is a more important game for Georgia than it is for Alabama. I think Georgia gets a little bit more. Alabama gets a little bit, as much as one can be in the SEC, a little bit of an easier time to climb back than Georgia will. Jordan, you got any thoughts on this game one way or the other?
Oh, I don't know. Now that you bring it up, I just realized I haven't really thought about it much this week.
I know, right? It's weird.
I don't.
Go ahead.
I'm just excited for Kirby versus DeBoer. I know a lot of people had different opinions on DeBoer. Whenever Alabama hired him, I think a lot of casuals just saw he was coming from Pacific Northwest, and they're like, he doesn't know how ACC country works, But I mean, what was his career record after he beat Texas? It was like 110-12 or 112-18 or something ridiculous. Like,
yeah,
he wins everywhere he goes. He's 2-0 versus Steve Sarkisian in the last few years. Pretty damn good ball coach. I think he's one of the top ones in America. And then you want to give him Jalen Milroe, a 17-year-old Ryan Williams, and the other weapons Alabama has.
Yeah.
It's not – I'm very curious how this is going to work on Saturday. Yeah. And also, how's Georgia going to respond after Kentucky? Are they going to walk into Tuscaloosa with a red ass, or, how are they going to play? So that's – and, I mean, when was the last time these teams played regular season?
2020. They've had a couple of SEC championship games, including last year in the SEC championship game, but 2020 was the last regular season meeting. It was in Tuscaloosa, and that game was competitive for about, I don't know, to me it felt like 5 minutes, and then Mac Jones just started dropping dimes, and Sark was locked in that day. And that Alabama offense in 2020, the LSU offense the year before, those were two really elite offenses. And that Bama offense, that was when I realized when they carved up Georgia the way they did, I'm like, oh, Bama doesn't have just a legit offense. They've got a maybe historically elite offense. And we found out that they did. That's the matchup, though, for me, Jordan. It always is. Like, now to get a guy like Kalen DeBoer, who I think if you're just talking about a guy on a given game day, just to win you a game, to plan for and win you a game, I think he's the best coach in the country. I would put Sark in that conversation, Kirby's in that conversation, Ryan Day. Everybody knows the short list. I think Kalen DeBoer is the best in the country. And like you said, now you've got, we saw what he did at Washington with Penix and those receivers, but he's got Jalen Milroe. People forget last year, man, Jalen Milroe, he was, right there with Michael Penix in terms of deep ball accuracy and being able to throw the deep ball really well. Well, as much as Kalen DeBoer likes pushing the ball down the field, that's worked really well with Jalen Milroe. How's this offense for Alabama going to look now that you're going up against an elite defense in Georgia? And also, like you said, for Georgia, this is a really rough stretch for Georgia because the Kentucky game was 2 weeks ago. They were off last week. They had their bye week. And now you look at this run they're on. They go to Tuscaloosa tomorrow. They come back home to face Auburn, the Deep South's oldest rivalry. Then you get a little bit of a break. You get Mississippi State on the 12th. And then at the end of the month, you're in Austin. So you've got a 4-game stretch between bye weeks where you're at Tuscaloosa, 2 home games, and then at Austin. We talk about this stretch Texas has coming up after the bye week with back-to-back against OU and Georgia. That's just as brutal, if not more, for Georgia because you got to play Alabama and then 2 SEC games. Say what you want about Auburn and Mississippi State. That's still 2 conference games, and then go to Austin to play Texas. So that is, and you still got, you come back after the bye, you got the cocktail party, then you've got Ole Miss in Oxford, Tennessee at home. So yeah, this is about as must-win as a must-win can be for Georgia.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm scrolling through Cam Ward's 24/7 profile to see who actually took photos of this dude in high school. I always do that for some players. I'll just go scroll through to the very bottom. because folks don't know, Cam Ward was kind of a nobody coming out of high school, coming out of West Columbia. He had to go to Incarnate Word. And I was just thinking, I think this is setting up perfectly for Shadow Creek's very own Kyron Drones to walk into Hard Rock Stadium tonight and hand Cristobal his first Crystal L. I think it can happen, believe it or not. I know they lost to Vanderbilt week 1. I know they're 2-2. I know Kyron Drones hasn't looked amazing after he kind of got some unwarranted draft buzz. But he's a Houston kid. I mean, I guess Cam almost is too, but still. I want VTech to win. I'm not a huge Cristobal fan.
I know you're not.
I would like, honestly, if Miami loses, I think they're going to end up ACC champs. I don't see any way they don't. But I'd love if Kyron Drones catches them sleeping. So.
Is this a year where, because look, there are going to be some really good teams that don't win the SEC and don't get that first round bye. I mean, between Texas, Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama, Ole Miss, let's take those 5 teams, right? Of those 5, only one of those is winning the conference and getting that first round bye in the playoff. Dude, what would Miami be in the SEC? Like probably the 6th best team in the SEC, 7th best team in the SEC.
Okay, so I think we can say Texas, Georgia, Bama, Ole Miss are all better off top. I think that's pretty easy to do.
I think Tennessee's, from what I've seen in Tennessee, I think Tennessee's better than Miami.
Yeah, that's 5 teams.
LSU is the one to me that's close, just because LSU, even with Harold Perkins, they were not a great defense.
Yeah, they're not. Man, and like, I almost want to say Mizzou, but I don't know who I dislike more, Drink or Cristobal.
I just don't, man. Missouri's one of those teams, Jordan. I don't know what to think of them yet.
Yeah.
Because many people talk about the Texas schedule, dude? Missouri has had one, like, Vanderbilt's been their toughest game.
Boston College was ranked.
Okay.
Exactly. Trust me, I'm a Missouri hater.
Exactly. Like, they haven't really played anybody. So I know they're good. I just don't know. I don't know how, buying into the Missouri hype. I mean, I think they're going to be right there in double-digit wins just because of their schedule.
Yeah. I think they will too, unfortunately. But I'm very curious how they're going to do in the actual playoffs when the game's on the line and Cristobal has to make some coaching decisions. But, man, I don't know. What other games we got this week? Washington, Rutgers.
Is that one tonight?
Yeah. On Fox. I keep forgetting Will Rogers transferred to Washington.
Dude,
I know I said that yesterday.
Is that in Piscataway or Seattle?
Yes, it is in New Jersey at
gosh,
SHI Stadium.
So UW has to go literally all the way across the country for a conference game on a Friday night. I would give Rutgers a chance just because if you're a UW player, dude, your body clock has got to be so jacked up going through multiple time zones during a weekday. You're not even playing. It's not even a Saturday. I would take Rutgers to at least cover,
Rutgers is 1.5. The total's 44.5. Hey, Rutgers 3-0.
Yeah, the Fighting Scianos have something. That's just a really.
They beat Howard 44-7, Akron 49-17, and VTech 26-23. Damn, Kyron Drones and VTech, that was their other loss.
Yeah.
Ugh, stinky. Kentucky and Ole Miss, I don't really have a ton of interest there. I think it'll be close, like the first 6 minutes. And then Lane Kiffin will be like, hey, Georgia, this is how you run a competent offense.
I think that game will look it'll be a little more of a I'd say, Tennessee beats Oklahoma by 10 in Norman. I think this is like a 2-touchdown, 17-point win for Ole Miss. I mean, Kentucky, for Texas fans, this will give you a really good preview of the Kentucky-Texas game at the next to last game of the regular season.
Yeah,
I think you'll see Kentucky defensively. They'll hang in it, but at the end of the day, they're just not going to be able to match scores with with Ole Miss. It's really weird. I think this is less of an SEC issue and more of like a football issue as a whole. Man, we're seeing more and more as we go forward. Dude, the quarterback position, like we always know, man, hey, you have to have a quarterback to be competitive, dude. And now it's like if you don't have one, dude, you don't have a prayer. You don't have a chance if you don't have a quarterback.
Yeah,
and cooked. You look at those better teams in the SEC, dude, even Missouri with Brady Cook, like the best teams in the SEC are the teams with the best quarterbacks. It's Quinn Ewers, Jalen Milroe, Jackson Dart, Carson Beck, with Nico at Tennessee. Like, that's where this league is right now. And I think that's just where football is. I mean, people could talk about quarterback-centric offenses, quarterback-centric play. Dude, everything revolves so much around the quarterback position. Like I said, if you don't have a legit franchise guy, you don't have a prayer. I just think that's where Kentucky is right now. I mean, you can have all the that's what's wrong with Oklahoma right now. Like, you can have a great defense will keep you in the ball game. And if your quarterback cannot turn the ball over, again, what do we say about Jackson Arnold? I kind of jinxed the kid, and I apologize. I said, well, at least the one thing he's not doing, he's not turning the ball over. And then he starts turning the ball over, and now you got OU making a quarterback change. So it's just weird how in the SEC, this is further proof that the days of a Greg McElroy or somebody of that ilk being able to win you a national championship where you just have a bus driver as a quarterback, dude, those days are over. Even if you have an elite defense. And I've seen enough of Oklahoma's defense to feel like Oklahoma's elite. You know, I think Kentucky, I don't know if Kentucky's got an elite defense, but they got a really good defense. But, dude, A&M's another example. A&M's got a really good defense. But, dude, you don't have the most important position on the field figured out. You don't have a chance.
Okay. I will say OU and A&M are incredibly hindered by their offensive coordinators being Seth Luttrell and Colin Klein. Do you know how long it had been since Seth Luttrell had called plays before this season?
Oh, man, was that when he might have been at Arizona with Mike Stoops?
North Carolina, the 2015 season.
Whew, man.
So you're going to give this dude 9 seasons off of calling plays and then let him walk into Norman with an offense that's built on timing, and you have this nuclear athlete in Jackson Arnold who had like 1,000 rushing yards his junior and senior year, and you can't like he's not built to play in an offense based on timing. That's not who Jackson Arnold is. And honestly, I don't really think that's who Michael Hawkins is either. But I think it works better.
Can I give you a wild scenario?
Let's hear it. I think Luttrell's cooked.
What if A&M and OU swapped offensive coordinators?
It would actually probably OU would be more successful. I think.
Seth Luttrell, his kind of quarterback is a healthy Connor Wigman. Connor Wigman would be a much better fit in a Seth Luttrell offense than in a Colin Klein offense. And like you said, Colin Klein, he's always going to have an element of that old school kind of Dell Miller, Dana Dimmel, Bill Snyder offense where quarterback run game is a really big part of it. And yeah, that's what Jackson Arnold can do. So, man, I don't know, man. Sometimes just, this just shows you, man, that the importance yet the fragility of that position, because you're one bad evaluation or quarterback / coordinator fit away from basically taking your whole season and setting it on fire.
Yeah, but I mean, so at the game I was at last night, I went to Waco University in Lampasas, and Dave Campbell's had 3 of their employees there, Mallory Hartley, Greg Powers, Ishmael Johnson. We were all talking about Oklahoma. How did they get here where the offense is so damn bad? And they got here because when they needed an offensive coordinator, when theirs left and went and got a head coaching job in the SEC at Mississippi State, they decided to promote from within. And they're making great points. Like, you're Oklahoma. You don't need to promote from within. Like, I don't know who you go out and hire, but, you can't just go to someone in your tree because you want to go to someone in your tree. You got to go get a legit play caller who can open it up and who works with the personnel you have in your team. Yeah. And promoting Seth Luttrell from offensive analyst in 2023 to offensive coordinator and play caller in 2024, I think it's proving to be a humongous mistake. And I mean, and obviously Jake said it too. Their O-line is really struggling, injuries, and I mean, to be honest, they're just not that great. So yeah, I don't know. And as far as the Portnoy thing goes, I don't know. Like, sure, it's legal. It is, but also like, does he realize it's not just like $3 million a year? It's like that's what the negotiations start at is $3 million for the first year for like these elite QBs he's actually talking about. Like Nico's deal, I think when he committed, which means it definitely went up since he committed, I think was like 11.7 across 3. You're gonna need more than 3 M's a year.
You're basically like, think about it in terms of you're almost basically giving a college quarterback a version of like what an NFL rookie quarterback contract would look like.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's also funny because like Portnoy's like, oh, I'm Mr. Michigan man. I'm like the biggest celebrity Michigan fan. Well, it's like, all right, genius. In 2025, you have a 3-star kid committed, already have a QB commit. Because in 2024, you signed a pretty decent one in Jaden Davis. In 2026, you have this kid committed, who I'm pretty sure is a program legacy or something. He has some ties to the Michigan program. So it's like, you're going to have to wait a little bit, my friend, before you can buy the QB you want. And also, like, this is about as good as it gets for Michigan standards, too. So, yeah. And CB, I have no idea what the estimate was for the cost of the Aggies recruiting class, the 2022 one. I do not think it was $37 million. Like, I don't even know if Texas's roster is over $37 million right now, their total roster. But yeah, and the annoying thing for me, I think this is okay to say. There's someone in the media market who covers A&M and is very clearly a fan of A&M, and that's fine. That's fine. We were talking at a game last week, and he was like, congrats on Jonah. And I'm like, dude, I do not care. Like, I do not care. And he's like, well, you know you only got him because y'all paid more than anyone. And I'm like, okay, that's legal.
That's rich coming from somebody.
And I was like, how do you think you got the 2022 class, genius? I'm like, you think Shamar Stewart was just dying to leave South Florida that bad? He wanted to go to beautiful College Station? Hell no. That's not how it worked. And he's like, well, a lot of those guys have left. Like Evan Stewart left. He just wanted money. I'm like, bro, how do you think you got Evan Stewart in the first place?
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. I don't know. But yeah, so I think the NIL stuff is always funny. I'll see recruits get killed for that on social media when they pick a school and the fans that lost are classic, like, oh, he just got bagged. It's like, yeah, he did. And it's fine. It's legal. You would have done the same thing. Yeah, he's making the best choice for his future. Oh, no. So
I just looked at it about talking about quarterback NIL money. What you said where Nico's deal kind of started, that's in the ballpark. If you look at JJ McCarthy's rookie contract, I just pulled up JJ McCarthy because we were talking about Michigan quarterbacks. His average annual salary on a contract. Now there's escalators and bonuses and all kinds of stuff in a contract, but the average annual salary is a little over 5.5, or it's right around 5.5. So you're looking at if it's a 3-year for JJ McCarthy, it's 3 for like 16.5.
Mm-hmm.
So not exactly, but now you're getting in the ballpark of, you're basically talking about like a back end of the first round rookie contract is basically what you're talking about for NIL money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see CB talking about the On3 NIL evaluation. Look, I'm not trying to bash them because it's not a company I work for, but that it means nothing. The evaluation thing means nothing. It is a formula based off a player's ranking and how many social media followers they have. For example, I know the exact number of several prospects in the Texas recruiting class and what they're getting as freshmen. Let's look at their On3 profiles and see how accurate this number is. Jesus Christ. It's a fraction of what it is in real life. And sometimes, in some cases, I've seen the number higher than it is in real life. You're never going to get those numbers accurately on there until agents start going on record saying my client is this person and this is how much they're getting. And that probably is never going to happen. So, I get if you're a fan and you just want kind of a ballpark estimate of what these guys could be making, then maybe it'd be useful. But like, I see way too many people on Twitter to screenshot the NIL evaluation thing on On3 and be like, oh, well, he's getting paid $500K. It's like, actually, he's getting paid $1.5 million. But if it makes you feel better, okay. So, that's never going to be something that's public info like it is for NFL contracts. They're going to kind of keep it taboo. So, yeah. But while we're here, I need to talk about my game last night. I went to Waco University versus Lampasas at Waco ISD Stadium. It was actually a banger game. Unfortunately, about halfway into my drive, I found out London Smith isn't playing. And I was like, man, I want to see Ty Johnson from Lampasas. I'm going to go anyways. And London Smith, he got a concussion in the third quarter of their game last week. So I was like, if he's on the sideline, I can still interview him, win or lose. And Waco U ended up winning 28-21. They hit like this 30 or 40-yard touchdown bomb on like 4th and 10 with like 12 seconds left. And they scored with 8 seconds left. It was kind of ridiculous, or was ridiculous. A lot of intriguing prospects on each side. I really like Ty Johnson. I 1,000% think that kid's a national prospect sooner or later. London Smith, on the other hand, I mean, I think I've said it on this show. I really expect him to go to Baylor. The family ties, I think, are just too much. Also, I think I might have talked about this on yesterday's show with Keenan. Baylor's collective has made it very clear to their current group of commits and the kids they're committing that regardless of who is coaching in November, December, or January, they're going to have the same amount of money for those kids. They're being very proactive with their collective. And it's interesting because it's like, hey, yeah, we know the coach you committed to is kind of on the way out, but we're going to take care of it. We're going to have the money. Don't you worry. And it's like they've been saying that since July before the season started. So,
and what Jordan is describing is not out of the ordinary, because I think I told this during the Texas baseball coaching search that whether you were a high school recruit or a portal recruit, basically what the recruits were being told is, hey, whoever your coach is, you're going to be taken care of. Like, this isn't going to go away. So like everybody understood, like, and there were some kids that were point blank told, you're probably not going to be playing for David Pierce. Like I said, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it was what it was. I mean, I was told David Pierce for the last year he was on the job had very little to do with any kind of dealings with NIL. That was pretty much between the players and their representatives. Like Jordan said, some kids are fortunate enough to have like agents. Sometimes it's the uncle. It's the uncle who took a business class at community college and thinks he knows everything. But
if they're lucky, they took a business class at community college. I've never heard of that, not once.
I was being generous. But,
oh yeah, no, I know.
But yeah, it's the player, their representation, and the collective that are talking about all that. But yeah, that's not out of the ordinary. But usually when that stuff starts getting out, you realize that the wheels are in motion for change.
Yeah. With London Smith, I think Baylor is just, there's no way they're going to let that kid leave Waco. His mom's a direct employee of the school. Actually, that being said, Baylor has this loophole, and most schools have it too, but I found this out because they're trying to get Jeff Grimes' son, Graydon Grimes, into the school. If you have a parent at Baylor and you play football and are good enough and you're offered, you can be on their team. It doesn't count towards scholarship, and they just take care of it all. So hypothetically, they could get London Smith on their team and it wouldn't affect the scholarship count. Now, I doubt that's going to matter considering they're going to 105. But Baylor is definitely where I think London Smith is ending up, at least right now. He mentioned A&M, Texas, and Baylor as the schools recruiting him the hardest right now. To us at 24/7 and to several of us behind the scenes, he has made it very, very clear he wants to play receiver in college, and that while he goes two ways in high school, he's a receiver in college. That being said, and he's made that clear since about January, February. When I stopped in Waco in the spring to go see him in spring ball practice, who do you talk to from Texas? Terry Joseph. And I'm like, what about Chris Jackson? Anyone else? Nope, Terry Joseph, that's it. And I'm like, well, that's not great. So last night, I'm like, how does that stand? Have like, do they know, it's Texas, that you want to be a receiver, not a DB? He's like, yeah, I've talked to him a little bit. Right now, it's about 50-50 between Chris Jackson and Terry Joseph. And I was just like, what about Baylor and A&M? How are they recruiting you? Only receiver. And I was like, got it. So until Texas changes that, I'm not sure how to feel with London Smith and them. Definitely not great. And again, I do think it's going to be Baylor, and so does pretty much everyone else in the Waco University community. So I'll try to get like a crystal ball and story with a lot of these guys. I like doing a big story with them all. So be on the lookout for that. Jose, do you guys give an evaluation on a prospect based on pro potential or college potential? So the top 247 recruiting rankings, or just recruiting industry rankings, are all draft potential, or pro potential, I should say. But the way you judge it is by the NFL draft. For example, there's 32 5-stars, 32 first-round picks. The top 247 from number 33 to number 247 is supposed to reflect the 2nd through the 7th round. And it's actually interesting. I've talked to some guys on our scouting team. The way these rankings are constructed, they're on a call, and it's like a draft, like a snake draft, where it's like, okay, I want Bryce Underwood number 1 overall. Number 2 overall, I'm going Collier Moore. I don't know, So that's how they do it. It's draft projection. They follow draft trends. Very rarely are there 5-star running backs, because very rarely are there first-round running backs. Things like that. A safety is almost never going to be a top 3 pick, but a QB, offensive tackle, and edge rusher will. So that's almost always why the top 3 is made up of a QB, edge rusher, offensive tackle. Those are the premium positions. Interior D-line is starting to become more of a priority for schools and in the NFL. So I'm curious how those draft trends might change these next few years, but that's how we do it. And if you were asking us personally, I don't know. I think I kind of do a mix. I don't really like write down anything on Google Docs or Google Sheets of like scouting or evaluations, but yeah. And Antoine, that's the thing. Sometimes there are years where the scouting team does not feel like there are 32 players worthy of being a 5-star, and it makes their job hard.
Mm-hmm.
You have to take some gambles. And another thing that's for the rankings, the rating is very important as well. For example, if you're a 5-star, that means you have a rating above 98. If your rating is 100 or higher, though, that means you're deemed a franchise player. And the highest rated player in the history of this company is Jadeveon Clowney, who's 105 overall rating. I believe Quinn Ewers is like 101. I think Arch Manning might have been 101, something like that. I think Jeremiah Smith was like 102. And those ratings it's a more specific detail. But if you want to find out more about the rankings, pull up any player's profile. Right where it says top 247 and composite, there should be a little eye with a circle around it. Click on that, and it'll be a story about how the rankings are developed from updates from their sophomore year to their senior year. So I guess that's to answer your question. But Antoine, JJ Fields is a juice kid. I've seen him since like middle school, so it's kind of hard for me. Whenever you see these kids super early, it's hard to remember when they're juniors. They're not still 8th graders, and you can't hold different things against them or whatnot. But I like JJ Fields. I don't think he's a Texas offer guy quite yet, but I think he could be or will be eventually. And then Xavier Green, if I'm not mistaken, he's the kid from the Colony. Really intriguing receiver prospect. He also is a great basketball player. He has like 2 or 3 D1 basketball offers as well. In 2026 kid at the Colony, Texas is not offered. I think Miami might have actually been pretty early on him for like the powerhouse program. So could be an offer this weekend. The 2026 receiver dynamic is going to be really interesting for Texas. You obviously already have Chris Stewart, Caden Finley at Aledo. I really expect him to end up in the class. and that's already 2. I think Jordan Clay at San Antonio Madison. I think he's going to end up at Texas as long as they take him. But, there's a lot of other guys. There's Braden Robinson at Red Oak. There's guys out of state, Chris Henry Jr., if you want a big game hunt at Mater Dei. There's a kid at Miami Central. Like, there's a lot of different kids in 2026. And something I've been talking to Hank about more and more over the last year, like, it's so crazy going from covering Baylor, 5-7 Baylor in 2022 to covering Texas in 2023 and then again in 2024. Like, I'm not used to having to factor in that there aren't enough spots for how many kids want to go to this school at this position, because that Texas is going to have to deal with that problem. There's a lot of kids want to play receiver at Texas, and there are not enough spots to take all of them. So I'm very curious how it'll work out, because in the in-state class, I think it's pretty strong. But, how are you going to deal with saying no to kids and the timing of all this? It's something that'll have to be worked out in the spring. Yeah, that's a shout out to Slosh.
I'm looking at because if you look at our all-time recruits at 24/7 Sports, it lists the rating by the composite, but I'm just trying to pull up profiles and see kind of where everybody was rated, like their 24/7 Sports rating. Like you said, Jadeveon Clowney is 105. Walker Little, believe it or not, is the next highest I've found at 103 back in that 2017 class. Yeah. I mean, you're talking about a guy that was, 6'6", 6'7", 300 plus, really athletic. I mean, legit. There's a reason why he's playing left tackle in the NFL, like a legit NFL left tackle prospect in high school. Jeremiah Smith was a 101. Myles Garrett's one of those guys that had to be up there too. Myles Garrett only a 101. I said only, like it's
like not a projected first rounder.
Yeah.
No, it's nuts. Tonight for my high school game, I will be making the trek to Forney from Louisville. It's like a 2-hour drive, depending on the time of the afternoon, to see Javian Osborne, Texas's #1 running back target in 2026. I think it's Texas versus A&M, OU. I mean, not even really OU, Tennessee, LSU, a few other schools, but I like Texas versus the field. I've liked Texas versus the field for Osborne going back to when Racing Guillory decommitted. And looking forward to talking to him. North Forney, they have a new staff over there. They have the old McKinney coach, Shavers, who got Phil Simi and Pettijohn and McKinney and all them. They have a really good staff in turn. They have a great staff in terms of getting their kids recruiting, especially too. Because of that, some players followed them in the portal to North Forney. So North Forney has some impressive transfers. Should make it somewhat competitive a little bit early on. But Forney is supposed to kind of break away sometime in the second half, maybe early in the first. And led by Javian Osborne, they also have Kelvion Riggins, who's a 3-star A&M commit, who I feel like has been in high school forever. He used to be at SOC. I can't think of anyone else really. Adrian Peterson's younger half-brother is the Forney quarterback. He was at Sunnyvale last year, and Forney hit the portal for their QB. So, a lot of portal action tonight at Forney Citibank Stadium. Jose said any Austin ISD kids that have a shot at D1. Crockett has the younger Dickey brother. So, actually, he's not there anymore. He's at LBJ. Austin ISD has all the LBJ has all the D1 kids in Austin ISD outside of Anderson, who has Max Gerlich and Ed Small. And then Austin High has Bryson Batts, who's a juice kid and is a 5'7", like 150-pound running back who's committed to Army. But LBJ, they got Yaheem Miami Riley. That's the best prospect in Austin ISD. It's not remotely close. Go watch his film versus Parish Episcopal last week. He basically beat them by himself in the second half. It's ridiculous. So that, Javarlin Smith, who's a receiver at LBJ, DeCorian Moore's younger cousin, 2026 receiver. And then there's like 6 other kids at LBJ. I'm not going to run through them all, but they got a lot of kids that'll probably end up like lower D1s, HBCUs, and then Yaheem Riley will play Power 5 ball, and there might be one or two others that might be able to as well. But yeah, Jose said, you're done. If UT extends an offer that is committable, why don't commit right away? Seems like waiting, they might get passed over. Under Mack, it went back with too many early commits.
I think part of the reason I'll interrupt Jordan, and I'll just say this: Sark is recruiting from a bigger pool. You're not just recruiting kids from the state of Texas. Number one, number two, kids think about the process. The process for kids is a lot different now with summer official visits. A lot of kids want to take those visits now that they have a chance to. You're not putting off visits until the fall. You can get them done in May and June. And I think the third part of that is, with NIL, you've got a lot more options. You're not limited. So it's, I just, I think if Sark is shown, look, there are some kids that are going to commit pretty early when they get a Texas offer, but Sark and his staff have shown, you've seen it ramp up with each staff. Charlie did it, Tom Herman's staff did it, but now you're seeing it really with Sark's staff. They don't care if they got to go head to head with Georgia or Alabama or USC or whoever to in certain parts of the country to get prospects that they really want. And the other part of that is, I think this is key to remember, even if you don't get a kid, if it's a really highly touted kid and something goes wrong his first year on campus elsewhere, position coach leaves, coach gets fired, whatever, finishing second place has never been more important in a recruiting battle than it is in the portal era.
Yep.
So.
Yep. And it's funny, like so many kids during the commitment process kind of like throwing hats or stuff off the table. And I'm going to tell a little story. And I don't know if I've told the full details, but Torian York was silently committed to Duke and A&M at the same time. And he was talking to me about having his ceremony where he was going to pick up an A&M hat. And I'm like, well, what are you going to do with the Duke one? He's like, I don't know, throw it something. And I'm like, no, you're not doing that. I'm like, Torian, you got to understand, you're only at A&M because these things happened. Believe what you want to or whatnot. He knew that the whole time. He knew it. And he was going to take advantage of the opportunity. But I'm like, you need to understand, Jimbo doesn't have much longer there. If they bring in a new guy after freshman year and they push you out, you want to have those connections to Elko and Duke still where it ended on good terms to where you can potentially transfer there if that's what it comes to.
Yeah.
And they ended up transferring to College Station instead. But like that's the right way to go about things nowadays, because if that happens, the nightmare scenario, and you get pushed out, you got to call that old staff and say, hey, because they might still take you. I mean, look at Brennan Thompson.
Yeah. I've heard over the years of situations where out of respect for a staff, I've heard of kids not putting that school's hat on the table at all. Or if there is a game that's going to be played, not having that hat on the table, but not touching it just out of respect for that staff. And you can usually guess that's the staff that's the team that finished second for that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
you're talking about Isaiah Kroll did that with Georgia many years ago.
Yeah, his little brother or younger cousin, Xavier Crowell, is our number 5 player in the 2027 class, or like number 7. He's our number 1 running back. I know that, out of Jackson, Alabama. Yeah, I like whenever kids like Dia Bell, they just commit or they pick up one hat and put it on, and they're like, "Yep, that's it." But I get it.
My favorite announcement ever is I did the basketball announcement when Jonathan Holmes committed to Texas. He was down to Purdue, Texas.
Where is he from?
San Antonio. He went to Antonian Prep.
Stinky. That's I only know that school because my stepbrother stepsister went to St. Michael's. That's like their arch rival.
Yeah. So I show up in the gym at Antonian. Jonathan, there's no big introduction by the principal or anything. It's just like the AD saying, all right, Jonathan's going to be in here and he'll make his decision. There's no hats on the table. He's wearing just like a black, like warm-up jacket, like just a Nike tracksuit jacket. Stands up at the table, opens it up. He's wearing a Texas shirt. And he says, I just like to thank all the coaches that recruited me, but I'm committing to Coach Barnes in Texas. He sits down, he's like, I'll take any questions. I'm like, All right, this is great, man. We're just getting right to it.
Yeah. I don't think I told this on the show. Do y'all remember Khalil Lockett's commitment ceremony when he FaceTimed Chris Jackson?
Yeah.
The NCAA put Khalil Lockett on probation for that.
What?
He could not talk to the Texas staff for like 18 days. I'm serious. Yeah. So, and I didn't report it because I didn't want to, because like there's nothing good that can come from that.
Yeah.
But I went to his
what was that, 18 business days or 18 calendar?
I don't even know if it was 18, but I go to his game versus Capel, and I'm like, so Khalil, you committed early in the month. It's now August 31st. Week 1's done. You know, how's it been since you committed? The communication with the staff, you know, it's a little different now that you're committed. And he was like, oh, well, actually, he's like, he's like, I've been on probation, so I haven't been talking to him. And I was like, if I put the phone down, I was like, what? And I'm like, what? And he's like, no, not that probation. Like, he's like, remember when I FaceTimed Chris Jackson? And he said, like, I'm going to Texas. And I was like, yeah. He's like, yeah, that's against NCAA rules, apparently. He's not allowed to do that. And I can't talk to any college coaches for, I think he said 14 days. It was like 14 or 16 days.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn. And he was like, yeah, but I don't know. So I'm excited to talk to him again. I'm still committed.
No,
and I was like, Khalil, I am not reporting this on my website. Have fun now. Don't do that again.
Yeah.
And I talked to Mike Roach about it the next day at a game we were both at. And I'm like, I had never heard of that. Like, the NCAA didn't do anything whenever Corian Gibson FaceTimed Dabo Swinney. And Mike was like, well, Corian committed and then FaceTimed Dabo. Where Khalil FaceTimed Chris Jackson, and he was like, yeah, Khalil Lockett is going to Texas.
Yeah.
And that's the violation. So
yeah, it's promoting a recruit. You're promoting an unsigned recruitable athlete.
Yeah. In another instance, about a week and a half later, Hank is at Jonah Williams's commitment ceremony, and he commits. And about 5 minutes after the ceremony, he's on FaceTime with Sark, right? And Hank is there. I think Justin was also there. Justin Wells from Inside Texas, Jerry Hamilton from On Texas Football. And they're all trying to interview and grab him real quick so everyone can drive home from Galveston.
Right.
And they see he's FaceTiming Sark, and they're like, oh, let us get a picture. And Jonah turned the phone, and Sark was like, no, we can't do this. That's what Hank said. And Sark was like, we can't do this. This is against it. Don't take a photo.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, sorry. But I thought,
man, when I was covering recruiting, FaceTime wasn't a deal, but I was always nervous about stuff like that, or like taking pictures of coaches like at games. Cause dude, coaches, and trust me, I saw Texas staff back in the day do it, dude. Coaches back when the bump rule was a thing. I don't even know if the bump rule is still in effect, but like there were blatant violations of the bump rule all the time. Or coaches doing stuff they weren't supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
So
I always feel so weird whenever like a high school coach or a college coach is at a high school game I'm at.
Yeah.
And I'm like, damn, I need to post this on Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm going to awkwardly take this photo while they watch me do it.
Speaking about the Khalil Lockett thing, another Saxy guy, and I never bothered to really confirm this, but Baylor never officially filed Devin Duvernay's letter of intent. And because when when the Bryles thing happened, when our Bryles got fired, like Patrick Hudson and Paris Cobb and like all those other guys that ended up leaving, Cam Martin, those guys had to get released from their letters of intent. Well, Devin Duvernay went to go ask the compliance office about getting released, and they're like, yeah, we don't have there's no letter of intent on file for you. And it's like, you're free to sign anywhere you want. So he could like start taking visits right away. I think it's because
they lost it in the mail.
When all the reports came out, there was a recruit who, because of the Baylor staff's repeated violation of contact rules, basically that recruit wasn't a recruitable athlete, that he could not sign with the institution. I never confirmed it, but I think it was like they actually could not file Devin Duvernay's letter of intent, like because he technically wasn't a recruitable athlete. He would have just had to shown up when enrollment happened and enroll. But I never confirmed that it was or wasn't Devin Duvernay, and that's why the letter of intent wasn't filed. But yeah, I always thought that was really weird that his letter of intent with Baylor never got filed.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Coach 420. Funny thing about Paris Cobb, I brought him up because I was just remembering him the other day. He's currently serving an 18-year prison sentence for robbery. So it's unfortunate.
Damn. Well, if never mind, I'm not going to say
CB,
that.
I have no idea what Patrick Hudson is up to, but that is an unfortunate career because that dude was built exactly like you want an NFL guard to be built or right tackle. It's unfortunate when the second game of your true freshman year, the coach is like, "Hey, we're gonna give you a lot of reps this week and get you ready." And early in that week, you're in the weight room, you drop a weight on your toe, and it basically goes a long way towards ending your season. It's just one injury setback after another with Patrick Hudson.
Yeah. Hey, Brian Berg, demolition process started today for social work building. New practice facility. I'm excited for that. That thing looks like crazy.
Yeah.
Wonder how media parking will be. Are they going to stick us a Manor for practice availabilities? Do we get to park under the fields? Or is that Texas athletes only? Where are we going to be?
Well, Manor's a pay garage anyway. So, because I think.
Yeah.
So
I just always park there. It's convenient.
Yeah.
And easy.
There's going to be an underground garage with the new facility. So I would imagine that's where staff parking and player parking is going to be student athletes, because the track facility, the track team and the soccer team, obviously they both work out at Myers. So I would imagine student athlete parking will be. It's probably easier for them to park, so that way, with all the stuff going on at Moody Center now, you don't have to worry about I got to park and I got to move my car. That's just basically it would be my guess would be key card access only, and it'd be only student athletes and staff parking that garage.
Yeah. Coach 420. I don't know this kid's name. I know he visited Texas already this year. I met the Dripping Springs O-line coach and got to know him decently well when I was out there a lot for Novosad in the 2022 season. And he shot me a DM 2.5 weeks ago about this kid that they had. And he's their next big time Power 4 lineman they got after I'm blanking on his name, the kid they sent to Tech last year who Texas was looking at getting a few times or offering a few times. But yeah, definitely I'm probably going to try to stop by Drip in the spring. The Landon Collins announcement's crazy, but I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen more of that, especially with how much money is involved in these decisions nowadays. Jeff, big AJ Abrams fan? Huh?
You know what? I saw AJ Abrams last high school game. See, I'm an old F, dude. I just got to tell all these old stories from back in the day. And I saw AJ Abrams last game. It was a regional final at the Farrell Center in Waco. And AJ had 30-something points, but they lost to Dallas Carter, who got, I want to say, 15, 16 points and 10, 12 rebounds from their 6'2" power forward, Michael Crabtree. So,
nice.
Yeah, it was AJ Abrams against Michael Crabtree.
Okay, answer this question. Who are the best? They're clearly football prospects, and it's clear they're going to go a very long way in their football career, but they played high school basketball. Which one was the best player in high school basketball of the legitimate, football dudes that you saw? Because I've heard through several people in the DFW area that Crabtree, clearly not a D1 hooper, but he was a damn good basketball player.
Yeah, it's funny when when Crabtree went on his official to Tech, Bob Knight wasn't all that, because Bob Knight was the head coach at Tech at the time. And apparently, the Tech football staff is trying to work with the basketball staff to get him in. And Bob Knight has zero interest in visiting with his football recruit. And they're like, no, coach, this guy can actually play for you. Well, we're not recruiting him. It basically is Bob Knight being Bob Knight and the Leach staff trying to soften it a little bit. Because I think Lincoln Riley recruited Crabtree. But at any rate, it was either Lincoln Riley or Sonny Dykes. I forget who it was. But yeah, Crabtree's up there. Honestly, people remember him more for the fact that like Quan freaking decleated him in the OU game. Lindy Holmes was a pretty good basketball player back in the day. But yeah, Crabtree, I'll tell you what, man, Ashawn Robinson, for as long as an NFL career as he's had now, the first time I saw him was on a basketball court. He was in the state semifinals. He took Arlington Heights to the state tournament his sophomore year. Yeah, Coach 420 mentioned Cedric Reed was another. You had guys like Cedric Reed, Jackson Jeffcoat was another guy. They were really good high school players, but I don't think could have been college players. Michael Crabtree could have played college basketball. Yeah, that's I would say.
I didn't know Cedric Reed played in high school or C Strunk. I knew Jelani McDonald. He's voted like Waco Tribune's player of the region as a junior.
Yeah.
And Savion Red, I know a lot of people who saw Savion Red play basketball in high school. He's very much a football player playing basketball. He got to like 4 fouls every game. We're gonna end Friday's show with some.
Hold on, actually, my brother just texted me. He texted me a good one from back in the day. Eric Winston, who was at Midland Lee, went on to Miami, played in the NFL for a long time. Eric Winston. Jermichael Finley's another one. I didn't see Jermichael Finley.
Try Garrett Wilson. I just realized I have that card.
Yeah, well, so one of my brother's friends, who was also his dad was my high school basketball coach, actually coached at Lake Travis for a little bit, and he went and saw Garrett Wilson. He's like, is Garrett Wilson is he a really good basketball prospect? I'm like, yeah, if he focused on basketball, he would be, a legit Division I basketball prospect.
This is what people don't know. Garrett Wilson's dad was the all-time leading scorer at Davidson before that Steph Curry guy rolled around.
Yeah.
The people don't know that. And originally he wanted to have basketball as a sport. And then by the end of his freshman year, he was on varsity for both sports, and the football offers just took off, and he realized that's where his future was. We're going to end. Go ahead.
Antoine brought up Jermichael Finley, who, that's a wild story, man, with Jermichael, because Jermichael Finley, and next time you talk to J. Mike Jordan, if you get a chance to talk to him and get into his recruitment, Jermichael Finley and Javorski Lane are cousins.
Yeah, I did know that.
J. Mike liked Texas, Javorski liked A&M. The happy medium for those guys was almost Arizona. They almost went to Arizona together.
Yeah.
Because Arizona told J. Mike he could play basketball there too. So, but they did. CB's right. Nick Foles was a good hooper. Antoine brings up Martellus Bennett. People forget Martellus Bennett. Yeah. It was looking like he was going to Texas. Then at the last minute, he signs with A&M. I think he was either the last or next to class I could do. Martellus Bennett actually, as a high school senior, declared for the NBA draft as a high school senior. But he obviously ended up going to A&M. But Jermichael Finley was a really good one. He could. I'll tell you who, not that he could have played college basketball, but underrated hooper, Colt McCoy. Underrated hooper in high school.
He's playing like two-way competition, man.
Hey,
come on.
Underrated hooper.
He's a future NFL player. He better dominate two-way. Like, come on. All right. To end today's show, we're going to watch some 254 basketball. Jamarian Mother effing Carlton. Potentially a future Texas Longhorn pass rusher. Watch this. This is some of the most explosive tape you'll see from a football player playing basketball in Texas. And he's 6'4.5", about 235, 240. He stays between there. And is Temple's best basketball player. Just slamming it on dudes' heads. So,
dude, I'll tell you another one. I don't know if the kid ever ended up playing anywhere, but there's a few. I throw Ramonce Taylor in there because Ramonce could hoop. Robert Griffin, I heard about him as a track basketball prospect before I ever heard about him as a football prospect. And I don't know what happened to the kid, but like Derek Griffin out of Rosenberg Terry, he was class of 2013. I saw Derek Griffin hoop, watched him play football. Like Derek Griffin could have gone to a big time Power 4 school and legitimately played both sports, but one of those kids, I think he might end up signing with Miami and A&M was involved, but grades were an issue with him, and he never quite got right. But dude, he could. You're talking about a dude that was like legitimately 6'7", 6'8", and was a tight end wide receiver in football, and could like a rim runner in basketball. Like think Dylan Mitchell, but like with an NFL body. That's basically what Derek Griffin was.
Yeah, man. I've seen this highlight tape so many times, and I love it. With Jamarian. Yeah, I don't know.
Right, Derek Griffin played in the G League.
I don't know. I'm not the one to ask. Who else? There's some other Hooper basketball players.
Yeah, he did play in the G League.
Dexter Pittman.
You were talking about Miles Garrett's brother, right? Marcus Garrett played for Kansas.
No. Sean Williams played at Boston College. Was a first round pick of the Nets. That's Miles' half brother.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Marcus Garrett. He's from Dallas. I figured.
Yeah,
is Miles Garrett from Dallas?
Marcus Garrett was a Skyline.
Yeah, he went to Martin.
Yeah.
No, Marcus Garrett. Marcus Garrett was a Skyline kid. By the way, Texas really liked him. Oh God, who did they recruit instead of Marcus Garrett? I forget, but like Marcus Garrett wanted to go to Texas. Texas ended up recruiting a different guard. I forget who it was.
Sort of like they recruited Arterio Morris instead of Keontae George.
Yeah, man. The only thing I've ever really faulted Rick Barnes for,
was beard, but
but the only thing I've ever really faulted Rick Barnes for was, I mean, you can blame him. Like Julius Randle was looking for a reason to go to Texas, and they just completely crapped the bed his senior year. But like all you had to do to get Marcus Smart was just offer Phil Forte a scholarship. Like Rick Barnes took guys that were worse than Phil Forte. And if that would have gotten you Marcus Smart for a year, dude, I'd have done it 6 days a week and twice on Sunday.
I was about to say that's
Marcus
the best.
Smart.
That's the best high school basketball player I've ever seen. Is Marcus Smart. I don't think I've ever seen a
Marcus Smart.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the best.
Where did he go before that school?
I've told this story.
North Carolina.
Marcus Smart and Jonathan Gray were two of the many kids. They were both where they lived. They were both North Crowley kids. They would have gone to North Crowley.
Wow, I didn't know that.
But at the time, Jay Gray went to Alito because his parents wanted. I mean, the football thing didn't hurt, but like his parents wanted him like in the Alito school district, much better than Fort Worth ISD academically. And Marcus ended up moving around, and everybody knows the story with him and Phil Forte's family. But yeah, see, Eric,
I do not know that story.
I say Florida's wheels off. We got our own wheels off incidents in Texas.
Jeff
Forte was basically like, oh, sorry, go ahead, Eric.
No, finish that thought, Keenan, and then I'll chime in.
So basically, the Phil Forte thing with Marcus Smart is like, was he adopted into their family, or it was something like that?
Technically,
right?
yeah.
I think it was something like that. I read
there had to be some form of legal guardianship for him to be able to go to Marcus. Yeah.
And so Phil Forte was like a 3-star, like kind of sniper shooting guard type, and Marcus Smart was basically committed to North Carolina. I don't know if he was officially, but like basically committed to North Carolina. And he went on this visit with Phil Forte to Oklahoma State. They offered Phil Forte, and he was like, well, I want to play with my, like, basically, stepbrother or whatever. I don't know how you call that. But, like, he just went to Oklahoma State with him, ended up going there.
Interesting. That sounds like, believe it or not, Todd Dodge, who's considered one of the greatest Texas high school football coaches of all time, completely changed the passing game in Texas high school football back in the 60s or 70s in Southeast Texas. He was at Port Arthur Thomas Jefferson, which that school, along with 2 other Port Arthur ISD schools, are now colluded or combined in a Port Arthur Memorial. And he was there his first 3 years. His dad was a pastor, got a job in Longview to where the family moved to Longview. But if he would have moved with them, he couldn't play his senior year because of UIL rules, even though they were moving for a job. And so his parents signed over his legal guardianship to like a family friend. And he stayed in Port Arthur and lived there with the family his senior year. So, I don't know. That's the first thing I thought of with that. I'm sure it's happened plenty of times. So,
man.
I mean, the Anthony Black thing that they got in trouble for, which they shouldn't have. That was ridiculous. That was insane. Another guy who played 2 sports could have probably played D1 football if he'd wanted to.
Dude, Antoine and I need to find a way to chop it up because Antoine's bringing up stuff now that I told Jordan earlier. I'm an old F. Like I was at the game where it was the Harrison twins and Marcus Smart in the Irwin Center. I've said it. Keenan, I don't know how many of those state tournaments you went to, Jordan. I don't know if you ever got to go to any.
I went to the 2022 one.
Okay, but the one when it was at the Irwin Center, those were the best basketball environments I was ever in at the Irwin Center, was for those state tournament games. Like, especially the one I'll never forget was Keith Frazier and Dallas Kimball against that Yates team with Damian Dotson that was undefeated, and Keith Frazier's pulling up like 2 steps past the half court line and just Steph Curry raining threes on freaking Yates. Like, that was good. But real quick though, before I get out of here, on Derek Griffin, Antoine brought this up and I totally forgot about this. So Derek Griffin, Keenan, I don't know if you remember Derek Griffin out of Rosenberg Terry, like 6'7", 6'8", legit 2-sport guy. Signed with Miami, but didn't make it due to academics. He ends up going to Texas Southern. He plays 1 football season at Texas Southern. He leads the SWAC with 11 touchdown catches, plays basketball, averages 13.5, 11 rebounds, about 2.5 blocks, sets the SWAC single season record for consecutive double-doubles and double-doubles in a season. He's SWAC player of the year, gets dismissed from football, then just ends his college career after 1 season playing both, signs with the Vikings as an undrafted free agent, and then ends up getting cut and ends up spending through 4 different teams a total of basically 4 seasons in the G League.
League, right? Yeah.
I had no idea that.
How did he get a spot with the Vikings? How many years removed was he from high school?
He didn't get to Texas Southern until 2015. So
what high school class is he?
He was class of 2013, so he didn't get to Texas Southern until 2015.
What? Was he just hanging out in Houston for 2 years?
I don't know. He didn't have the best situation. Academics, like I said, were a problem. But man, that dude could freaking high point a football, and he could
sports ball player.
Yes,
yeah. Jeff, I'll tell the story before you get out of here. You were talking about you and Jordan talking about football players hooping and the difference. This is Jeff. These are names that probably only mean something to you, but I think you'll get a kick out of this. So. Once upon a time, it was myself, a teammate of mine, Carlton Mitchell, went to USF, played with the Browns for a few years. Claim to fame is he made the game-winning catch for USF over number 3 ranked West Virginia at the time. And there's another Knox relative, Cody Knox, who was a cousin who was around my era. This is who we're playing against, Jeff. Remember Robert Marv, quarterback from Purdue, quarterback?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Plant High School. Aaron Murray and Orson Charles.
Bulldog.
And by the time you got 2 quarterbacks and a stud 5-star tight end on a plant, somehow we're playing at the JCC in Tampa for those in us Jewish Community Center. And somehow, some way, it ends up getting a word back to the old high school coach you're playing, Bob Weiner, like, yeah, you got your 5-star or 4-star quarterback. I think Murray's like a 4-star. Marv was a 4-star. You got your future 5-star quarterback in Murray and your 5-star tight end, Orson Charles, just playing against some dudes who are just hacking. And that's all me, Carlton, we're doing just hacking. Playing 3-on-3. By the time that game got to like 5, Bob Weiner made his way down to the JCC and was like, yep, this is a wrap. We're going this is not happening.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, real quick before you get out of here, do you remember a recruit? He's an outside linebacker recruit who went to Oklahoma named Chuka Ndule, went to Jesuit.
Yeah, played at OU.
He was sort of a friend of mine in high school. He's a nice guy. He ended up playing for the Broncos, I think, for 3 or 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
But the grade above me produced 4 professional athletes. Produced Josh Bell, the MLB player, still playing in the MLB. Jordan Spieth, Chuka Ndule, and then this guy, Chris Udofia, who ended up playing for the Warriors on a 10-day. So I count that too.
Hey, y'all play UIL. Don't forget you're a private school. Just saying.
Don't play UIL, buddy.
Those numbers are inflated.
Josh Bell was going to go to Texas, all set to enroll, and then they changed the draft rules, I think, the following year because the Pirates came in like the night before he's going to enroll. And like, hey, that's $5 million sound.
Yep.
Sounds great.
And nobody was mad at him. Every Texas fan was like, that makes sense. You should do that.
Go get paid, young man. All right. Right now, you still got time to get over to Covert Bee Cave, kick it with Nate Boyer. some lunch from Smoky Mo's Barbecue and via 313. If you're headed out that way, you can get over there. Tailgate pregame show starting tomorrow, 4 hours before kickoff. Eric and I will be posted up at DKR fairly early tomorrow to get ahead of the. I just decided, Eric, I got to leave the house like an hour earlier than the hour and a half early I usually plan on leaving. So, at any rate, everybody enjoy the rest of your Friday. Enjoy your football weekend. We'll be back to do it on Monday.
Yes, sir. See y'all. Have a good one.
Appreciate it, Jeff. Appreciate it, Jordan. That was It's Only an Hour. Jeff Howe, Jordan Scruggs, taking you up to around midday. We are false start. I am Eric Henry. He is Avoid the Bookings Beloved, quoting the great Jesus Nice. He is Keenan Womack. We will take you up to the 1 p.m. hour jam-packed show. Of course, Texas's first SEC football game as a member of the Southeastern Conference game. Less than 24 hours away. 3:15 kickoff. Yeah, I just know I'll be there at some point in time. 3:15 kickoff from DKR. So we definitely will talk, not much to get into from the Mississippi State side of things, but we'll talk what we want to see from Texas. Talk a little Cowboys, talk a little happenings with college football. But Keenan Womack, what's going on, man? I see you got the burnt orange on in the office. You got the Jesus quote going. How you doing, my guy?
I'm in a great mood today, man. I'm ready for SEC football, and I'm ready for it now. I'm very excited. Very excited for the start of things. We've been waiting for this for a long time, and it's cool to get it rolling, man. I'm really stoked.
Keenan, before I get into today's show, I'm not going to lie to you, I'm running on fumes. I was out in Dripping Springs much later than I needed to be until about 2:30 in the morning helping a friend out. I'm not going to say what that friend needed help with. I'm just going to say that friend needed help out of a situation. So that leads me to ask you, Keenan, before we get into sports talk, what is like the most notable time you've ever run interference for a homeboy, like wingman, just something that's like, yo, can't let the homie go out like that. You got to just take one for the team. What's the most notable one you can think of?
I mean, I've picked friends up from the airport real late, maybe 2 a.m, whenever it's like a red-eye flight or something that gets in. I've helped people move for free. That probably counts, right? That's a lot of work, dude. That's like 4 hours for no pay. Come on now. But yeah, I don't know. Nothing like that.
Yeah. See, Ike and Ike, I'll come to your question that you asked in a second, but this Ike gets where I'm going, right? He's like, bearing a body, we can be friends. Like that's, I'm talking about, really, really just like, hey, if this sees the light of day, it could be a problem. Not saying necessarily a legal problem, it could be a problem. Nothing like that for you, Keenan?
Not that I could talk about on the air.
The great Caroline Womack doesn't know these stories?
No, she doesn't need to know that. She probably knows about them already, but
I'll quickly tell one. And Ike, to your question, was BK playing? Listen, at the JCC, you see a lot of guys like BK out there hooping and hooping well. Listen, shooters. I know BK has said that he has no athleticism, but there are a lot of guys who resemble BK, just post up in the corner and hit the corner three. Do not be fooled by the guys who look like BK. All right, Keenan. So as the audience may know, I went to grad school in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
We were visiting one time. Me and my best friend, my boy, we'll just call him Jay. We're, doing our thing, going out, hitting the bars in Chicago. We're making our way through Wrigley. Meet a couple, young ladies. And he had the better end of the equation of the two, young ladies who were interested. So fair enough. I got you, dog. I got you, man. I'm gonna take one for the team. I'm gonna occupy the friend, so you can do your thing. And mind you, we're not from Chicago, right? We were kicking it in there for the weekend. And all right. So I'm trying to think how I want to tell this story. I told my boy, I'm like, yo, listen, we're in Chicago, right? So like colors, we're not doing the heavy color thing, right? Like, just wear neutral colors. And my boy is like, yo, nah, man, I gotta dress flashy, whatever. So he came out in some red ass outfit, And sure enough, we're posted up there by the red line, the train. For those who may not know, the red line, the CTAL. It's like 3 a.m. He's trying to close the deal with the young lady that he's talking to. I'm trying to occupy the other young lady just so she doesn't run interference. And then all of a sudden, there's a young man who just kind of creeping around the situation. See him surveying. I'm like, yo, is he waiting on the train or what, bro? And then finally he steps to my boy and he's like, yo, what you about? And my boy is like drunk and he's not paying attention. He's like, what? Like, what you about? I see this fit you got on. Like, what you trying to do? And Keenan, and forgive me if I've told this story on the air. I don't think I have. But
you haven't.
the young lady who was blonde-haired, blue-eyed, like just all-American girl.
Yep.
Says to the gentleman, no, they're not about that. They're from Orlando. And Keenan, the moment that the word Orlando left her mouth, he just looked at us like we had Mickey Mouse ears, like we were Disney characters. Like, look at these sweet ass boys right here. I'm just gonna rob them both just for the hell of it. Orlando?
Oh, no.
You could have picked any city in Florida. You could have said Tampa. You could have said Miami.
No.
She was the second. Jacksonville. Because you realize that when people hear Orlando, they just think Disney World, Universal. Like they don't think anything else.
Sure.
Orlando just made us look like some easy ass come ups. And I was like, dog, you lucky I love you, because I had to run interference and we got in this situation and whatnot. Luckily, he ended up leaving us alone. But
oh my god,
it was a night. Keenan Womack. It was.
I got robbed one time at gunpoint when I was in Costa Rica. I was walking down the street. I had been doing a bit of drinking, we'll say that, and I was walking down the street, and these two guys come up and they have their arms in their jackets, and this guy moves his arm. I think he's going to dap me up because I'm drunk, and he just pulls out a gun and puts it right in my face like this, and it was terrifying. I wasn't scared he was going to shoot me on purpose. I was scared he was going to shoot me on an accident. That's what I was really scared of.
See, you've told the story getting robbed, but I know it was in Costa Rica.
Yeah, I was in Costa Rica. Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. Jake Bayless says, thanks for letting me borrow your Bugatti the other day while you were feeding the homeless, bro. Yeah, that must have been Keenan's Bugatti, or maybe it was Jeff Howe's. Sure as I wasn't lying. Coach 420, who I forgot. I was supposed to get back to Coach 420, but Coach 420 and his whack ass comment about Jay. I'll address that before the show's over. It's been a couple days. I don't think I forgot. I'm going to talk about Jay is trash. Anyhow, Coach 420 said a homie called me at 3 a.m. His girl was kicking him out, drove 2 hours up my man's pack. You know what? That's a true friend.
That's a good friend, dude. That's a good bro move, right?
He said
there.
That's his best friend to this day, 25 years plus. I can respect that. Jake Bayless says that was a fun night in Wrigleyville. Yeah, you ever been out in Wrigley, Keenan?
It is fun.
You've been out in Wrigley? Okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah, I've been out there. It's awesome.
You've not.
Really fun.
CB, as always, appreciate you rocking. Says 2015 Texas fans took over Wrigley because Texas played at Notre Dame. The only memorable thing to happen that weekend, because that football game was a disaster. All right,
Keenan. Me to tell you a story about that weekend after the show's over, because I cannot tell it on the air.
Okay, after the show's
extremely funny.
After the show is over. Mississippi State, Keenan, we still do not have an official word on a starting quarterback. Steve Sarkisian said in his Thursday Zoom availability, he said it's not going to be a secret. Now, whether that's not going to be a secret inside of Moncrief or to the greater public, I guess it remains to be seen. I am keeping an eye out for any word. I know Chip Brown's got his ear to the streets. We are trying to figure things out. Keenan, I'm just going to put you on the spot right now, and we've talked about it, as far as percentages, this, that, and the other. Do you want Quinn Ewers to start this game Saturday, or do you just want him to just wait another 2 weeks till Oklahoma?
I think it'll be Arch.
I'm asking who you want to start.
Who I want to start?
Who do you want to start this game?
I don't want a cop-out answer, but I don't think it matters who starts.
Okay.
I would rather have Ewers out there just because I'd like to see him get in rhythm. I don't want him to be rusty against Oklahoma, but because we saw OU's defense look better than I thought it would. And now their offense is a disaster, but their defense looked pretty good against a Tennessee team that's been putting up a lot of points, given against bad opponents. But I'd rather see Ewers, but I think we're getting Arch. So I'm preparing for Arch. My college football fantasy team is preparing for Arch to start. So.
No, I mean,
I would go with Arch. I would assume I would want Ewers, but I'm assuming Arch. That's where I would go with that.
I'll say this. I've had some people kind of talk me into the idea of what you just said. You don't want a rusty Quinn Ewers heading into OU, right? It's a bit of a layoff. And again, it's not that Quinn Ewers hasn't had layoffs in his career, right? Quinn has come back and looked, I can't speak for 2022. I know 2023 looked pretty darn good when he made his return against TCU, but I understand that. So they've kind of talked me into the idea that given the level of this opponent, and you don't want to disrespect Mississippi State, but again, Michael Van Buren is probably going to come in and start. They don't want the first-time starter. It's not a good football team. Talk me into the idea of give Quinn a quarter. If the offensive line can protect him, give him a quarter to see if he can get this offense to 14-0, 21-0, right? Maybe a quarter, maybe a half.
Yeah.
And then you pull him. I've warmed up to that idea. However, I still feel really cautious with this being a midsection injury.
Yeah.
That if it's not 100%, just don't chance it because there's so much. This is going to be a 17-week season for Texas. We know this team is going to the playoff. We know this team possibly a number 1 seed or a number 5 seed, right? If they lose, the SEC runner-up is going to get the 5 seed.
Yeah.
It's not, and I see SD's comment, I'm going to address that in a second. It's not fair. It's just, this is not the opponent that I think you need to really be concerned about, right? If you can get Arch Manning some reps, you can win this ball game several different ways. It's just not a risk that I want to take with the best quarterback in the nation, in my mind, Keenan. What do you kind of say to that hypothetical that, all right, it's Mississippi State. If you can get Quinn out there for a quarter or a half, see what he can do. If he can, and here's my thing. The last thing I'll pass to you. You're saying if the hypothetical I was raised to is if you can get up 21-0, 28-0, right? Then you pull him. What if he doesn't? Then it looks worse if you pull him, right? And it's like, all right, he's clearly not healthy. So that's my thing. What's your take?
I wouldn't play him. I with the nature of the injury is so much that if he takes one bad hit, your season could be cooked. Like he could be out another 6 weeks.
Yeah.
You need him against OU. You need him against Georgia. And yes, I know we've talked all season about how OU is not very good, but they're better than I thought they were because their defense is legit. It is good. Now, I mean, that's assuming Tennessee's offense is really good, which it looked really good against a bunch of bad teams. But I don't think you want Arch Manning starting against OU. Nothing against Arch. It's just those are going to be a lot more complex blitz packages than he's going to have seen with better players than he's going to have seen. I would just wait. With the midsection injury, it's something he could re-injure on a turnaround screen. You just never know with that kind of injury. I'd play Arch. I would just let him play the whole game. That would be my take on that. I just don't think you can risk it. And I get SD's comment that one bad hit can come against OU, but he's at way more risk right now than he would be against OU. That's my thought.
Yeah, because SD, listen, I think it's a really good point you make there in terms of that one bad hit. This isn't, ballet, right? And I guess I shouldn't. I kind of hate that expression because we see in ballet people be bouncing up on their knees and stuff. But nevertheless, you get the idiom, right? It's not ballet. It's a contact sport. It can happen on the first drive. It can happen against OU. He says this way of thinking doesn't win championships. I'm not mad at that. I just know you can't always Monday morning quarterback at SD, but I know how I would feel if we quote unquote rushed Quinn, right? And obviously I'm assuming SD, you're saying if he's healthy. And I think you said that in one of your comments. Yeah, you said if he's healthy, right? If he's healthy, put him out there. I'm with you there. If Quinn Ewers is healthy enough that he's shown that he's not affected by the injury, you can put him out there. But if it's this thing where it's like, hey, we need our quarterback to kind of gut one out, then no.
Yeah.
Right? In that case, Give me a healthy Arch Manning, you know? So that's kind of my position there. Keenan, I do want to ask you this before we, take a pause and give a shout out to some of the fine folks who make Texas Sports Unfiltered go. Can you give me just 1, 2, maybe 3 areas of this team that you've been very impressed, maybe more so than you kind of anticipated entering this year?
I thought you were going to ask me what passes was, but I'll answer this.
Well, I am. Listen. I am going to. We know that because there's only one person who truly knows what passes is, right? Because I'm familiar with passes, but you, sir,
I know it intricately.
You know it intricately.
I would say that the area I've been most impressed with is the defensive backfield. Their ability to come up and stop the run has been impressive to me. Their ability to really shut down the number one receiver on every team they've played has been impressive to me. I think Michael Van Buren is in for hell on wheels this weekend. I don't think it's going to be great for him out there. I think he'll probably throw a couple of interceptions. Really, Drew Makuba, man, that guy is a badass safety. I've been super impressed with him. I always go back to his performance against Michigan because that was the real test at the beginning of the year. And we saw what Michigan did to USC. Now, they weren't throwing the ball around the yard, but they rushed for like 200 and something yards against USC's defense, which, we don't really know how good anybody is this early in the season. I know we're 4 weeks in. You can sort of eye test it, but it's hard to do transitive property of, they beat this team, so they're this good or whatever, because we don't know how good LSU is. We don't know how good USC is, right? But we saw that Michigan is a better team than we probably thought in beating USC the way they did. So this offensive line is the other thing that's just been amazing. It might be the best. I'll go to say it is the best offensive line in the country. And I think a lot of that has to do with experience. All these guys have played together for 3 years now, or not all of them, but most of them. Kelvin Banks is an anchor at the left tackle spot. Really, really, high-level NFL type of talent there. I think there's other NFL guys on this offensive line. I would say those have been the two most, not surprising because we knew the offensive line would be good, but the defensive backfield and the defensive lines come up strong too. Now, I know it's not as dynamic maybe as last year, but it's been very effective. So not to cover every base, but those are some areas where I was impressed.
I'll give you one that I really had a question mark was the run game after the injuries, right? After the injuries to C.J. Baxter, Christian Clark, I was curious with this run game is how it would look. Jarrett Gibson, man, like I know, some people, Chips kind of talk about the pass block rating and whatnot. I don't care about the way, PFF wants to grade pass block from a running back, completely honest with you.
Yeah.
Jarrett Gibson's hit the ground just like a bat out of hell running. The fact that they've been able to get timely running, and now you get Jaden Blue with his first 100-yard game, that's impressed me. I see some of the comments coming in, and I'm going to piggyback off that. The secondary was something that I harped on all offseason.
Yep, me too.
And we talked about this yesterday, Jeff and I. That move with Jahdae Barron, has just paid beyond great dividends in terms of the boundary spot that he fills, Ryan Watts, and we talked about it on Wednesday, I think a little bit as well, him being a good run defender. Drew Makuba, you talked about, but I got to give a shout out to some of these guys who really kind of, in my mind, Michael Taft, Taft was a bit of a lightning rod, at least when I first came in on this beat. I don't think Texas fans are as torn on Michael Taft anymore, right? And I don't speak for all Texas fans, but it felt like, to me, and if anyone in the comments or watching wants to correct me, feel free. It felt like Taft was viewed kind of like a Jet Bush guy, oh man, that guy's in the game,
Walk on. Yeah.
Not anymore. I mean, Taft, and I felt this way because, again, I just seen him with fresh eyes. I think Taft's a really good safety. I think Taft's going to find his way to be, a 4, 5, 6 year NFL special teamer, right? Just with his ability. Really like the way he stepped up his game. Manny Muhammad, again, maybe not all conference right now. I mean, we'll see. Still got plenty of season left, but more than solid in his role. I thought the loss of Terrence Brooks would be one that'd be felt because just for my money, a veteran cornerback, someone who's talented, maybe not great, but talented enough to start and not be a liability. And I never viewed Terrence Wicks as a liability. I thought that'd be felt. But again, putting Jade there, it's allowed Gavin Holmes to kind of do his thing. Been super impressed. Jelani McDonald played safety. Derek Williams. The tackling, again, Jeff and I talked about it yesterday, only through 4 games. But if they can continue this thing for 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 games, Keenan, that's outstanding.
Yeah.
And lastly, for me, and I've written about this guy a ton. I see his name's coming in the comments. Gunnar Helm has gone from serviceable to like, that's probably an NFL tight end as well. And not in the way that we view tight ends, Keenan, like the Kyle Pitts, like the guys are going to get out there and play in the slot. No, like Gunnar Helm's a big dude. When you get around him, I mean, he's not, yoked up big. He's just Colorado big, kind of that just a Midwestern guy, not Midwestern, right? But dude, he makes big plays. You're not gonna get the threat of an explosive play on every play like you had with JT Sanders. But it's not like Gunnar Helm can't make a play and leap over a guy and pick up 30, 40 yards. Having a hell of a year. So I've been very impressed by those. Going to go to some of the comments here. As Coach 420 says, actually, let's go with CB first because Jake Majors, that's another one we should call out. Jake, really good center.
Yeah.
Really, really good center. So he's
Great.
Anchoring things in the middle. Coach 420 says secondary, linebackers, and tight end. CB agrees with the secondary. SD says, I can see past Taft daddy whiteness. So I'll put a pause there for a second. Keenan, white safety versus white corner. Like,
look, there are only 2 white corners left, and they're at the San Diego Zoo. Shane Gillis.
Is it just one of those things where, like, you see a white safety, you're like, all right, like, I still, you still know how you feel about it, but it's like, all right, like, I can ride with that. White corner, you're just like, no,
There just aren't many white corners. I feel like there's Cooper DeJean,
and Riley Moss.
Yeah,
Like,
Riley Moss.
and that the
But Cooper DeJean or DeJean. I forget how.
No, DeJean, and then the kid Moss. I think with LA. I think his name is.
Oh right, yeah. So there are 2 of them, and they are at the They aren't at the San Diego Zoo. They're on NFL roster.
Yeah.
It's funny because people say, I wasn't expecting Gunnar to be a great athlete. It's not because he's white. It's because he's not yoked.
Yeah.
But he's still a really good athlete. He's really strong and he's fast and he makes plays. Like he leaped over a guy. It was crazy. Like I love seeing that out of your tight end. It's just really nice as a safety valve for yours too. He's a guy that gets open out of that tight end spot. And it's just really the whole team's been impressive. Like outside of running back injuries, like this team has not showed a ton of weakness.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. Just really quick point on Helm. Yeah, the Helm athleticism thing, definitely. I mean, listen, there are plenty of athletic white tight ends. Like my hot take is, stop making the athletic white guy a tight end, right? Let that guy be a receiver. Nevertheless, I feel like somewhere in the youth football pipeline, you see a white guy and it's like, all right, he's fast enough. All right, let's have him beef up and be tight end. Nah, like let's let him be a receiver. Nevertheless, no, Helm just doesn't. If you ever see Gunnar Helm outside of his pads, like he's not built like a JT Sanders or some of these athletic like tight end guys, but he has improved his athleticism a lot, right? And I think SD makes a great point, and this is I think aids Gunnar Helm. You got to be an SOB, and Gunnar Helm has some of that in him, like nasty. I love that about him. CB says Rod Babers killed the white DB Jake Bayless, Godfather white DB Jason Sehorn. Former New York Giant, can't forget about him. Keenan, you kind of, and perfect segue, the injuries at running back concern you? I mean, because now it's at a point where let's just run them down. CJ Baxter out for the year. Christian Clark out for the year. Velton Gardner out against Mississippi State. Colin Page, when we're hearing, could be out a couple weeks. Or is right? He's listed as doubtful, but could be out a couple weeks. Quintravian Wisner, questionable. Now that move, Keenan, that Ryan Niblett shifts to running back, huge now.
Yeah.
because you would only have 2 scholarship running backs outside of that. So just any concern at all? It kind of just the rash of injuries at the running back room.
Oh yeah, a lot of concern there. I think this is a game where you gotta maybe don't workhorse somebody. Maybe you do split the carries up a little bit more, because you cannot have an injury to Blue, especially not Gibson. And nothing against Niblett, but like if he's your starting running back, he's good, but like you need multiple running backs that are scholarship guys. It sucks that Trey's out, or Quintravian. Sorry, I know his mom wants him to go by his full name, but it sucks that he's out. Because I'd like for him to get some reps in this game. It's going to be a Jaden Blue, Jarrett Gibson game, man. It's going to have to be. Niblett's going to get in there too.
Yeah.
What I like about Niblett is like, because he converted from receiver, right?
Right. Yeah.
That's where he was before. So he's got hands. You can throw it to him out of the backfield. And I know they like to do that a lot in this offense. So that's a benefit, I guess, of converting him from wide receiver to running back. But at this point, okay, Wisner's listed as probable now. Well,
yeah, I haven't checked yesterday's report, so that it's a good call on Jake.
No, good call, Jake. No, that's a good thing for sure. You really want him to get some carries in this game, because I don't want Jaden Blue getting 25 carries in this game. Now, I don't think they're going to need to run him that much, but like, say for some reason it's a closer game than you think, you're going to need to run the ball well. That's a Sark offense. He runs the ball a ton, or those RPOs don't work nearly as well. So ideally, you get a guy like Quintravian Wisner some carries in this game. That's a good sign. I'm very happy for that. It's very nerve-wracking. I agree with Derek Howell. I gasp every time I see someone rush the ball. That's kind of how I feel, man. When a guy gets up limping or with a cramp, I just freeze up. It's really unfortunate to have lost some of these guys, but they're making do with what they have, and we'll see what they do about it on Saturday.
Yeah, Keenan, I'm just looking at the latest availability report here. I'll read it off on the air for Texas. All right, so we've got Derek Williams out again. CJ Baxter out, Christian Clark out, Velton Gardner out, Colin Page out, Tate Haver, deep snapper. Of course, Lance St. Louis is the starting deep snapper out. DeAndre Moore, questionable. Quinn Ewers, questionable. Jelani McDonald, Barron Sorrell, Quintravian Wisner, probable, Keenan. So that is the latest injury report. The next one is due by 7 p.m. this evening. That is the one that I'm assuming.
What's up with Moore?
They don't list, Keenan, on these, they don't list injuries. It doesn't require the team to list the injury. It just requires a list of status. So do not have that information there. You said Derek House, as he gasps every time you see someone rush the ball. You definitely gotta echo that, no doubt. But Keenan, you teased it. Are you ready? Because I can't tell him. Like I can't tell him, but you can tell him.
You literally can't.
I can, but you have the details. What is passes?
Why don't you ask me, Eric? Why don't you ask me?
What is passes, Keenan?
Let me tell you, brother. Passes is a content creator company that the Texas One Fund has partnered with. It's the first ever NIL collective on the platform, Eric. 40 of the top University of Texas athletes across multiple sports and the Olympics are on passes. They will showcase exclusive fan offerings, behind-the-scenes access, engaging Q&A content, memorabilia and merchandise, and captivating day-in-the-life videos and content. Through these avenues, fans have the opportunity to connect with their favorite Longhorns in a new and more personal way than ever before, giving insights to their lives both on and off the field. Passes is revolutionizing the way NIL athletes can engage with you, the fan, the listener at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Head to passes.com to sign up and get closer to the game than ever before. It is also the best place to donate to and support the Longhorns. You can subscribe to and donate to the Texas One Fund to get access to tailgate parties, meet and greets, signed memorabilia, VIP experiences, and athlete spotlight access. Once again, passes.com is the website. For more information, go sign up today.
Thank you, Keenan. As always, go check out Passes, folks. Passes, you're going to get more bang for your buck than OnlyFans. All right? So, that's what I've heard. Go check out passes. In my mind, like it's an easier thing to explain to your significant other. And I just think it's just a better investment. So go check out passes.
I was not expecting that. That's hilarious. Hell yeah!
It's Friday. It's Friday, sir. Like I said, I'm
cutting loose, brother.
Little sleep. So BK, apologies. Hopefully, I'm still employed come Monday.
I'm sure.
All right, Keenan. Cowboys, take it away. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know what to say, because I mean, a win is a win, and a win is better than a loss. But that New York Giants team sucks.
They suck, dude. They suck, dude.
Have at it.
Yeah. I just don't see any explosion from this offense that I was expecting. You had the one play from CeeDee Lamb, the big touchdown, but this team desperately needs a wide receiver too, and they desperately need a better running game. And they're just not like CeeDee is as good as anybody in the NFL, but when you can just bracket coverage him every single time, when you can just throw your best corner on him and just focus on him, it makes the rest of the team really not look that good. I was pleasantly surprised with the defensive line, especially Mozzie Smith. I know he's been catching a lot of crap lately. He looked better than he has looked before, so I was impressed with him. But man, just to score, not to score 17 points against a bad Giants team, or what was the final score? I think it was
20
to 15. So yeah, to score 20 points against a bad Giants team is not ideal. There are also a lot of injuries in this game. I didn't see where Micah Parsons' injury was. I know he left the game. I didn't see what it was, but Daniel Jones hasn't thrown a touchdown in MetLife in like 2 seasons or something. It's been like 600 something days since he's thrown a touchdown in front of those home fans. I can't imagine what's going through their heads. Also, the Cowboys have won, I don't know how many straight games against the Giants. I think 7 straight games against the Giants. It's been a long time since the Giants have beat the Cowboys. And this was as close as they've gotten. After last year, they just destroyed them both games. It's not a good sign to struggle like that against a bad Giants team. Now, to be fair, it is on a short week, and that can affect your offense and it can affect things. But, man, it's not looking great. I know it's a W. I'll take the W, but I was not impressed. They were super sloppy on offense. Ton of, like CB just said it, so many flags, just a ton of penalties, stupid penalties, false starts, just holding. Tyler Guyton was getting owned all night by Kayvon Thibodeau. 13 straight. Oh my God. Whoo, that's tough if you're a Giants. It's been 7 years, I guess, since the Cowboys have lost to the Giants. That's insane. That's a bad sign if you're a Giants fan. But yeah, I mean, there's not that much to say. They looked okay. They didn't look great. I don't feel much better than I did before the game about this season. They're 2-2, so you take the wins you can get, I guess. But they didn't really show me a whole lot to be inspired about.
Keenan, I'm going to say this, and I've noted on the show I'm a Buck fan, right? So, I watch my Bucks, and I feel like this is a point that most Cowboy fans know, but it's a tough pill to swallow. Do you know what the season high for a Cowboy rusher is this year, off the top of your head? Or don't just guess. Why don't you just guess? Why don't you just guess what that figure is?
50 yards.
Last night, Rico Dowdell had 46 yards. That was 6 yards higher than the previous high of 40.
My God, dude.
The reason I bring up the Bucks is I watched the Bucks win a championship with Tom Brady, right? And that short passing game essentially serving as the running game.
Right.
No one's confusing this Cowboys team for the COVID year Bucks that won a championship.
No.
Like
Defense ain't there.
It would be so. Well, defense ain't there. There's not, for whatever you want to say about that version of Rob Gronkowski, who quite frankly was a shell of himself. He at least still was an effective tight end. I obviously CeeDee Lamb is CeeDee Lamb, so you could say like a Mike Evans comparison, but you had Chris Godwin, you had Antonio Brown before he decided to start stripping on the field and go crazy.
Yeah, that was
there were a lot of playmakers on that team.
Mm-hmm.
This to me is just insanity. And I know I rip on Jerry Jones a lot on this show, but it should be malpractice, man, to put that around Dak Prescott. That's where I just struggle, man. Like, you're going to have to run the football at some point to win a game. You think you're going to win a championship like this? No. So I just don't know how Cowboy fans feel. Yes, I think you made a good point. Go ahead. You want to talk about DeMarvion real quick?
Really quick. Yeah. DeMarvion Overshone has been one of the few bright spots on this team this year. Really explosive athlete. That's the main thing that sticks out about him to me. His closing speed is crazy. Like some of the plays he made, he's a violent hitter. He's a really, really athletic linebacker, and he's been really fun to watch, and I'm just glad he's on the Cowboys. But go back to your point. I just wanted to mention that really quick.
Yeah, no, I just was going to say, if you're a Cowboy fan, I don't know how you walk out of yesterday feeling like it. Like I said, it's okay. It's a win. It's better than a loss. It doesn't leave you feeling great. You know, it doesn't leave you feeling like the main issues with this team have been answered. It's just, all right, at least the sky isn't falling and we're not going 6-10. But this still feels to me like a 10-7 team, maybe 11-6. Like, and that's a maybe, right, Keenan?
I think they could go 7-10. Yeah, no, I mean, like, they're already talking about firing McCarthy. It's 4 games into the season. Now, obviously, every Cowboys coach, they want to fire him within 4 games. That's every single time they hire a coach. Let's fire him. We need a new coach. It's like the DNA of this franchise is in the management and in the front office. And I don't think it's Will McClay's fault. I think McClay's done a pretty good job drafting. But, I mean, just the way that Guyton, to throw him out there against Kayvon Thibodeau, who is, for my money, one of the better pass rushers in the NFL. He doesn't get as much credit because he's on such a bad team. That guy's really good. He was cooking last night. It's just really poor management, man. I don't think McCarthy's a great coach. I mean, to have Aaron Rodgers and win 1 Super Bowl with that team he had is pretty embarrassing in my mind. Like, it really is. I think that team probably should have maybe been a dynasty. Considering the weapons that Aaron Rodgers had around him, how damn good he was at that time. Yeah. Now, he's still pretty good, but he's not what he was. I don't think any amount of hiring and firing coaches is going to change. I see 9 wins. Yeah, I agree with Jake. I see 9 wins at most. Just the defensive line is just not very good. The running backs are not very good. Outside of CeeDee, the receivers are not very good. It's just really disappointing. And the other thing is, when the other team can run the ball, now they couldn't last night. They couldn't run the ball last night, and props to the Cowboys for that. But when the other team can run the ball as easily as Baltimore and New Orleans did, you neutralize the threat of Micah Parsons making big plays in the passing game. Absolutely. You neutralize his ability to force bad throws, to get sacks, to get pressures, to get quarterback hits. You can knock him out of the game if you can run the ball well, just run to the opposite side, and teams have been able to do that. The Giants couldn't last night. Credit the Cowboys for that, but it's been really tough, man. It's been a really tough season so far.
If y'all are on the text line, get us up 512-222-9328. Bang the text line in addition to the other platforms. Keenan, before we get out of here, you in the pre-show talked about an article, or you mentioned an article about kind of rising coaches who could be the next hot commodities. And I have not been able to log into my ESPN Plus today, so I can't see the article, but you can let us know some of the names they mentioned. What you got, K-Wo?
Yeah, I think the most notable that we should talk about is G.J. Kinney at Texas State. Now, Kenny's been all over the place as far as coaching goes, but he's really established himself in San Marcos. I could see a guy like him getting a job like maybe, although Arkansas is maybe performing a little better than people thought, and Petrino's probably going to take over there. So maybe Baylor, maybe, I'm trying to think of other Texas schools who might be looking to fire their coaches, but I think G.J. Kinney is one of those guys that could legitimately lead a team. A trailer too, although UTSA has been bad this year, but he's had a lot of success in turning them into a legitimate program. Like they were good last year, and they were good the year before that. Now, a lot of that was Frank Harris, but he still got, he still made the offense work with Frank Harris. Like you got to give him credit for that too. I think there's a lot of hot coaching commodities in the state of Texas. Now, Rhett Lashley at SMU, even his offensive coordinator, whose name escapes me right now, but that guy's been really good for SMU. He's getting some looks. And he was the recruiting coordinator at Missouri, I believe. And interesting thought, when he was at Missouri, he got promoted by the current AD at Baylor. So maybe there's a connection there. I don't know. But yeah, I think GJ Kinney is the hot name that everybody's looking at. And I could see him. I could see his sticking around another year. I could see his doing that too. But I could also see him taking a job that's like too much to turn down. And, Tech. I mean, for real, they're not happy with Joey out there right now. I mean, we'll see how the rest of the season goes. They play Cincinnati this weekend, who punked Houston last week, I believe. It's like 31-0 or something. Or maybe that was 2 weeks ago, but whatever. It's a blowout. No, I think it was last week. Either way, Tech's going to need a new coach, and GJ Kinney's going to be on the market. So that might be a dream hire for them. I don't know. We'll see.
I will name a place that I would not be mad if GJ Kinney popped up, and that's UCF. And of course, if Arthur Gustavo Malzahn keeps at the rate that they're at and they're winning, he's probably going to get a freaking lifetime extension, and then those hopes will be dashed. But nevertheless, I'd like to see GJ Kinney there. Jake Bayless brings up a point that I think is interesting. He says, wonder if UTSA having a rebuild year will stop schools for Jeff Traylor. That's the tricky thing with being a G5 coach, man, because like you got to strike when the iron's hot, and I'm not mad at Jeff for staying and Lisa Campos for getting him locked up. But I especially think as a G5 coach, if you can't, and it's not that, like you said, Keenan, it's not that Jeff has been a bad coach. It's just you're trying to replace a lot of guys and they're struggling. And it's in this landscape, Keenan, especially with NIL and the transfer portal. I hate to say it as someone who covered group of fives for over half a decade. You can't stay. Like, you can't miss that window.
You can't.
John Summerall went from Troy to Tulane. He's trying to work his way up, right? You saw Willie Fritz go to Houston. You're not going to be able to just maintain that level because your team's going to get rated, right? And Jeff Traylor didn't want to dive into his whether the interest was mutual with him in Houston. But yeah, to that point, Jake, I think it's a really great point you make there that you got to strike, because if you don't, there's no guarantee that either your players are going to come back or you're going to be able to field a team that's competitive. Keenan, is that fair?
Yeah, definitely. Real quick, you want to do game predictions since we're at the end of the show?
Oh, it is Friday. Yeah, let's do game predictions. Keenan, take it away. You go first.
I think Texas wins 45-10. That's my prediction. I think Arch gets the start, and I think Wingo has a big game. Those are my predictions.
All right. I actually haven't put it in the chat, in our Texas Sports Unfiltered chat, but I'm going to go 55-13. That's what I'm feeling. So on that note, Keenan, I knew you're at the office, so I'm going to get you back to work. I'm going to bring in Zay Collier, Chip Brown. False start. We're back. I'll be back on Tuesday. Of course, Keenan will be back on Monday with Joe Londergan. And actually, no, wait. I actually might be able to make a Monday because it's a bye week. So no player availability.
Hell yeah,
so
dude.
You might see me on Monday. Stick around. Anyhow, Keenan, as always, appreciate it, buddy. Enjoy the games this weekend. We'll be going
Much love, brother.
Absolutely. Get back to work. Bring in Zay Collier and Chip Brown for Chip and Zay from 1 to 3 Central Time. The dynamic duo themselves. I will try not
How's Mississippi State going to score 13?
Zay, I was just, before I was rudely interrupted, I was just about to say that I'm going to try to give introduction that is appropriate, one that Chip Brown finds appropriate, because the last time I introduced him, he found that the introduction was not appropriate. So I was going to actually say, joined by the illustrious duo of Chip Brown and Zay Collier. But, Chip just wants to jump in with more critiques of your boy.
So they're going to score 13.
Zay, hey, Zay, what's going on, brother? You doing all right?
I'm great. I'm great. Yo, let Chip know. Let Chip know Mike Van Buren, the next Dak Prescott.
The next Dak Prescott.
Okay, that's a hot take.
He's just not going to get his ass kicked on Panama City Beach. That's what's not going to happen.
Wow.
Oh, I saw that video.
I'm not letting Dak off the hook for getting his ass whooped on Panama City like that. Zay, my hot take is Dak Prescott would have been a second-round pick if he didn't get his behind whooped, because no one wants to see your franchise quarterback. I'm not drafting a guy as my franchise quarterback. He getting his behind whooped on spring break. That's just me.
Yo, Baker Mayfield got taken down by the police, and he went number 1.
A lot of people get taken down by the police. There's no shame getting taken down by the police. Getting your behind whooped on spring break, you're shaming that. In front of the women, they're shaming that. Yeah.
Light-skinned brother, quarterback. You know, our boy John Brown said you gotta watch out for them light-skinned brothers, man.
Look, you know, Chip back in the day, he not getting his behind whooped in front of the ladies. Like, that's not happening. Chip strikes me as a guy who's like, listen, you might win, but you better pack a lunch. Like, Chip strikes me as that guy. Like, you better pack a lunch because he's gonna be here for a while.
Oh yeah, I'm probably gonna talk my way out of it. But I'm just glad the Cowboys have a slump buster like the Giants. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. No
Everybody needs a slump buster.
Even if it comes in the form of Daniel Jones and Thursday Night Football, everyone needs a slump buster. But with that, I will not take up any more time. Thank you. It's been a great week as always. You can find my coverage of the Texas Longhorns, Horns 24/7, be at the stadium Saturday, and also KView 5:30. KView with Corey Mose doing that again. Shout out to
5:30 tonight.
5:30. Sorry, 5:30 Sunday. 5:30 Sunday.
Yeah, 5:30 Sunday
with KView and Corey Mose. Fellas, y'all have a fantastic show.
Appreciate you, E. Henry.
Appreciate you, E. Henry. And in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you spend some time with us on a free-for-all football Friday. And guess what? The Cowboys won. Come on, man. They won.
It was ugly.
It was ugly. And there were injuries, but they won.
Yeah. I
mean,
yo, shout out to DeMarvion Overshown. I feel like we got to shout him out first, right? He was all over the field. 8 tackles, going crazy, getting hype. When Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence go out, DeMarvion Overshown, and Eric Kendricks out here making things happen. Mike Zimmer, he's utilizing DeMarvion Overshown in the right way. And I thought it would take another year for DeMarvion Overshown to get back to 100%. He good. He back. That ACL, that ain't no issue. Because that third down in the red zone stop that he had, it was just him and the receiver. And that receiver tried to get Demo. Demo stopped him. And it led to one of the 5 field goals that the New York Giants had to kick yesterday. So very proud showing. You're a Texas Longhorns fan, seeing Demo go crazy last night on Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, we're going to talk to Glenn Stretch Smith, former Cowboys offensive assistant coach, get his thoughts. But I agree, Zay, and maybe it's Eric Kendricks and DeMarvion Overshown who are the ones that stand up and say enough, because the Cowboys defense was on point last night. I mean, they limited the Giants to 1.1 yards per rush. That's insane. That's like homecoming opponent lopsided, you know? I mean, where was that the last 2 weeks? But the NFL is a week-to-week league, and the Cowboys changed the narrative for a long week. They get a long week. They get the weekend, and then They don't have to listen to everybody talking about how crappy they are, like me, talking about how they have no player leadership. So good on the Cowboys.
Yeah. I need Brian Daboll to put that weight back on. You can't. Come on. He thought that there'd be a lot of change.
Get off the Ozempic.
Get off the Ozempic, man. I need that weight back on because what he's doing now, and he probably doesn't have much time left as a New York Giants coach. I didn't think Daniel Jones was bad yesterday. They got their number one wide receiver, Malik Neighbors. That guy is really good. Like, he's a special talent, and you just never knew about him. I know you and I, when we were discussing the draft, back in April, your guy was Roma Dunze. I'm a big Marvin Harrison Jr. fan. And it wasn't no knock to Malik Neighbors or anything. It's just I gave Jaden Daniels a lot of credit for that offense in Baton Rouge last season. But, man, that guy, he's the only bright spot for the New York Giants right now. I don't know what they're going to do with Jones at this point. Just guess you just keep trying to ride it out with him. Feel like there's better. But, again, he wasn't bad last night. You just got to get that ball in the end zone. But, yeah, Cowboys, that run defense, it was stingy. But those injuries, never like Micah getting hurt, dealing with anything. I know he has that x-ray today for the leg. And, a couple of other guys went out. They showed Trayvon Diggs, a little bad.
Marcus Lawrence.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trayvon Diggs went out with dehydration.
How they show his badass kid when he got hurt too? Why they gotta show it? That kid's bad as hell.
Because he became a star during Hard Knocks.
Yeah, that kid's bad as hell. What is he doing there anyway, Chip? It's Thursday night. Does he go to school in New York? I don't think he does. I feel like he goes to school in Dallas, Texas. Why is he there? Like that's a badass kid, man. Playing hooky.
Maybe they're homeschooling.
Maybe, but
hey, I don't know how you pronounce Amani Awari, but that dude coming up with that interception, and he started the day on the practice squad. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Amani Aru, maybe Stretch will know how to pronounce it. I mean, this is a great little story. The guy started the day on the practice squad. Then he, starts the game as a backup. And then with everything on the line, it's near the goal line, final seconds. And we'll just call him Amanio. Amanio ends up being one of the heroes of the game.
Yeah.
That I liked a lot because they were kind of getting after they had the kid, who was Andrew Booth. They kind of lit up Andrew Booth a little bit. He got beat by Malik Neighbors quite a bit. But after
Jake, now 2022 Coach of the Year, Jake, that's fat Brian Daboll. Fat Brian Daboll, different cat. This Brian Daboll losing all that weight. The health might be better, but the decision making, not so much. Not for all league.
You like the rotund, the ball, Brian the Ball, Daboll.
Yeah, man, looking like Kevin James. King and Queens, Brian Daboll.
What is wrong with you?
I'm just trying to help him out. People think that change is good all the time. Change ain't good all the time. It's not. But the XDB, DeMarvion Overshown, flying. Kurt Hershey was like, yo, Overshown's everywhere. We're like, yeah, he is. This guy, he looks pissed off. And yeah, they have to be the leaders. If DeMarvion Overshown has to be the leader in year 2, so be it. Eric Kendricks, that could be a leader. The guy's played a lot of football. Had some really good seasons for the Vikings.
Yeah, he played with Zimmer for 7 years.
Yeah, so they know one another.
I don't know how linebackers or running backs make it beyond 7 years with all the contacts, car accidents they're in every single game. But Eric Kendricks, DeMarvion Overshown, they showed up last night. So good on the Cowboys. We'll talk Cowboys here with Stretch in a minute, but I'm hearing Quinn Ewers wants to play tomorrow. So keep your eyeballs open for that. Okay. All right. I see him in the waiting room.
See that weather good. He outside.
He's outside. He's enjoying him.
The weather's good. Yeah, look at that.
Look at that.
It's beautiful.
He's out there by his pool.
That's exactly right, man. You got to fight it to the very end. It may be over in a hurry, brother.
Oh, man. Well, Stretch, we were just talking about the Cowboys. Thank God you have a slump buster like the New York Giants, huh?
Golly, was that? I mean, I don't like style pointing wins, but you start thinking, really now you're gonna be facing Pittsburgh, Detroit, and San Francisco the next 3 weeks, and you just think, boy, after what you saw last night, how can you even remotely think that the Cowboys are going to be able to come out of it anything except, maybe 3-4, and I don't see a win in there. So I did see some good things in the game. I mean, I thought Mozzie Smith at least fought a little bit in the game. I thought Cooper Beebe, fought a little bit in the game. I thought you saw Jordan Lewis do some good things, but CeeDee Lamb has gotten this huge contract, and I want to say in 4 second halves he has 3 catches. 3. I mean, it's the whole process makes your ass itch.
And then okay, great. He makes a great catch, a nice move. He scores 55-yard play, and then he throws the ball at the guy and makes his kicker kick a 48-yard extra point.
I mean, I'm serious when I tell you. I mean, he wouldn't step to the podium after last week's game. I mean, he's everything that Michael Irvin was not, and you want to wait on guys to mature, and you want to give them an opportunity. And I mean, you and I are dads. We get it. I mean, you want to school them up and coach them up. But I mean, at what point do you just say, I'm dealing with somebody here that's just doesn't have the maturity level to be making that kind of money. It is. It's a maddening situation to think about because, I mean, I like Brandon Cooks. I mean, he's just a guy. I like Jalen Tolbert. He's just a guy. And so you're going to have to rely on CD, and I'm just not sure that he's able to be that guy right now. Yet you've paid him to be that guy. It really is. It's a maddening situation to be going through.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the money, what do they say, Stretch? The money makes you more of what you are. So if you're a good guy, the money makes you maybe a benefactor, someone who, looks out for others. If you're I don't know, arrogant.
Oh, yeah, no, you do.
Arrogant, arrogant a-hole. It makes you more of an arrogant a-hole.
Right. You know what? Chip, you know what a drut is?
A drut?
Drut, D-R-U-T. You know what that is?
Give it to me.
It's a backwards turd. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I hate to pin that on him, but I mean, that's what it feels like a lot of times with him is if it's not going his way, he's pouting. If things are a little adverse, he's looking for the flag. If, when times get tough, I mean, it looks like he rolls into somebody that doesn't want to be out in the middle of it. And so it's a frustrating scenario. I'd have a hard time coaching a guy like that. I'm just telling you, I would have a very difficult time with that. And I remember I had a lot of kids like that when I was coaching at Northern Illinois because I had a lot of inner city Chicago kids. And I mean, one of the first things I did when I got the job is the company Kramer used to make these that you could get them in a 500 count. They were kind of, and what it was chewable vitamin D tabs or vitamin C tabs, excuse me, orange vitamin C tabs. I stripped every single label off there, and I took a big Sharpie and I marked them tough pills. And every time they'd walk in my office with something, I'd just say, go get 2. And so it became a mental thing, right? Go get 2 before you tell me what the issue is. You missed study hall today. You didn't go to class. Sparky ate your homework. Go get 2 before you tell me the issue. And it's almost like, you need to go back to dealing with, him being an 18-year-old kid, because that's what it feels like in a lot of different ways.
That just makes me want to have some gas pains. But what'd you think about Eric Kendricks and DeMarvion Overshown? The Cowboys defense holds them to 1.1 yard per carry.
I mean, I thought Overshown, they played downhill. I mean, and it was because, Amazi and Odigizua were coming downhill. I mean, they were playing, and then that allowed your linebackers to run. I thought Overshown played about as good a game as I've seen him play. I mean, he had a chip on his shoulder, and you could tell, those guys have been challenged by Mike Zimmer from a defensive standpoint to say, hey, we need to go and show that we have what it takes. And we're not the team that we were the last 2 weeks. And I think, you showed that. I don't care what NFL team you get a win against, even if the head coach is taking about 4 of those Ozempic shots a day. My goodness. Last year, Dayball looked like he was about to blow up, and now this year
he looked like a Macy's float last year.
I promise you, his navel last year to held one of them 3-liter Dr. Peppers, and now he's all slim and trim, and you're like, my goodness. Anyway.
Well, Zay said he's got to stop taking the Ozempic shots.
Yeah. Oh, I'm telling you, he may be IV in Ozempic, just plugging it right in him,
Yeah.
Anyway.
Stretch, are the Giants really that bad? I mean, I'm trying to find some positivity with this win. And as you said, with the way they looked last night and their next 3 games, where are you going to find a win there? But are the Giants just that bad, though?
Well, I don't. The Giants are not a good football team, but I'll ask you this. Does Malik Neighbors not look like a better football player than Marvin Harrison Jr. right now? He does. Yeah, so they've got a few pieces of the puzzle. It's just they're personnel wise, they're a ways away. And let me help you out. So are the Cowboys. I'm just telling you. We can sit here and criticize Mike Zimmer or Dan Quinn or whoever you want to. You could. It doesn't matter if you play a 43, a 34, a Jack Crow 6'1" diamond. It doesn't make a crap if you don't have the players. You're not very good, and personnel is the issue, and the Giants are not. They've got a nose that's a really good player. Neighbors is a good player, but other than that, it's a very, it's a team that's gonna finish last in the East, and a division in the East that's only going to send one team to the playoffs. So, and it's not going to be the Cowboys, and who knows. Who knows if Jaden Daniels can keep, getting it done in Washington? And, that head coach in Philadelphia, he could spin off at any time. But I don't think the Cowboys are the answer right now. And they're not playing like it. And they're not playing like it because the guys that they've given the money to are just, again, CeeDee Lamb. Come on, bro. Come on.
Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay. What about this Cowboys running game, Stretch? Like, what are they going to do to get that thing?
Yeah, remember now, you got 2 rookies on the offensive line. Let's not take that away. Then Martin went out. He got poked in the eye. TJ Bass came in. I thought they did some okay things, but you're going to have to go through the growing pains of Cooper BB, and he fought his ass off last night. You're going to have to go through the growing pains of a left tackle that as soon as his feet get out of place, he grabs, which that's a normal response. Guyton is a really good player. He's got good feet, but when you play in the NFL, it just takes you some time. And so, again, they want to say, well, should have signed Derrick Henry. I mean, it wouldn't. Right now, you got to get better in the offensive front. I thought Dowdle ran the ball hard. I mean, he hit it up in there. And, I mean, Zeke is Zeke. I mean, he's just going to be the guy that's going to pass protect okay, and he'll get out some in some routes for you. And he's a good screen runner. And the other kid, I mean, as much as I like Deuce Vaughn, I mean, hell, we could get him some mounts tomorrow at Saratoga. Midgets. So, I mean, it's just tough right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you noticing around the NFL stretch that you like, dislike, anything popping out going into week 4?
Well, I do think that you got some really, I mean, I think there's some really good football teams. I think Pittsburgh is, I mean, they are unbelievable defensively. I love the acquisition of Patrick Queen that they got from Baltimore. It has shored up their defense. I think Justin Fields can manage the game. I think Arthur Smith, their offensive coordinator, has done some good things. I do think Pittsburgh is a surprising team. I didn't believe Seattle would be where they're at. I mean, I think they're a really good football team. I think you've got Kansas City has got still they've losing Pacheco. Can they continue to put a guy that they cut 6 years ago and Hunt back in the lineup? If they can, that tells you a lot there. But I'm going to say that as you look around the NFL and you look at the teams that you think, okay, I can really, really believe in right now. I mean, I'm not sure that you could say, boy, I'm crazy about, Green Bay, or I really feel strong about Detroit's offense, or I do think the North is a really good division. But I mean, who's playing better right now than Sam Darnold and what's getting done there? And I always thought he was a hell of a quarterback. He was just with a couple bad teams. He was a bad team in New York, and he was with a bad team in Carolina. So I think you're going to see that division. I mean, I really do believe that you could see 3 teams come out of that division. So we'll have to see. It's early in the year, and it's a long season. So we know attrition and how injuries happen. So we'll just have to keep an eye on it as we go through this gauntlet of a schedule that the Cowboys are getting ready to play.
Well, I know you keep your eye on the Longhorns, and here we go. 4 games in, getting ready to start SEC play. Your thoughts?
Well, we've talked about this, but I think this is a team that, to me, looks like they're buying into what the head coach is selling. They have an understanding of what they need to do. Their culture looks to be changed. They've got depth. I mean, how many other teams do you think, I don't care what league you're in, could lose 2 backs and they could have a back that just steps up and just keeps getting it done like Blue's done? I think, could lose a really good starting quarterback and have a quarterback step in and play the way Manning has played. And I don't care what the jersey says on the back. I'm talking about how he's playing and what he's getting done. So I do think Texas defensively has found something, and the something is a secondary that will thud you up and thump you, and an offense that can move the football with speed. So I like that Michigan. I really like that Michigan beat SC because I think it validates the Texas win after SC beat LSU. And I know we're going to start turning over the tarot cards. Well, so-and-so beat so-and-so. Well, we're going to feel like so-and-so, so-and-so. But at the end of the day, you got to feel good about what Texas did going into Ann Arbor and playing in a tough place. And then, like I said, USC going in there and getting beat after they beat LSU. I think there's something to be said for all of that. And I hope Texas, I really do. I hope Texas gets themselves cranked up and just thumps Oklahoma. I'm tired of hearing about OU. I'm tired of hearing about all that. And I've been on both sides of that fence, and you know that. But I'm ready for the Longhorns to put about a 35-point beat down on the Sooners here in a few weeks.
Your thoughts on what's going on in Norman, Stretch? I mean, Brent Venables, interesting to pull his 5-star quarterback out in just 4 games against the Tennessee team. That's really good. I know he looked like crap turning the ball all over the place, but in today's transfer portal era, you kind of think that might be Jackson Arnold's last game in Norman.
Yeah, go get you a Del Rancho sandwich and get your ass out of town. I mean, I'm fine with that. The thing that concerns me about Oklahoma is I flipped the game on, and I don't know, they were down 10, and the ball's on the right hash. They put the tight end to the right, so they've got an open inside to the left, and it's trips receivers to the left, and they sprint him out to the left. And guess what the Will linebacker does? Hits him right in the freaking teeth. And then you're like, what kind of call is that? I mean, it makes you think, and I get it. Seth Luttrell's been at North Carolina with Mac Brown, and he was the head coach at North Texas, but they're doing some things offensively at Oklahoma that just, I don't even understand. So does it matter who the quarterback is? They got a guy in there that looked like can run around a little bit, a guy from the Metroplex, and yeah, when you run sprint to the open inside, let me help you out with what your quarterback needs to do. Run! What he better do.
Yeah, this is a big game you got 2 inept offenses going at each other, OU and Auburn. Hugh Freeze getting grilled for blaming his quarterbacks. You have any interactions with Hugh Freeze along the way?
I don't, but I know what I read, and there's a lot of people that say that don't believe the front that he puts on, and I've heard that multiple times. I mean, he's done a good job wherever he's been, but boy, you're right. I mean, this could be one of those 6 to 9 pillow fights, and it's going to be something that people that won't score are not going to like.
Yeah, Georgia, Alabama. That's a big one this week too. Can you believe Kirby Smart's 1-5 against?
I mean, Alabama? I was talking to George Teague on the show yesterday, and I said, George, I mean, if Alabama beats Kirby Smart, I mean, before it was kind of a Nick Saban thing, and you couldn't beat Nick Saban. If he can't win this game, it's going to be an Alabama thing. And now now you're talking about what's going to feel like a real mental situation for Georgia. And then, if Georgia beats Alabama, then, Coach DeBoer, his little honeymoon will be over in a real heartbeat, because of those people that call in the Paul Feinbaum show they'll be blowing him up.
Alice in Anniston, she'll be all bent out of shape.
She's been smoking that grapevine all day long.
Oh man.
Hey, Stretch, I know you've seen what's going on down there at UNLV with the quarterback getting promised all that money, and now he's leaving before he doesn't have any more eligibility left, so he could redshirt. How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, would you? I mean, I'd ask you. I mean, if you were asked to do a job and you were, they were going to pay you, and you got halfway through the job and they hadn't given you anything, and you're going to throw the deuces up like you just did. I got it. I mean, it's a bad look for UNLV. It's a bad look for Barry Odom, the running back. He exited stage left too. I mean, what concerns me, and I'll ask you guys this. Okay, let's say Texas gets through the SEC championship game, and they're lined up to go into this playoff, and the players walk in and say, hey, our NIL was really for a 13-game season. We're going to have to play 16 games. Where's the bonus at? And by the way, if we don't get a bonus, we're fixing to hold this thing hostage. I think it sets a precedent for a lot of different things. There's no collective bargaining. There's nothing going on as far as hey, we're in this for the year, or we're in this for whatever the scenario is. I don't blame the quarterback at UNLV, but I do think it's going to set a precedent for, maybe some issues to come down the road here.
Yeah, that's crazy. And then Circa Casino and Resorts offered to pay the money. Student athletes can't represent casinos, but they've got restaurants. They were like, hell, he can be a lifeguard at Stadium Swim. And UNLV said, no, we're done. He's gone. We will not be doing business with the Sluka family again. Boom.
Wow.
Bad.
I didn't see that, but I mean, that's the first thing I thought was you can't go down the road here and get Fertitta or get one of these other casino magnates to say, hey, we'll make this right with a restaurant situation. But wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know that they stepped up and said they'd give the money, and then UNLV took the high road. I'd like to really know. I mean, did the running back coach tell him $100,000? He would have got that from somewhere. Surely he didn't just make that up, did he?
I mean, I don't know. This is weird. This is really weird. UNLV continues to say we had no agreement in place. So I don't know who promised him $100,000, but Barry Odom is basically saying it wasn't us. So I don't know if it was some booster or what, but what a mess. Stretch, I know you got your own show to get ready for. We appreciate you taking a little time for us. What do you got, a Coke machine back there?
Yeah, man, that's a little Coke machine. It's right out. Can you see it? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what you can see. Yeah, I got a Coke machine out here. Got a swimming pool on a couple of acres. I mean, I do all right for no one-eyed fat kid.
Stretch, you're the man. Let's do it again soon.
Boys, have a blessed day. Bring the Longhorns in, will you? I know y'all be cutting it up and chopping it up a lot of different ways. Get them a win.
Appreciate you, Stretch.
See you guys. Have a blessed weekend.
There he is. The one and only Stretch, former Cowboys offensive assistant coach. He was there when they were good. He was there with Troy and Emmett and Irvin. Yeah, Zay, I mean, good for the Cowboys. Good for the Cowboys. But CeeDee Lamb, ay. Is he the problem? He's super talented.
I mean, yeah, he is. Stretch makes some really good points. All the money you're getting, you got to be better on and off the field. And he is immature. Again, going back, I know we joke about the snatching the phone thing from Homegirl on draft night, but that's an immature moment. Like, dude, the cameras are flashing. Chill. Chill. Understand that. Understand that you're on. Like in radio, live mic, we hear that. We got to act a certain way. You know what I'm saying? And I think just he buys into that, the 88 Cowboys receivers, because Michael Irvin, I feel like a lot of people on the outside just think Michael Irvin's an arrogant prick that party hard, but he also won and stuff. And you hear Stretch say, like, Michael Irvin would never do the things that CeeDee Lamb is doing. Michael Irvin was always getting that work in. He might party till 4 a.m., but 7 a.m., he's out there in the weight room, running sprints, running up the hill, things like that. And I'm sure CeeDee Lamb works his ass off in the offseason. He's a hell of a player. But, again, you threw the ball at homeboy after you scored. And you're talking while doing it. The refs could hear. They ain't got earmuffs on. They can hear what you're saying. You're probably talking crazy while throwing the ball, too. Now, as a ref, one of the greatest refs in Central Texas history, basketball side, you can't call that, though. Let them play a little bit. Give them more than like, hey, CD, chill out. Chill out a little bit. Don't throw the flag. But still, if you're CD, you got to know. They all know different crews, Chip. They know each ref. Like, you get to know all of the refs because you see them all the time. So you should know which one was going to throw the flag on me if I act crazy and which one's going to be a little more lenient with me. You know what I'm saying? That's just a part of the game. But, yeah, the guy, he could be on that Norman, Oklahoma stuff. I didn't say it while Stretch was on because Stretch, he coached at Oklahoma. I didn't want to disrespect him. I can say it now. That's that Oklahoma stuff. There's just certain things that them guys do where it's like, what the hell? Baker, Kyler, Joe Mixon, list goes on. Even Jalen Hurts is a little weird. You know what I'm saying? So, again, I hope CD can mature because he's a hell of a player. He's great to watch. Like, that was a hell of a touchdown. Dak threw that thing on the money. There wasn't much room there. And if Dak would have waited another second, he could have got CD sandwiched and jacked up. But CD made the play. They scored. They got their 2 touchdowns up there. It was an ugly showing, but the boys are 2-2. Let's just see with this extended break playing on the Thursday how they look next Sunday.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk some more NFL with our man John McClain. But as far as the Longhorns, I think Quinn's doing everything he can to play tomorrow. So we'll see if Sark gives him that. And it'll be interesting. We know Quinn wants to get his season going again, and what better team to light up? I mean, it sounds so ridiculous, but the way that Texas is playing, the way that Mississippi State's playing, the fact that Mississippi State won't have Blake Shapen and they're going to be starting a freshman in Michael Van Buren, it looks like a good game for Quinn to get some work in. So we'll see. But the biggest concern really is that running back position. I mean, you got to get through this game healthy. You got to get through this game healthy at the running back position. So, and you're going to call the game the way you call the game. I mean, some of this stuff has been unfortunate. Some of it's been just planted the wrong way, got rolled up, whatever. But it is the biggest concern on the football team. So you got to get Jaden Blue and Jarrett Gibson, Ryan Niblett through this game healthy. Otherwise, you're going to be, you can look, Sark's run the receivers. Isaiah Bond has a 25-yard run. Ryan Wingo has a 55-yard run. You can cobble it together, but
especially with how bad Mississippi State is at guarding the run. I mean, Florida is not that good. They put up 2 Husky on them on the ground. Easy. Toledo did whatever the hell they want, and that was both in Sarkville. Now they're coming down to the ATX, the team that's playing the way they're playing on the road. Yeah, you got to put it on them. But, yeah, I wish Quintravion Wisner was good because you need him. Your boy Colin Page got the concussion. Like, it's slim pickings in that running back room. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Jaden Blue get the 20-plus carries like we did against ULM. It's just, man, every time the running back gets a carry, I'm going to be holding my breath, even though I think this is going to be a blowout, easy game. You're right, Chip. Like, you just want to make it so you can get that extra week off with the bye coming up so you get ready for the most difficult part of the season, and that's the next 2 games, Red River and them Georgia Bulldogs. So, yeah, get them running backs healthy. Quinn, I know you want to play, but if it ain't right, don't put them out there. Don't even risk it. If he's not 100%, don't risk it. Like, Quinn has shown us that he's good enough not to be rusty if he were to miss another week going into the bye week before the shootout. So, Arch, he can handle Mississippi State. And I think Arch saw the mistakes that he made against ULM. And I know AJ Milwee and Sark have been all over him for those mistakes. And I think they've cleaned them up and have a really good game plan going into this game to where even though he's still a freshman, he's still going to make mistakes. You're not going to see it as consistent. I think he's going to get better each week. And again, when you have weapons like the Texas Longhorns have, it makes it easier to go out there and eat. You can just throw those quick hitters to the side and have Isaiah Bond turn it up for 50-something yards. Matthew Golden, the rest of the crew. So DeAndre Moore, is he going to get back in the mix? What's that look like? I'd hold him out if he's not 100%. I think you're able to do that too because that wide receiver group is so deep. But, yeah, man, got to be durable.
Well, listen to what you're saying about, I think there's a good game plan. The trust factor that people have with Texas now is different. It's different than when the season started, because we weren't sure about the run defense. We weren't sure about the interior of the defensive line. We weren't sure about the pass defense, but some of these question marks have been answered, and they were answered in the Michigan game. They were answered after the Michigan game, to where now you look at Texas's schedule and you're like, oh man, they might go undefeated.
Light.
They might go undefeated the way things are shaping up. And that's a credit to Steve Sarkisian and his staff for keeping that edge, getting everybody amped and ready to play, be obsessed with the details of winning, the mantra, and then going out there and having the time of their lives. I mean, that group's having fun. They love game day. And kudos to Chris Del Conte and Drew Martin for making the game day experience, especially these last two night games with the drones and the LED lights and turning off all the lights. And they never could do that. Once they put those LED lights in, you can turn off the lights in the stadium. If they would have turned off the lights with those old high beams, it would have taken
30-minute delay.
Yeah, it would have taken 30, 40 minutes for those lights to get back on. Now it's like, doot, 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 doot.
Yo, bring back the jetpack dude, man. Bring him back. Yeah, bring him back. He needs a second chance. Under CDC, he needs a second chance. He needs a second chance.
I was going to say, what? You need him to fly in the balls or something? Like what?
No, I just feel like CDC would actually find someone to where it looked dope.
You know what the problem with Jetpack Man is, once he got up in the air, at least from where I was sitting in the stands, you kind of lost him amongst the crowd. He had to get up high enough.
He had no control over that thing. That could have been real bad.
I'm so glad you brought up Jetpack Man, because that is the perfect compare and contrast. Like Steve Patterson or whoever, Chris Plonsky, they were like, oh yeah, let's get this guy who kind of flies around for 6 seconds. That'll get the crowd really going. That'll be great. That's a great game day atmosphere. So he'd fly around for 6 seconds and the crowd would hardly even cheer. And that was their idea of a great game day atmosphere. And now look, right. AT Patson 25 I'm right there with you. But that was the idea. That was the great game day. Oh, this would be a great game day. They didn't care about the fans, not one bit. So again, Longhorn Nation, be thankful. Be thankful you've got Chris Del Conte and Drew Martin, who are always thinking about you, always trying to enhance the game day atmosphere. It's gone from Bevo Boulevard to Longhorn City Limits to Smokies Midway to drone shows. And those drone shows aren't cheap. So kudos. Hey.
Yo, Jetpack Man was so janky. It looked like they had to rev that thing up like a lawnmower. Like pull it. Pull it a few like that thing was so janky. There's
I would always say
that's gotta freak that thing better though. There's somebody out there like top of the line. Now that we're working with CDC, he could get that top of the line jetpack man that, you know, it might be a little hefty penny, but against Georgia, oh, you can't tell me that wouldn't pop off. You gotta have someone that knows what they're doing. Like you talking about how you couldn't see him and stuff. No, we're gonna make him, get him some lights, make him glow a little bit. Yeah, you could rock that thing out, but what a time.
Go talk to Mr. Rocket Ships. What, Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or somebody?
Yeah.
Have him cruise around on a little rocket ship like the Jetsons. Something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
All I know is this, Olipop to Steve Sarkisian, Chris Del Conte, and Drew Martin. Not Jetpack Man. What's wrong with you?
No.
Jetpack Man was terrible. I mean, I always used to say to the other reporters, that guy's going to crash and we're going to be covering a medical story. Jetpack Man is in critical condition. His jetpack misfired. I mean, anyway.
Janky.
A lot better now.
Can you hear my dog chewing on a toy? Do you hear something in the background? Okay. No. All right. Yeah, because Juice Kiffin and Ben Hershrick, they don't got to put up with what Champ Collier's doing right now. Like, this is ridiculous, man. Because this is how he's starting to be more involved. I could just hear him all the time. He wasn't like this. And my wife works from home. She's upstairs and stuff. And usually he used to go with her, but not no more. He always randomly comes to me when he hears certain people like E. Henry. When we start the show, always come around and make me pet him and stuff. And now he's down here. He's so annoying. But I know he's getting out, he's getting out some energy. So now he's going upstairs. All right, cool. I'll be looking at Kurt Herbstreit with his dog and stuff. I feel like the best dog ever. And Juice Kiffin and stuff like that, and with the sorority girls, and I'm like, Champ could never. He just get on my nerves. I love him, but good grief.
Nah, my guy Riggs is over here snoring, but you can't hear him snoring, so that's good.
Yeah, Riggs is polite.
He snores loud. Like, I'll wake up in the night, I'll be like, what was that? Oh, it's Riggs snoring. But all right, so your thoughts. Give me like a key to the game.
Oh.
Or a player of the game for Texas you think has a big day tomorrow.
Man, Barron Sorrell. That might be a little random, but he's made plays quietly that are big. This whole defense has, but I could see him getting a sack tomorrow. Does a really good job of getting his hands up when Pete Kwiatkowski puts that package out there with him on the inside, Ethan Burke on the inside, and Trey Moore and Colin Simmons on the outside, third downs mostly. Like they cause havoc. I think that stuns a defense a little bit, especially when it's third and long, must pass, pass down situations. So, yeah, Barron Sorrell, and that's, again, a little random, but that's just the beauty of this defense. I think I could go with anyone and it not be crazy. You could say Jalen Gilbo, who's been quietly solid. Just David Benda, who's been quietly solid. Like, there's nothing wrong with any of those guys. It's just, Mookie Tabb's out here making hard hits. Colin Simmons is out here getting big-time sacks. Andrew Makuba, going back to the Michigan game, was all over the place and getting interceptions and stuff. So kind of like the offense, specifically with the wide receivers, anyone on this defense could have a big game. It's just depends on the situation and their opportunity coming up. But yeah, I think, like you said earlier, they're competing with each other so much that it's fun. It's just fun. You can put any guy out there, and that guy's going to be fresh due to the depth, but also ready to go because the parity and talent is there. So, yeah, as much as I joke because I'm trying to find anything to say positive about Mississippi State with the Michael Van Buren situation on being the next Dak Prescott, probably not. He's just light-skinned brother like Dak was going to State, but I salute that young man because you're playing against one of the best defenses in the nation for your first start ever as a freshman coming out of the Maryland area where y'all have him on 24/7 Sports as the 27th ranked QB. He has potential, but Blake Shapen was playing good football for them, even though they were
Jeff Levy, of course, is the son-in-law of Art Briles, and he runs the Art Briles offense, or tries to a T. You're going to see the wide receivers lined up like outside the numbers. They try to spread the defense out as wide as possible so that the quarterback can read whether the box is going to be heavy or light, and then makes a split decision off of that, whether to hand it or throw it. And we're gonna see if Michael Van Buren can make those quick decisions. They don't run the quarterback as much as Art Briles did, but that's the whole goal of that offense is to, wide splits, wide receiver positioning to just fan that defense out so that as the quarterback takes a snap, he can see if people are coming back into the box or getting lighter. And if they're coming back in, he's going to pull it and throw. If they're, fanned out, he's going to hand it. And that's going to be a good test of the interior of the defensive line, the linebackers. There's going to be a lot of, their goal is to limit Texas's swarming nature on defense. And so, most teams don't have these wide splits like Mississippi State does. The whole goal is to, get defenders as far away from the ball carrier as possible just by their splits. And that could lead to having to make tackles in space. So let's see how that goes. And let's see if Van Buren can run this offense, because the goal is to go fast, be making plays, run the ball. Art Briles' offense has averaged close to 300 yards rushing per game. I mean, he had it down to a T. He wanted to run 100 plays. He wanted the defense worn out, and he got it to the point where he would just tell the play, the throw is either going to the left or the right. It was a 1 or a 2. And if he called 1, he didn't even want the receiver on the 2 side to run the route. Like, don't get tired. And so it was kind of an arrogant, a totally arrogant tell. And, defense is trying to yell to the other side, your side. But that offense cooked.
Yeah. If I'm Jeff Levy, bring Art on the field like he did last year at Baylor. Or last year at Norman, excuse me. Last year for Oklahoma. Bring him on the field. Why not?
Can you imagine?
Family.
Right.
I don't understand.
Maybe
family.
Maybe he'll be there. Maybe he'll be there tomorrow.
Absolutely. All the help you could get at this point. He's family. Bring him on the field. That's your wife's pops. You know what I'm saying? We all know what it's like getting cool with your wife's pops. That's something that's very important to a marriage. So to keep that locked in, one thing that I did, put Kevin in with you. Y'all go see that Stan Smith documentary together. Still talking about it To this day, still talking about it. You know what I'm saying?
I love it.
Being the middleman there, looking out for my father-in-law. Yo, Kev, big Kev, my dog, baby. We living good over here. That's Jeff Levy. Go to Art, be like, yo, Pops, help.
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 All right. Let's check in with our man, John McClain. He is in the Pro Football Hall of Fame for his coverage of the NFL. He can be found at HoustonTexans.com and on radio shows from coast to coast. John, how you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you?
Doing well.
Yeah. Talking to little Art Browse, John.
Do what?
Talking to little Art Browse.
Yeah, his son-in-law, Jeff Levy, is rolling into town.
Yep, Jeff's got a tough thing going there with a
he's trying to run
back in the worst team in the SEC.
Yeah, he's trying to run the Art Briles offense, but it's not cooking like when Art had it cooking.
Doesn't work if you don't have a quarterback and receivers. And Briles always had a great running game because everybody played to pass and they were able to run.
Yeah. Well, a little surprised at the well, I guess, what's the latest with the Texans, John? Because
they're coming off that kick. They went up to Minnesota. I thought they had those kind of performances out of their system because they were a better team and they stunk it up in the highest fashion. We should have known. First play, Stroud throws for a 17-yard gain. Rookie tight end Cade Stover call for holding. And boy, it was bad after that. It was comical because of the offensive line. The offensive line has been terrible in the last two games. The tackles, Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard, done a great job of pass protecting, but Tunsil had 6 penalties called on him. 5 were assessed. The other one was declined. 2 for false starts. He's good for 2 false starts every game. And then he got 3 of those illegal formation penalties. And at one point when the game was close, Texans had first down, Minnesota 25, and 3 offensive linemen on 3 consecutive plays were called for pre-snap penalties to put them back at the 40, and they didn't score. And it was just ridiculous. Sam Darnold, 4 touchdown passes in the red zone. They act like in the first half, they'd never heard of Justin Jefferson. 6 catches for 88 yards and a touchdown. Second half, didn't do squat, didn't have a catch. So it's like, okay, if you can do that in the second half, why didn't you do it in the first? So even Kaimi Fairbairn missed his first field goal. So they were terrible. They get Jacksonville, which is terrible. Trevor Lawrence is 0-8 in his last 8 starts. The last time he won a game was here on November the 26th. And at the time, the Jaguars were 10-2. Then they went down the toilet. The one win they had was over Carolina with C.J. Beathard playing for the injured Lawrence. And they're desperate. You know, they're 0-3 trying to avoid 0-4. Texans are desperate because they're trying to keep the lead in the AFC South, which has turned out to be a terrible division after having 3 winning teams last year. So Texans ought to beat them, but the Texans have not been a good team against the spread. They can't hit explosive plays anymore. I have a column that'll be posted any minute on HoustonTexans.com about they have, 7 explosive plays, 20 or more yards in 3 games. They had 9 in 2 playoff games last year. Nico Collins is the only one to get it down the field. They haven't had a back have an explosive play. Joe Mixon may be back. He's missed most of the last 2 games. His backup, Damian Pierce, has missed all the last 2 games, and they've been going with their 13-back Cam Akers, but their offensive line can't run block. They can't run block. They can't pass protect. Texans are on a pace for 68 sacks allowed. Stroud was sacked 35 times last year. When they had to use 11, different starting linemen because of injuries. And this year their linemen are healthy. But the three interior guys act like they've never seen a stunt, specifically the second-year center, Juice Scruggs. So that's just been this. They were fortunate to beat the Bears. The defense played great. The offense didn't. They're playing a lot of two-deep coverage. And as you guys know, you want to get them out of it, run the ball. But they can't run the ball. Let's see, the offensive line, they can't run block. They can't pass protect, and they can't avoid pre-snap penalties. Other than that, they've been great.
Well, I was gonna ask you about Jonathan Grenard, the former Houston Texan who gets 3 sacks. Is he? I mean, he obviously had the scouting report, John.
Well, they put the tight end, the rookie Cade Stover, trying to block him, and that's a mismatch. And he said he was offended. I saw J.J. Watt, I think it was on Pat McAfee, saying he can understand that. You know, you're supposed to be game plan for it because you're the top pass rusher, and they put a tight end on you. Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator, was asked about it this week, and he said, yeah, in retrospect, he shouldn't have done it, but sometimes you got to have the tight end on the defensive end. Well, why? Never explained why. And Bobby Slowick's been getting a lot of criticism because if you would have, and I'll tell you guys something, for the first time in 48 years, I didn't write after the game. I called my editor at HoustonTexans.com, and I said, you guys don't deserve my time. So I'm not writing. I couldn't find one positive thing to say. So I'm going to watch the Cowboys, and I'll write Wednesday. And I think he was relieved because there's no way I could have written anything without killing them, which I've been doing on all my talk shows and Twitter. And I said, I'll write Wednesday when it's more look ahead. But it's hard to write this week, whether it was Wednesday or Friday, and not be reliving that wretched performance.
Yeah. John, are the Jags in trouble with this Trevor Lawrence situation? Because I didn't know that stat you threw out. Last 8 starts, he hasn't had a dub, and $55 million. Seems like they're stuck with him. But again, all the hype that he had coming out as a big 5-star quarterback, going to Clemson with the national championships, #1 pick. What is it with him? Because sometimes he just straight up looks like a deer in the headlights.
Well, first of all, they've done a bad job around him. There's no stability. You know, his first coach was Urban Meyer. So they're like, okay, we can forget about his rookie year. And then Doug Peterson comes in, and Doug's supposed to be a quarterback guru. He was with Andy Reid with the Chiefs, and he won a Super Bowl with Austin's Nick Foles as his quarterback. And then he was fortunate to come to Trevor Lawrence. They go 9-8. They win the division. They win a playoff game. They lose a close divisional round game. They were the consensus pick last year to win the AFC South, and they started, I think it was 8-3, maybe 10-2. I can't remember now. Great start. And then all of a sudden it craters, and then it just keeps getting worse. Yes, they had injuries, but Trevor Lawrence has not lived up to being a generational prospect since his freshman year at Clemson. And people are looking for all kind of reasons. The fact is, since he came into the league, he has more interceptions than any quarterback. He can't not throw interceptions. They've got a good running back in Travis Etienne, but their offensive line always seems to be in flux. You know, they can't settle on their receivers and their tight end. The defense has been good. Defense has been good enough. But right now, Trevor Lawrence, no, he's not going anywhere. They were talking about benching him. Benching him for who? Give me a break. They gave him $255 million, and he's not going anywhere. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if he came in there and had a great game, because he's had great games against the Texans before. But right now, based on where he was drafted first overall and what he's being paid, $255 million, he is a huge disappointment.
John, what do you make of the Cowboys against the Giants last night?
They were fortunate to win Dak Prescott owns the Giants, and Dak's done great against the NFC East. And it's good because they've taken advantage of the East being down, except for the Eagles recently. They're very fortunate that the Eagles are struggling too. And I thought they might lose that game, and then they'd be from first to worst. But they're not. Now they got injury issues with Lawrence and Parsons, and there's reports today they're going to be out for weeks. And they still don't have a running game, and they're not going to get a running game. Dak Prescott's got everything on his shoulders, and they got to make a priority to get a running back in the offseason. This is shaping up as a great draft for backs. Whether they're drafted high or not remains to be seen. But we all knew that was going to be an issue, except Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones. And their defense, their pass rushes might struggle. You take those two guys out of the lineup. Fortunately for them, there's not a great team in the NFC East. You know, we love what Jaden Daniels did in the last game, and Stark Washington is off to, but no team's going to run away with the division. So the Cowboys should be right in there. The schedule gets tougher. I thought Brian Daboll made a couple of dumb decisions when he went for it, when he didn't go for it. Mike McCarthy should have called the timeout at the end and let the kicker relax a little bit and run the clock all the way down to 1 second, but he didn't do it. And so Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott, when they've gotten in the playoffs, they do things they don't do in regular season. Dak will do some things physically and mentally he doesn't do in the regular season, and McCarthy will do that. And he does it in some big games too, and that's not good when you got two guys that can't perform at their best when the situations are at their toughest, usually for them in the playoffs. But I thought they were fortunate to win that game.
Yeah. You know, John, the surprising team in the NFL, to me at least, is Buffalo. We know Stephon Diggs down there with y'all in H-Town, and for Josh Allen to be playing like this with all of those group of guys is pretty impressive.
Josh Allen's MVP right now. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs have struggled a little bit. I saw a stat a while ago that Mahomes has thrown 18 interceptions in his last 19 games, but they still win because he makes big plays. And they got a great coach in Andy Reid. Buffalo is really good. They run the ball more. They throw to the tight ends more. They spread the ball around more. And they come here next week. They're playing Baltimore. And there's a good chance we'll have 2 3-1 teams when the Bills come here. I still think the Ravens are good enough to bounce back. If Buffalo beats Baltimore in Baltimore, then we're going to have to take the Bills as a serious Super Bowl contender, maybe the only team capable of beating the Chiefs and going to the Super Bowl, since Cincinnati is such a major disappointment. No team that started 2003 has gone to the playoffs since 2000, other than 2018 Texans, who won 9 in a row after a bad start. So the Bengals doesn't look like it's going to be them, but Buffalo's defense, everybody said, oh my God, they've let so many defensive players go. And because of the salary cap, now you can always fit things under the salary cap. That's like that BS of Jerry Jones saying they couldn't have afforded Derrick Henry, who worked out in Dallas. Of course they could have afforded him. You can do things on the cap. The Cowboys been doing it all the time, pushing it down the road. And when the piper has to be paid, Jerry will be on the other side of the grass.
John, are you buying the Pittsburgh Steelers?
No, they're playing great defense, but they're doing everything it takes to have a quarterback who is not the strength of the team. And they're doing it, but I don't know. I don't think they're a Super Bowl contender with Justin Fields. You got to look long and hard right now. Who are legitimate Super Bowl contenders? Buffalo and Kansas City. Who else? Not Pittsburgh. Do we think Sam Darnold's a legitimate Super Bowl contender? Do we think Geno Smith is a legitimate Super Bowl contender? Isn't it amazing right now the journeyman quarterbacks, or the quarterbacks who've been traded, like Malik Willis being 2-0 at Green Bay. Maybe Green Bay is with Jordan Love when he comes back. Certainly not with Malik Willis. And this will change, I'm sure. But right now, it's not the 49ers. It's not Philadelphia or Dallas. Who are the legitimate teams that you watch and you say, this team can win the Super Bowl? There's two, Buffalo and Kansas City.
This reminds me of that year that the Raiders and Buccaneers played in the Super Bowl with Rich Gannon and Brad Johnson.
And in Detroit, in defense of Detroit, when you get beat at home by Tampa Bay, it's hard to say that is a Super Bowl team. Now, I think Detroit, San Francisco, Baltimore, some of those teams will be better, and we'll look at them that way at some point. Miami's out of it. Even if Tua comes back, I don't think they're a legitimate Super Bowl contender. Maybe the Jets, but the Jets have beaten the Titans and who? New England? And they're all excited in New York about Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. Beat somebody, then we'll get excited.
Yeah. So you're not sold on the Seahawks, John?
Do you see Geno Smith as a Super Bowl quarterback? No, I don't either. Now, as far as every year, Zay, there are teams that start really fast and everybody gets so excited about them and then they fade. And every year there are teams that get off to slow starts and everybody's talking about, okay, coach ought to be fired. They're going to have to rebuild. And then they turn it around and they get good. And it's going to happen this year. And I think Seattle, and I don't have anything against Geno, but do I think Seattle is going to win that division over the 49ers once the 49ers start to get healthy? And I'm not even talking about Christian McCaffrey. He may not be back this season that they're talking about. But I still think San Francisco would be the favorite. And but I can't wait to see. But right now, you talk about they always wanted parity, Parity in the NFL because of the way it's set up with the draft and the cap. But it's almost like it's Parody because there's so many disappointing teams and the officials screwing up so much already. That blatant face mask, I'll say it every week on my shows and I'll say it again. The NFL should adopt what Bill Belichick proposed for years. A coach can challenge anything. Not going to take up any more time because you have the same number of challenges. But wouldn't they have challenged that face mask last night? Of course. And it cost the Giants 30 yards. I'm not saying it cost them the game, but it cost them 30 yards. And it was blatant. Why can't they have a sky judge? Calls down to the referee, hey, you got a blatant face mask penalty on number 78. And boom, they call it. But you know what? I think they think that'd be over officiating and you would have more plays. But man, when you see these blatant misses, and it's just pathetic how the bad calls they're making.
The game I'm watching for selfish reasons is that Vikings at the Packers game.
Oh yeah.
Because I was sweating, still am sweating both those teams right now in terms of, being a Lions fan. What do you think of that game? You got a good look at the Vikings.
I bet you were pretty excited when Jordan Love got hurt because then they got to go with Malik Willis and he couldn't win squat. And then he comes in and wins 2 games. And I think they can give Jordan Love a little more rest. Vikings, nobody saw Sam Darnold playing the way he is. Kevin O'Connell is a really good coach. Brian Flores is a great defensive coordinator, and he's doing a tremendous job. If there were a vote right now for assistant coach of the year, it would be Flores because of the things he's doing there defensively. And his hallmark is, and when it's what you expect, it's the unexpected. And so I'm really looking forward to that game, just like Buffalo and Baltimore. Those are, to me, 2 of the best. And if I were you, and I'm a Detroit fan, and I'm trying to think, I would rather Green Bay lose because when Jordan Love comes back, They should be one of the best teams in the league. And even though the Vikings thoroughly humiliated the Texans, I still, like Geno Smith, have a hard time thinking about Sam Darnold in the Super Bowl in the same sentence.
Yeah. John, let Chip and I and the people know, what's the logic with 2 Monday Night Football games happening at once? This is the second straight week they've done that. Why is the NFL going that way?
I guess they see more NFL, higher ratings, even if you're going to split the ratings. Totally, it's more. If they weren't making money off of it, they wouldn't be doing it. They don't care about the teams. They don't care about the players. They care about making money. Now, I like the way they did it before. When they would have a game on the West Coast, you would start the first one earlier, and then you'd have the one on the West Coast, and you could see 2 football games on Monday night, not have to switch back and forth. And if you got the Manning cast on there, that's a third thing. But I believe on Monday night, if you're going to have 2, keep one in the Pacific time zone, and then keep one just it starts like at 6, and the other one starts at 8:30, and then we can see 2 games instead of going back and forth. Fortunately, Buffalo was a blowout. What if the Buffalo game was close? Then you got 2 games that would have been close, and you'd had to use a split screen, and I'm guessing most of the country doesn't have split screen.
No.
When you look at the undefeated teams, we're still dating probably the representative. We don't know quite yet because like you just said, we don't know who the real Super Bowl contenders are. But through 3 games, what do you think of Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers? They're 2-1. They got some injury issues.
Yeah, and they just got their butt handed to them. I think they will be capable of winning most of their games. But Justin Herbert being hurt, maybe they should have kept him out of that game. But I don't see them as a playoff contender.
Okay.
What about the Raiders?
Isn't it weird? You can go to Baltimore and beat the Ravens, and then you come back and you stink it up against Andy Dalton. Now, everybody knew Andy Dalton is a veteran. He's going to play better than Bryce Young, who I believe will be traded before the draft. And if Andy stays healthy, we won't see Bryce Young again. If Andy gets hurt, and that's certainly possible playing at Carolina, I think then Bryce Young will come in. But it's like the Raiders thought, well, Bryce Young's going to come in and we'll beat him up. And that was over, and it was over early. So Raiders don't have a quarterback who's good enough for us to take them seriously. As I've said in my weekly show in Las Vegas, Gardner Minshew is just good enough, like Andy Dalton, to win a few games and keep you from getting their replacements high in the first round.
It's a horrible place to be. God, that's a bad place to be. All right, John, I know it's just a small sample size. We're coming in on week 4, but is this the second straight year where the number 2 pick might be better than the number 1 pick?
Well, I think that's, I feel bad for Caleb Williams. And when I was watching Jaden Daniels, and I'm thinking, Chicago interviewed Cliff Kingsbury, who called plays for Caleb Williams last year. Did they offer him the job and he turned them down? Did they not? But how could they not do what it took to reunite him with Caleb Williams? And so, but they didn't. Excuse me. And now Jaden Daniels looks great. He's going to get Cliff Kingsbury a head coaching job, a second one, and he'll deserve it. And watching Daniels, and I watched him 2 or 3 times at LSU, and he had great players around him, and his running, his elusiveness reminded me of Lamar Jackson and what a double weapon he would be. But I thought he was going to take time to adjust. Had no idea he would play the way he played, and had a historic performance for a rookie quarterback on Monday. I can't remember if it was Monday or Thursday. But right now it looks that way, but it's way too early to give up on Caleb Williams. The Bears have a better organization than the Panthers. They have more talent than the Panthers. Not sure Shane Waldron is a great offensive coordinator. Cliff Kingsbury has worked with quarterbacks at Tech. He's worked at quarterbacks at University of Houston. He's worked with quarterbacks with the Cardinals, and he's worked with some really good ones. And in retrospect, I'm sure he's happy to be working with Daniels, but Caleb Williams could use him. And considering Bryce Young had his size working against him, he had his owner working against him, and they've done him an injustice. They had 3 head coaches. He had to work for 3 head coaches, and boom, he's benched. I think he played all 17 games last year, so he played 19 games, 3 head coaches. Great quote from Kevin O'Donnell today, and I think
we're frozen. We lose John.
I think we lost John.
I think we lost John. I wanted to ask him about the Cincinnati Bengals. Let's see. John, you there? There he is. Okay.
I'm here.
All right, you froze up for a second, but
so did y'all. Y'all look good frozen.
You too, John. You were talking about Kevin O'Connell's comment.
Yeah, about how it's the organization's fault most of the time, not the quarterback. And I think we're seeing a good example. When they go to trade him, they're not going to get anything near what they paid for him, of course. I saw a thing today, somebody said you might get a 5 or a 7. I don't buy that because there were too many teams that, like Bryce Young as the first quarterback, tried to trade up to get him. And I think they will see what an injustice that the Panthers did to him, and somebody will take him and they will make sure they got a good owner, a good GM who will surround him with players, a head coach who has either a good coordinator or he's a good offensive coach, and give him what he needs, like C.J. Stroud has here with the Texans. And so I think that'll happen. I certainly would not give up on Bryce Young as an NFL quarterback.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think we've seen quarterbacks get, left and forgotten. Jerry could have brought in a couple guys and avoided paying Dak Prescott all this crazy money. But John, let me ask you about the Bengals because they're 0-3. What's going on with the Bengals?
Biggest disappointment in the NFL. A lot of people thought they were going to win the Super Bowl. Joe Burrow's back and he's healthy. They got rid of Joe Mixon, who ran for 159 yards in his first game with the Texans. Then he got hurt on a hip drop tackle. And they have Zach Moss, and they got no running game. They got an unhappy receiver, Jamar Chase. T. Higgins was hurt. He's back now. But they are just discombobulated on offense, and it's rolled over to their defense. Now, maybe they will turn it around. They certainly are good enough, and Joe Burrow is one of the premier quarterbacks in the NFL, but they have been a monster disappointment.
John, as Travis Kelce, is Father Time finally catching up with him? Like, he's not had much production these first 3 weeks. Is that just kind of how defenses are playing them? Or just like for all of us, Father Time catching up with Travis?
And Kelce is getting older. And it's not just Tay-Tay taking up his time. He's got his podcast. He's got all his commercials. And then Patrick Mahomes said, when he looks for him, he gets double covered. Well, what? Did nobody cover him in the past? Did they just single cover him? And what he needs to show people, he needs a game with about 5 or 6 catches for a few first downs like he's got in the past. Because if they can't count on Kelce, if he's hitting the wall, then they're going to have a hard time winning a 3rd consecutive Super Bowl, which is unprecedented to begin with. But a lot of people, of course, are blaming Taylor Swift, which I think would be so unfair.
John, who's the worst team in the league?
Oh, I still think Carolina's the worst team in the league, even though Andy Dalton had the great game, and I think they'll come back down to earth. But they're the worst organization. They're the worst team. We don't know about Dave Canales, first-time head coach, but they are terrible is not the Bengals. If you're looking for the bad teams, you'd say they got the best chance to bounce back. Jacksonville, that Jacksonville could be 0-4 if they are 0-4. Some teams might think they are, but I still can't buy it. They have more talent than Carolina does, and they have a better quarterback.
What's your prediction for that Texans-Jags game?
I picked the Texans 27-20. I picked the Texans to lose last week by 2, and I only missed it by, let's see, 34 said 20. I only missed it by 22.
Yeah. Oh, man.
At least I picked the right team to win. I saw a great stat yesterday from a guy that sends out information. He doesn't recommend who to pick. He just gives you great stats. And for teams that have been favored by 6.5 or more, those teams are 1-12 against the spread, which is what happened to the Texans against the Bears, which I think the Texans are favored by 7 or something like that here. So I would take the underdog. Giants last night, underdog. A lot of underdogs are beating a spread when it's more than 6.5. And that may be the case usually. I don't bet. I don't know. But to me, it would tell me if I were betting, I'm betting the dog if it's 6.5 or more.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
John, the last one for me before we let you go. Mel Kiper Jr. had some interesting comments the other day about the 2 high safety defenses and how they should be banned in the NFL. It's ruining the game, this, that, and the third. What are your thoughts on that?
That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Just if you don't like it, beat it. And the way to beat it is by running the ball. If you run the ball well, they can't keep those safeties back. They got to bring one of them up, and then you got the single eye safety. That's what the Texans didn't do the last 2 games when they're getting pressure on Stroud with the 2 safeties hanging back, twiddling their thumbs. So that just was asinine. And I think Mel he got a lot of pub out of it. And with that, if attention was the reason he did it, good for him. He's a marketing genius. But I'm thinking later, he probably thought, man, I feel so stupid.
Jack says
you're gonna ban the blitz.
Yeah. Jack says, John, I saw you on the movie Invincible the other night. Had to rewind and double check. That is you, right?
Yep. Thanks for recognizing me about 80 pounds ago. I did 8 movies, and a couple of them actually had some lines. My last one was Spring Breakers. I play a judge, and I had a lot of fun doing that. And before I go, I want to thank you guys for something. Thank you for not bringing up Baylor's choke against Colorado.
Yes. No, that would have been too much. That would have been too much. John, you're the best. We appreciate you. We love your hot takes. And have
46-yard field goal. He must have been aiming for Grand Junction because that's the way it went, toward Grand Junction.
Y'all pay players now, though, John. So
we do. We pay players. And, boy, I don't know who's going to be paying them next year. Dave Aranda loses more games like that. Guys, thank you very much, as always. And I'm guessing we all think it's going to be Arch. Why'd bring back Ewers playing Mississippi State? You don't need to. Save him for the next one. Hell, you might not even need him against Oklahoma because Oklahoma's not good.
John, thanks so much. Let's do
Thank
it again.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate
Have a great weekend.
All right, there he is. The General, John McClain.
I ain't gonna lie, I thought about it. I was like, wonder what John thinks about the Colorado game. But I was like, nah. That'd be a little cold. Maybe I should chill.
When your own coach announces to the world that your Hail Mary defense is called Victory Cigar, and it gives up not 1 but 2 deep ball passes because the kid should have caught the first one. Yeah. All right, let's get some mentions in here, like passes.com. Coolest way to interact with your favorite celebrities, favorite athletes, including 40 student athletes at the University of Texas. Texas One Fund. You can, if you want to contribute to NIL and get a little something in return, then it's a great way to do it. Whether it's a VIP tailgate through Texas One Fund, some signed memorabilia, you just have to get on passes.com and check it out, interact. And don't forget to check out the Texas Sports Unfiltered account on passes.com. Me and BK breaking it down for you. And Cover 3, make some brunch reservations. Love the brunch at Cover 3. All the dishes are incredible. The do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. Then you're set up for all the games on Saturday and Sunday. So you're looking for a great brunch, Cover 3, right there on Anderson, up at in Round Rock at Old Settlers, and of course Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. We mentioned Circus Survivor, Stadium Swim. They were willing to throw some money at Matt Sluka, the quarterback at UNLV, and UNLV said, nope, we've moved on. They said, Circus said Matt Sluka could have been a lifeguard at Stadium Swim. You need to go check that out. Just do that one for yourself. You know what I'm saying? But busr.ag. This is the best deal going. If you like to put a little money on the games, you go to busr.ag, use the promo code TSU welcome, and they're going to spot you $2,500. How about that? That's really all you need to say about that. And of course, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, or the surround sound, electronic shades, new lighting, surveillance, there is only one place to go. You know what I'm saying? It is Audio Visual Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audio Visual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678, or on the web at avconsultations.com.
There you go. And, of course, you're looking for great seafood. Only one place to go in Austin, Texas, and that is Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. They got happy hour every day from 3:30 to 6:30, 3:30 to close on Mondays. So be thinking about that for Monday, date night, possibly. But if you need great seafood right now, get over to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. This is the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, restaurant legend, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. The menu's incredible. He is a food savant, and it's right there at Zilker, Rolling Wood in Mopac, or up north in Round Rock off Old Settlers. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. I get hungry every time I think about it. All right, Zay, let's get to the commentary because we got picks. We got picks to make. You ready?
I guess. Looking at BUSR right now, seeing what I'm going to choose.
Okay.
We struggled last week, so new week. We're back. We're positive. We're upbeat. We're hype. Let's go.
All right, so I'm fascinated by this this decision that Steve Sarkisian has to make, and I think Quinn Ewers might be, convincing him to play him against Mississippi State. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting right now. So, look, Quinn is this is what Steve Sarkisian has to figure out. And he probably has a great idea because these two communicate all the time. He has to, sometimes you have to make a decision that's good for the person, and only the medical staff, only Steve Sarkisian, his relationships with the medical staff and Quinn Ewers are going to, factor into this decision. Because if Steve Sarkisian thinks that Quinn is good enough to go, well, then, yeah, let's get him out there. Let's get him some reps so that he's got that, game experience, and there's not too much rust, I guess, when you think about going up against OU on October 12th. That'll be the next game. So you're going to have an off week on October 5th. And so, it's probably going to be a game time thing. I know Sark said he's going to make a decision today, but as of right now, I think you might see Quinn out there. So will be interesting. And I don't know how long it would be, but I think this team is locked in, and I don't know how many new wrinkles Jeff Lebby can roll out for this game, but I can guarantee you that Jeff Lebby's doing everything he can to get his team to play above their heads, play beyond their limits for this game, because it's been rough. It's been rough at home for them Mississippi State Bulldogs. They got housed by Toledo, and then Florida rolled up in there with all their crazy baggage and put a beat down on Mississippi State. And the thing that I watched in that Mississippi State Florida game was the Mississippi State defense. They were locked in like half the time. So if you can punch these guys in the mouth, put some points on the board early, you could see an avalanche in this one.
Yeah, they're a horrific defense. I mean, they're in the hundreds in almost every category statistically you could possibly be in. The Mississippi State Bulldogs, and now
they're giving up over 5 yards per carry.
Yeah, not good. Not good. And Florida isn't good. And Toledo, they all right, but they're G5. They're going to be fighting with other G5s for that final spot in the CFP 12-team playoff. So, yeah, I've been trying really hard all week to find some positivity with Mississippi State that the Texas Longhorns need to be cautious with. I can't. That's our job, is to find that so we could present it to you guys. I'm out here making up crap, saying that Michael Van Buren is going to be the next Dak Prescott just because he's light-skinned. That ain't good. That's all I got. That's all I got. You know what I'm saying? Jeff Lebby, again, it wouldn't even be anything wrong with bringing your father-in-law on that field, because you need that much help with this roster. We looking past all the crap he went through. That's in the past. Bring him on the field. You need help, Jeff Lebby. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, Texas, this should be another beatdown. What I will say about the Quinn Ewers situation, Chip, to conclude your chip shot, he better not get hurt if he does play. And obviously, there's no control in that. But I'd be a real pissed off guy all week next week if Quinn Ewers were to play and had to go out because something came up, especially with that oblique injury. I'd be really pissed off because, again, this is Mississippi State. Throw Arch in there. I get the positives, even if Quinn wasn't 100%. Get him back in the Heisman race, first team all SEC, things like that. Credentials, accomplishments. I get that. But also, that's not the main thing. Main thing is him being healthy so you could be in the SEC championship and put yourself in a situation to win a national championship, and you don't want to set him back right before you go through your super gauntlet. Because you just said that schedule, we all know, it's looking lighter than we even thought it was. Like, I came in thinking this team was going to be 9-3. Texas has proved me wrong with their interior line. Way better than I thought it was going to be with Byron Murphy and Terandre Sweat going to the league. Their linebacker group, Leoga Lafau, has shown me something to go along with Ant Hill, Dave Benda, Ty Anthony Smith showing me something, Mo Blackwell, clearly. And then I didn't think Michigan was going to be that bad. Didn't think Oklahoma or Georgia would have the issues that they're having. And A&M didn't think they'd have those issues. So everything's on the up and up right now, but you don't want to get in your own way by putting Quinn Ewers out there too soon when you have a quarterback that's more than capable of leading you to victory. So that's all I'm saying. Like, be careful. Quinn Ewers sounds charming trying to convince Sark. He's probably whining and dining the hell out of him. You know, I'm making great throws, looking crisp in practice and stuff, but he's also wearing that black jersey in practice. Can't be touched. You know what I'm saying? So that's Quinn Ewers goes out there. I'm going to be excited, but I'm also going to be mad nervous.
Yeah. All right, let's get to the right call and let's get to the picks.
Let's get it. Remember, y'all, tomorrow, Schultz Garden pregame show, 12:45 to 2:45. Bucky and BK will be holding it down, getting you ready for Mississippi State. Just like we do. We had a great week. Bucky and BK being at St. Patrick on Wednesday. Fall Start being at Via 313 on Thursday. And Nate Boyer being at Covert Bee Cave today. Hope everybody got out there to experience that. Heard it was a great event. But tomorrow, go check the guys out. Schultz Garden, 12:45 to 2:45 for the pregame show against Mississippi State. And Covert Bee Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership, that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. And yeah, I might just, go take the Buick Encore out for a spin just because I haven't been in it in a minute. Wifey's been taking up all of the driving responsibilities that we got, but we got some chores to do. I ain't going to do it in my car. I'm going to do it in hers because she got the new clean Covert BK Buick vehicle, and you should go get one too. But it doesn't have to be Buick. You could get GMC, Cadillac, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, and Chrysler, all 7 terrific brands to choose from. Go to covertbcave.com so you can see all the latest specials and inventory. We got a new car, but you don't have to get a new car. They got pre-owned vehicles too. So whatever you want, they will hook you up. Daniel, Marcus, Jerome, the team over at Covert Bee Cave holds it down. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So the right call today is a funny story because it makes you think a little bit. So Patrick Mahomes' trainer, Bobby Strope, he had some interesting comments in the media recently about Patrick Mahomes' dad bod. Yes, the famous dad bod that we saw after the game in the locker room. I'm pulling up a picture right now. The best player in the NFL, best quarterback in the NFL, rocking that gut, rocking that pudge, living good, feeling good, and throwing touchdowns. People might say he's out of shape. People might say he's husky. People might body shame him. But Patrick Mahomes' trainer, Bobby Strope, said that we got the dad bod on purpose. He is quoted saying, Chip, I'll be the first one to tell you that I think an NFL quarterback should have at least 14% body fat. It's not from an unhealthy standpoint, but from a force absorption standpoint. You have to be able to take contact. We know there's just not a lot of quarterbacks in the Hall of Fame that have six packs, and there's a reason for that. We've got to find the fine line between performance and health. And yeah, that's it. So
there you go.
There you go. There you go.
Now Dylan Raiola is going to go start eating some Twinkies. Dylan Raiola is going to go get some Ben and Jerry's, and he's going to start pounding that stuff.
See, as much as I can't stand the Dylan Raiola doing everything Patrick Mahomes does, go eat up, bro. I'm with that. Go get a little husky. Now, you know what's crazy? Dylan Raiola, he has a brother that just committed to Nebraska. People are saying that he looks like Patrick Mahomes' brother, Jackson Mahomes. So that's a little funny too, but Jackson Mahomes, we know the only thing he could do good, which I don't think it's good, it's anyone's opinion, but TikTok videos. Can't throw it all. Can't play a lick of any sport. Patrick's got a crazy ass family, man. He's got a crazy family. His wife, I could deal with her. She's just a ride or die, but she's a little insane too. She just ride or die. But Pops, his brother, Pops a drunk. His brother got in a little trouble. You know, he got a crazy family.
Maybe Pops is doing better.
I think he had like his third DWI a couple of months ago. So maybe he's doing better since then, but it hasn't been that long since he's mucked up.
Okay. You know what's really weird as we transition toward the picks? Baylor is favored by 3 at home against BYU.
Yep.
BYU. Huh?
That's one of my picks.
I'm like, what is happening here? And people are saying, oh, BYU's great at night. They're like a vampire. But during the day, they're hot garbage. I'm like, have you seen Baylor? Like, I don't know. I guess the Hail Mary loss at Colorado is either going to serve as the greatest wake-up call of all time for Baylor, or if BYU hits them in the mouth, are they going to keep fighting?
I mean, Kansas State, they got that ass whooped in Provo last week. So I get it, nighttime in Provo, altitude and stuff, that might get in the way of your performance as a road team. But I still think BYU is going to take that momentum in the Waco and give the Bears the business.
Is that one?
Yeah, that's a weird line right there.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on there, because I'm going to take that game as well. And I'm going to take Central Florida -14.
Wow.
At home against Colorado.
Okay.
I think Colorado probably is feeling good after that win against Baylor, and they don't know what's coming. Now, I feel for all these states that hurricane, is impacting. Stanford's, they waited to fly out to Clemson. I'm sure Colorado's had to, do some stuff, but I'm going to roll with UCF -14, Zay.
Okay. I like it. Just because I'm petty, I think I'm going to go Auburn Tigers -1.5 against those Sooners. Just because I'm a petty SOB. Hugh Freeze has been taking it in the chin all week. It's been a tough week for Hugh. A real tough week for Mr. Freeze, man. And look, new quarterback, Michael Hawkins coming in there. That place is still a tough environment. Like, I get that defense for Oklahoma is good, but Michael Hawkins, with all those receivers out, like, it seems like every receiver's out. Deion Burks, he's out. Jalil Farouk, Nick Anderson. If Brendan Thompson's your number one guy, yo, Jaron Thompson, we all over that, baby. We all over that. If Brendan Thompson is your number one receiver, you got problems. Again, love Brendan Thompson. His time at Texas was cool. Appreciate him. Anytime anyone wears the burnt orange, I appreciate it, even though it was short-lived. But at the end of the day, that ain't good. So I'm going to ride with War Eagle, Hugh Freeze, getting this team ready. +1.5. Like the points. Or -1.5. Excuse me, -1.5. I like the points. Give me the Tigers.
-1.5. So I'm going to roll with, I'm kind of torn. I'm torn between taking Arkansas +6 or Illinois plus 19.5 at Penn State? Because I feel like both of these teams are not getting no respect. I'm gonna roll with Illinois plus 19.5. That seems like a lot.
That is a lot.
At Penn State. This is an Illinois team that is 4-0.
Yeah.
And
Nebraska's all right. Like, that was a big win for them in Lincoln last Friday.
Yeah, and they beat Kansas when Kansas was ranked. So I'm rolling with the Fighting Illini plus 19.5 at Penn State.
Yeah.
Even though I still feel good about Arkansas plus 6 against the Aggies.
I'll take it for you. If you ain't taking
that one,
I'm taking that one. Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm taking that one. Taylor Green going in there. Bobby Petrino, wheeling and dealing. Quinshon Judkins. Yeah. Yeah. Even though I like Marcel Reed, man. I like that dude. That dude's got some serious moxie, but A&M struggled last week. This is a big game in the SEC, like early on.
Yeah. Well, who do you got? Bama, Georgia, just for grins.
Just for grins.
I'll take Bama.
Yeah, I'm still leaning Bama. Like, I know everybody's thinking that Georgia needed that wake-up call versus Kentucky, but I think Kalen DeBoer is going to get his first big win wearing the Crimson Tide colors. And just it being in Bryant-Denny, I think that gives them a big-time advantage too, because Georgia, show me some playmakers. I don't see it. That's a lot on Carson Beck's shoulders. You know, you compare what Texas has in the wide receiver room to what Georgia has, which is nuts. Like, Georgia not having talent on the offensive end sounds like an oxymoron. Doesn't sound real. Doesn't make much sense. But who knows? Kirby Smart is a good coach. Clearly, guys could get better. Maybe that they needed that bye week to tighten things up and to really focus. Wouldn't be surprised at all if the Dogs took care of business and got the dub. But I like Jalen Milroe. I like the 17-year-old Ryan Williams. Roll Tide.
All right. As we move to the NFL, here's a line I don't get. You got the Cleveland Browns at the Las Vegas Raiders, and Cleveland is favored by 1. Give me the Raiders.
In Vegas?
The Raiders just got embarrassed by Carolina.
In Vegas, right?
In Vegas.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Deshaun Watson in Vegas.
Where he can get his women legally?
Yeah, he can find some things in Vegas that are a little easier to find than he can in Cleveland. I might give him a little more, what's the word, motivation to perform on Sunday, you dig? I don't know. Vegas knows. Vegas, they know. I don't know. Deshaun Watson, he might have had a really good week on and off the field. You know what I'm saying? So,
all right. Who you taking?
First one, got to go with my Falcons, man. -2, the Saints, big time NFC South matchup. Falcons 1-2, best 1-2 team in the league. Best 1-2 team in the league. I really believe that. It's all about Kurt getting this footing because they played the hell out of Kansas City last week. That was a good game. They had Kansas City on the ropes. That defense is solid. I like Simmons coming over from Denver, and I like the other big-time safety. I can't think of his name right now, but they got a solid secondary. Got to get the ball to Bijan Robinson a little bit more and, different situation, not as predictable as you were on that dumb 4th down. play where Tyler Algier had no idea what the hell he was doing. Got to clean that up. But yeah, Saints, as good as they've been playing, I'll take Kirk Cousins over Derek Carr. Not by much, but I'll take them.
All right. I'm going to take the Bengals on the road at Carolina -4.5.
Okay.
I think it's get pissed off and take it out on Carolina time.
All right. I like it. Let's see. Ooh, Buccaneers at home versus the Eagles, +1.5, according to BUSR. I like it. I like the Buccaneers, man. I like the Buccaneers in that matchup. Chris Godwin, they're playing his ass off. Baker Mayfield. They got lit up last week, though. That was ugly. That game against Denver, that was one of those. It's just the NFL games. It's hard to predict. I think that woke them up a little bit. Give me Tampa Bay. Baker will bounce back.
The Baker bounce back, huh?
That was ugly. Denver put it on them. That was rough. But, yeah, the Baker bounce back. Let's go with it.
Okay. Then I'm going to go with the I'll go with the Texans to get right. Line's a little high for me. What does BUSR.ag have it?
For the Texans, -6.
All right. I'll roll with the Texans.
Okay. Yeah, they got their ass whooped too, so they should be
salty.
They should be a little salty from that. Yeah. This is an interesting line right here, especially with all the success the Buffalo Bills are having. +2.5 in Baltimore. I think I'm going to go with the Bills. Yeah, jump on that damn table, man. I like the way Josh Allen's playing. Like, there's nothing like losing your number one all-pro, Pro Bowl wide receiver and then coming back the next season and dominating. Like Patrick Mahomes did that with Tyreek Hill, and Josh Allen is doing that so far. He's got Shakur up there, and I ain't talking about Tupac. Shakur, that dude be balling. He be doing this thing out there. And then they got the crazy-ass rookie Keon Coleman from FSU, who any media member loves to interview. That guy's a hoot, but
all right, give me your Texas prediction against Mississippi State.
Oh man, Michael Van Buren gonna do something. He gotta do something. The next Dak Prescott, man. Come on. He gotta at least put 10 on the board. I'll give him 13. I'm gonna give Mississippi State 13. Which that might be a little steep for what they've been showing and how stingy this Texas defense is getting. So I'm going to go 48-13.
All right, I'm going 62-6.
Oh, my gosh.
I think Texas will have a defensive touchdown and a special teams touchdown.
Damn.
And, yeah.
So Silas Bolden punt return or a Matthew Golden kickoff return?
Yeah.
Okay.
One of those.
Okay.
One of those. And a pick six with no block in the back.
Okay.
All right. I don't know.
Yeah, Trey Moore, baby. Let's go. Let's go, Trey Moore.
Yeah, Trey Moore. Could be a big game for Trey Moore. Maybe he has the pick six. All right.
Take it.
Let's bring in the fellas. SEC Unfiltered. They're going to take you home. Chris Phillips and Cole Thompson. Dear Chip, 27 outs away. Talk about my Detroit Tigers.
27 outs, baby.
I mean,
the greatest story that is not being talked about in sports right now because of everything else that occurs. At the trade deadline, a 0.2% shot of going to the playoff. The final week of the regular season, 81.2% shot, 27 outs away. The hottest team in baseball has an opportunity to continue this hot streak in the month of October, where things get weird. And for just as a baseball aficionado, for somebody that loves what the city of Detroit is, their backing, their culture, their branding, who they are as a people and individual, Detroit versus everybody, the persona that they carry themselves. This is exactly why you fall in love with sports. It's this moment right here. And I can see Chip Brown losing his freaking mind behind closed doors. I am excited. I hope that you have a wonderful beer tonight, Chip, as your Tigers. They're going to continue to have that hot streak going.
I've been I can't even talk about it. So I've just been holding my breath. I'm glad you're feeling good.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. You're playing the White Sox, and you get to do it against Garrett Crochet. So you got to feel even better is that you get to do it against real competition in front of, and best part, you get to do it in front of the home crowd. That, I think, is the most monumental part that people do not spend enough time talking about. It's one thing to win. It's another thing to see after a decade-plus drought to win in front of that home crowd. That Comerica ballpark that deserves a shot of playing in October.
Right downtown, right in the heart of downtown, right next to Ford Field.
Yeah, clearly.
Hey, appreciate you, Cole. You're the man. Y'all have a great show.
Good to see y'all, too.
Good to see you, Chris. Hey, enjoy that meal. It looks good.
Yeah, oh yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
I've just got one headphone in. I'm just making sure you can hear me still.
Hey.
Yeah.
Have a great weekend,
Listen.
everybody. We'll be back Monday, 2:00 on Monday.
See you
See you guys today. Y'all the best. Y'all the best. Cole, what's up, man?
Well, you're alive.
I'm alive? What do you mean? You've been talking to me all day.
Where are you?
What is this place called? Billy Goats? Billy's Bar and Grill.
Okay.
So we're a little bit, dude, I'm with the legend, Stingray Steve.
Hello, Stingray.
This is what you get, Cole, when I'm on the road, man.
Trust me, I know.
No, look at what we're in. Obviously, we're in Tuscaloosa, Cole. Look at what Stingray's wearing.
Enjoy the show.
And we're on
Enjoy the show.
And we're on Texas Sports Unfiltered, and they're probably about to get beat by 50 tomorrow. Yeah. Cole, I need you to come back. I need you to carry the show.
Yeah, I know. I have to actually carry the show today.
You have to carry the show while I eat this lunch. Dude,
By
what's
the
up,
way,
man?
we're good. We are SEC Unfiltered. He's Chris Phillips. I'm Cole
Yeah.
Thompson, breaking down everything that we have to around the conference that just means more. We got great content. We got great shows. We got a bunch of great shindigs to talk about. We got news coming out of the Plains of Auburn that probably is really
Peyton
good.
Thorne.
Yeah, if you really,
God bless Auburn fans,
really love Oklahoma, you're probably feeling like you're about ready to lick the chops. Bama plays Georgia. What this game means. Got a fun show, but real quickly, as Chris continues to gobble down his food, make sure that you hit the like button, the ring notification, both on here and at SEC Unfiltered. On the race to 20,000 subscribers. Make sure that you're following us on all the socials at SEC Unfiltered, at CPhilly19, and at Mr. Cole Thompson. Download the podcast version of the show where you get your podcast listening systems. Follow Stingray Steve because the man's a legend. If you haven't met him, he's freaking awesome, and I love his content. But yeah, this is what we're doing, and it's a grand weekend. I'm pissed that you're there and I'm not. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's
it finally hit me how mad I am that I'm not there right now.
What was it? Was it the picture inside Bryant Denny that did it for you, or what?
No, I think it was more so just like I know that the game is going on. I know what the implications are. I got to see an era of college football in that town where it was dominance and sheer deliverance. And now with this game, especially because of it is such a marquee matchup. And the way I've described it to everybody, the game of the year, it's also, I have yet to experience the Kalen DeBoer era. And I feel like I'm selling myself short by not being able to see it live and in person. So I want to see it. And I think that like last night when you told us that you were leaving early, it's like, do I just want to go ahead and get real quickly a flight? Do I just want to get in the car and drive 13 and a half hours? I can make it work. I mean, I'll do it if need be. But yeah, it eventually all just came crashing down like, yeah, this sucks.
Cole, I have some breaking news for you, by the way. Was it you that told me that Sabanade was the thing to try? Sabanade?
No, that was probably
Dave?
Dave. I didn't tell you Sabanade.
Okay, well, per our buddy Wyatt over at Tide 100.9, I was talking to him before I came to lunch. They have renamed it to Kalenade. Yeah, Cruz was not thrilled with that news.
What? They what?
Yeah, they renamed it to
No,
Kalenade.
they fucking what?
Yeah, exactly.
You can't come up with a new fucking drink for the damn coach.
I think you have to. I feel like you have to earn the lemonade.
It's been called that for 16 years, and I'm not going to change it to Kalenade because
these are per sources. So I guess he could be wrong, but I feel like he'd know.
Did you try it? What?
No, I haven't tried it. Yeah.
What is wrong with people? Why can't we have nice things? It's like whenever we have to go see the brand new reversion of like a sequel that we asked for back in 1994, but you waited 2 decades to now make it all NPC and politically correct. Now we get it, and it's a shitty movie. We can't do the same thing for drinks. Sabanade is Sabanade. And I demand that the people at Innisfree and the people at Galette's and the people at all those places still freaking call it Sabanade because it's a respect thing. There were millions of dollars drafted out to that bar for Sabanade. You create your own drink. Call it Cater Ale. I don't care. Palin Ale. There we go. Problem solved. Ginger ale. Ginger ale and vodka. There we go. But Sabanade is Sabanade.
Hey, Stingray has a message, by the way. What do you want to say? Okay. Stingray says he's pulling for the Hogs tomorrow against the sissy Aggies. And
That's
I quote.
Fine. Welcome to the party. Hey,
Yeah.
I'm so glad that we're talking together right now. Stingray, Steve, I took
Stingray has a message.
I was the
There you
only
go.
brave person enough to want to talk to them. And bring
I
them on
know,
in.
I know, man. Listen, I just got to see Arkansas play well in Jerry World. Just never happens.
Okay, it's not. It never happens. The
They don't
problem
win.
is
They just don't win.
They just don't win because they don't get the turnover. It's like the way that we were listening to. I listened to the Burks Austin thing that you guys did earlier, and the quote that you put. Whoever makes the last mistake is the one that loses the game. That's Arkansas. Is that they make one mistake and they don't get the turnover, and A&M makes one mistake and they do, and they get the recoil. That's been it for years, whether it be in overtime, whether it be in the 31-28 final, 27-24. For years, it has always been a 3-point game that comes down to the fourth quarter, and somehow both teams make critical mistakes, but Arkansas makes the last one, and A&M capitalizes, they don't get the ball back. That's it, every single season.
By the way, Cole, I want to highlight this. You won't be surprised, but
of course I won't.
Back to Bama. Driving in, man. Chills, bro. Chills. It's the Mecca. I mean, I don't, with all due respect to everywhere else we go, everywhere we've been, it's just different, bro. It's just different. Like, it almost like, because we were talking about Mississippi State on the way over here, funny enough. And I was like, when you compare being a fan of any other team to being a Bama fan, it's just like, God, that sucks. You know what I mean?
It's like comparing a filet mignon steak to literally scraps that you pull out of the dumpster. Like, that's what it feels like. When you get off exit 73 and you get on the McFarland Boulevard, I mean, immediately, there's something about it. There's just
it's beautiful. It's beautiful what I've seen thus far. I mean, I haven't done a ton of exploring outside of Bryant Denny, obviously, but which, I mean, heck, is the most important part. I'm glad I saw that first. But, yeah, and I've already had Bama people tell me, they're like, dude, you picked the best game. This game will be not trying to give you any more FOMO than you already have. But they're like, yeah, you will not experience another game like this ever, maybe in your life.
No, you don't. And that's the problem, is that you don't experience games. They come around once a lot. Like, I remember the one game, it was 2014. And it was when Tennessee came down and Blake Sims rolled out and found Amari Cooper. They were down by 6 for like a 39-yard gain, and then came in Derrick Henry, and Henry ran it in for the 6-yard score, and Alabama came back. They get a turnover on Butch Jones, and the crowd went wild, and I thought that was a great game, and then it's like, oh, no, it's not even comparable. It's nowhere near comparable to what you're going to witness tomorrow night. It's why it's the game of the year. It truly is. I don't care what happens with Georgia and Alabama and Texas. I don't care what happens with LSU and Ole Miss. I don't care what happens with Ole Miss and Georgia. This is the game of the year because of the implications about what it has for the future of the SEC and for what the standard is of the SEC. And that's not to take a shot at Texas fans. Like, Texas fans, I love you. I really do. You've been very kind to us. You're very welcoming to us. You let us go places all the time, and we get to talk proudly about how we work with you guys. But holy shit, you're not there yet. You're nowhere near where this game's magnitude is after one exceptional season with Steve Sarkisian and your first year in the SEC. It takes decades to build this up. It takes years to establish this type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's like where I know this isn't accurate probably, but it feels like this is where college football was founded. Like, this is college football. This is the best. It doesn't get better than this.
Of course it does. It has to. I mean, again, the bar scene, it's okay. It's hit and miss. Now, if you go to the right bars, it's really good. Rhythm and Brews, I really like that.
Apparently, Cruz is going to hook me up with a wristband to Innisfree for the weekend.
Of course he is, because of
Of course he is.
the fucker lives there. Literally, the fucker lives there. If you ever know who Cruz Oxenrider is, go follow him on Twitter. It's at Real Cruz Ox. This is a man who probably spends more money where he lives, spends more money at Innisfree than on his rent for the weekend that he comes down here. He lives there. And he has done that since I knew him back in college. He's done that for over a decade. I was looking at photos today.
I'm excited to see it.
I was looking at photos today of one of the fraternity parties that I went to, and that was 11 years ago. And Cruz has been spending probably the same amount of money every single night, if not more money, at Innisfree for 11 years. He probably has enough money to buy the damn place at this point. He's probably invested
part
so
owner.
much. What?
He's probably like part owner.
Part-time owner. Like, he has to. How much he lives there, it's ridiculous. Like, yeah, he's going to get your wristband because of, if not, you're going to be waiting in line for 3 hours to not be able to get a freaking drink, and it's going to cost you $40 to get in. Enjoy that.
Well, apparently I'm going to be skipping all that. So
you are going to be skipping all that. And again, I'm very jealous of you because you're going to the Mecca.
Yeah, he's actually at Galette's right now.
Why is he at Galette's?
Because Jacob Coker's over there. He was going to say what's up to him.
Okay, that makes sense.
So I had lunch planned with Stingray, but Cruz and I are going to link up after you and I get done here, or a little bit later.
Are we doing happy hour still or no?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, I didn't know
because Cruz has got he's got some like booster event he's going to at 6 or something.
Of course.
Of course he is. Cruz is like the Kardashians. He's famous, and I don't really know why.
I genuinely have no idea how he is as famous as listed in this damn city.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it was like he's kind of the king of Tuscaloosa.
And he's a freaking Florida. He's a freaking Florida native, and he went to Florida for a year.
You weren't born and raised Bama, right, Cole?
No, I went to Bama.
No.
The story of me with Bama is I want to go to Missouri, which, spoiler alert, that's why my Mizzou fandom does come out from time to time. Want to be the big next broadcast journalist. Want to be doing more than just YouTube shows for the hundreds of people watching currently.
Hey, relax.
Which I love.
Calm
I'm
down,
not disagreeing. Didn't get in. Got a full in-state scholarship to go to Alabama. Went there, took the money, and ran. That was it. And then you go there. Here's the rule, and I've told this to many people when they say, "Do I want to go to Bama?" I tell them straight up: if you have no desire to go to Alabama, don't even take the trip down.
Yeah.
Because of the second that you walk in and you get back on that plane, you will be going to Alabama.
Yeah.
You will 100% be going to Alabama next year. That's a done deal. It is. And it happened to me, and it happened to two of my friends, and it happened to my brother. Everyone I know, they come down to Tuscaloosa, they go for one weekend, they get back on the plane. They are part of the cult. They are part of the brand. They are covered head to toe in the crimson and white gear. It is all Bama, nonstop.
Yeah, it'd be easy to get kind of swept away by this place, I'd imagine.
It is.
Yeah, go on a visit and you're just done. That's it. Well, the game's going to be electric, man. Like I said, I'm excited to explore Tuscaloosa. I mean, I've heard really good things. It's funny how the not so good things I heard from Auburn folks last weekend. So we'll see how.
You were always going to hear shit from
I know.
them. The Barners are always going to talk mad crap about it, and I can do this. And I can do this now because if you're in my country, and you know what, that's fine.
Well, what I was going to ask you, Cole, is I'm actually really proud of you how objective you stay.
There's
Auburn.
no point for me to be unobjective. Listen, if Georgia had
You and Dave both.
If Georgia had a fully healthy roster and it didn't look like dog crap against Kentucky, and I mean at wide receiver, at the defensive line, at the offensive line, the inability to run the football, I probably would have picked Georgia. I'm sorry. I'm going to tell you right now, there's a game that's coming up that I have never picked that team. As of this moment, I am picking that team over Alabama. So I'm sorry. Like, it's going to happen. I'm going to be objective. I like being paid to be right. And 9 times out of 10, I'm pretty damn right.
All right. Oh, did you? Okay. Yeah, man. Either way, I'm good. Yeah, I don't, dude. How about this, by the way? Stingray was telling me that, so the line was Georgia 2.5 all week, swung to Bama -1. It's back to Georgia -1.
Back to Georgia -1. Yeah. Because I always do Thompson's top picks on Friday in the Hawaiian shirt, and I'm getting ready to do it right before I come on here, and I'm like, no, it's Georgia -1. It was Alabama -1. So now I'm just going to wait until I get on there and then say, all right, whatever the freaking line is, that's what we're taking at this point.
Whatever the line is. Yeah. I mean, I've got Georgia on 2.5. So my luck, they'll win by 1 point.
Yep.
Lose the bet, but Georgia wins. So, I just can't wait. Like, it's going to be a great experience no matter what. But I'm, Cole, it's like, it's just different. I mean, when you watch Texas, it's different too. When you watch teams of that caliber, bro, it's just different than what we get normally. Like, it's the way the game's played. It's so clean. I say this, and there'll probably be like 5 turnovers in the game, but no, it's so it's different, bro. Like, we're not going to get an Auburn, Arkansas. All due respect, we're not going to get an Auburn, Arkansas tomorrow. It's not going to be a slot fest. It's going to be just two elites squaring off, taking swings at each other. So I'm excited for the game itself, for sure.
Pub in the comments section, go to UTOU at the Texas State Fair and tell me how that doesn't compute. Yeah, Pub, I've been multiple times. I have been multiple times. I'm going to make this abundantly clear. It is the greatest rivalry outside of the Iron Bowl in my eyes as somebody that lives in that state. It is better than the game. It is right up there with Army and Navy. It is better than Third Saturday in October. It's better than the oldest rivalry in the South. It floors. It is absolutely miles ahead of World's Largest Outdoor Cocktail Party. I don't even want to hear that's a rivalry because if they play at Jacksonville and they play at TIIA Bank or Everbank Stadium, whatever the fuck they're calling it these days, I'm not sure. It is the best rivalry in all of sports minus the Iron Bowl for me, and it is number 2 in the SEC. But you have no idea what it's like to see Bryant-Denny Stadium packed to the brim with 101 screaming thousand fans for 4 quarters, and that light show at the 4th quarter starts, and you get to see Dixieland Delight and a bunch of drunk toddlers from the ages of 18 to 59 are all screaming, fuck Auburn and LSU and Tennessee too, and probably tomorrow they'll throw in and Georgia too. It's a completely different atmosphere that you have never experienced before. It is completely different than what you see at Red River.
I mean, Cole, I don't care how ignorant I sound. I just don't know how you could ever say a neutral site venue is better. I'm sorry. I know I'm speaking out of turn here, but for me, it's hard to believe. I just can't believe neutral site could ever beat on campus anywhere. Honestly,
it's the one game. I'm
doing the beer if you don't mind. Yeah.
It is the one. I will do one too. Please and thank you very much.
Cole, you're at home. You got them.
Technology works. We can
unless it's the road. Well, he's saying Red River. Listen, I'm going to go into it. I can't wait to go to Red River because I'm going to go into it with an open mind, obviously. But I'm skeptical. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm skeptical about a neutral site.
You hear
neutral site.
But you hear all of us talk about this game and how it is the furthest thing from a neutral site game.
All right. Fair enough.
I say this is like it would be one thing coming from the mouth of this guy who literally panders to people to make sure that they go ahead and pay his bills. Like 100%, I get that. But for me, when I'm saying it, and then you hear BK say it, you hear all the Texas folks say it, and you even hear people from, Tyler McComas, what does he think about this? What does he think about Red River?
I'm sure he thinks it's electric. I mean, I think he does. He told me that, I think.
Because, again, it doesn't feel like a neutral site game. It doesn't. There is no indication by any means whatsoever that it is neutral. It is smack dab right down the middle.
It's a home and road game for both sides.
For 30 minutes, it's one way. For 30 minutes, it's the next. It's that way every single time that they play against each other.
All right. I won't speak on something I'm not familiar with.
I'll say.
I'll put it that way.
I protect this. I protect this sanctity, Texas Sports Unfiltered. This is why you should follow me at Mr. Cole Thompson. Shameless plug. Got to do it.
I guess you know what it is. It's just I've never experienced anything such as that, so it's hard for me to fathom it. I'll put it that way. Hard for me to fathom it.
The best way I can put it is give me like a random random matchup in the SEC that still is going to draw in a big crowd at a college campus.
Okay.
Like, give me South Carolina, Oklahoma. Like, that's a game where you're still going to see a good crowd. You're still going to see fans pile on in. It's still going to be an electric atmosphere. But the difference is that for 30 minutes, it is pure hell, and for 30 minutes, it is pure praise. That's the difference.
It also helps Texas OU one of the best rivalries. To some, they say it's the best rivalry. And wasn't that funny, Cole, over the offseason? We had this, like, there's something got in the air where it was like everybody at the same time was talking about, where does Red River rank amongst the best rivalries? Is it the best?
2.
Yeah,
2.
I think it's 2. You can't put it ahead of the Iron Bowl. I'm sorry.
Can't.
You can't.
You can't.
You just can't.
And you certainly can't when you play it at Jordan-Hare Stadium.
Yeah.
You can't. Like, I'm sorry, and that is where my Bamarisms, my ability to say of what I've watched going into these matchups. I've been multiple times for the Iron Bowl there. It's literally a hit and miss. Like, it's if you're in Jordan-Hare Stadium, you will see shit happen. Yeah. When it's at Bryant-Denny, things sometimes maybe will have a few moments, but at Jordan-Hare, all bets are off. It truly is one of those atmospheres where Alabama could be 12-0 going into that game. They could look like a powerhouse and they lose by 15 points, and nobody is shocked. It's literally at that same level.
Yeah. Speaking of Jordan-Hare, Auburn, thoughts on Peyton Thorne getting the start? And they had to go with him, right? I mean, I don't.
Did they have to
Hank
go
Brown
with him?
looked terrible. Hank Brown looked terrible.
No, they had to. They had to go with him. I'm feeling really confident at my pick of 17-10 final score. Oklahoma.
Bro, I don't know if I've ever felt, Cole, more confident in an under. Like, honestly.
I'm
under
so
45. Oh my gosh, bro! Are you kidding me?
So confident. I have had people in Vegas call me asking for my opinion of this game. I say hammer the under. It is the best bet of the week. It is. Spoiler alert, Tops' top picks. Guess what's the best bet of the week? It's not Georgia versus Alabama. That's for damn sure.
It has to be.
It's going to be so bad.
It's going to be so bad.
And I'm not
you know what's – I was just going to say, you know what's crazy? I heard our good buddy Blake Ruffino say this week, that per Bill Connolly stats, which, I mean, he's a stat guy. So, I mean, take it worth these. Yeah. If you take away – again, this is a huge hypothetical. I know. Huge if. But if you take away Auburn's turnovers, and there's been a ton of them, they rank dead last in college football in turnovers. But if you take away their turnovers, they would be number 1 in the country in offense. So they've actually been like really good moving the ball. They just every time it's Auburn football to a T. Every time something good's about to happen, they piss down their leg.
Kind of.
It's Auburn football.
Kind of. I mean, the way that you want to know what a fun stat is? Oklahoma has a better shot of getting the ball back if they were to punt on third down than try and convert on third down. They're that bad on third down this year.
What?
They are 125th nationally in the country on third down conversions. You would have a better shot of your defense getting a stop, you getting the ball back, have 2 plays to move the sticks for a first down than you would have convert on third down.
They're insane.
That bad on third down. Stat. It is literally going to be the blind leading the dunce leading the doofuses all the way into the point of misery and mundane overall mediocre football. And you know what? I'm all for it. Because I'm a college football sicko and I want to see how this thing plays out. Like,
bro, 9-6 incoming. Let me really.
I made a joke, and honestly, I don't think I'm kidding anymore. I could see a scenario where South Carolina, Oklahoma is a 9-6 finish.
Yeah,
I could easily see a scenario because those defenses are not going to bend, are not going to break.
Yeah,
they're going to bend, but they're not going to break. That's for damn sure.
What do you think about the? I know again, Cole, you've been high on South Carolina. What do you think about Michael Bratton saying, or I guess they just posed the question, but I just saw it from that SEC podcast today. Would a 9-3 South Carolina, or maybe should a 9-3 South Carolina get in the playoff?
It does not matter if you go 9-3, who you are, you're not going to the playoff.
Yeah, I agree.
South Carolina's schedule. South Carolina's schedule is one of the very few that does not get talked about enough in terms of how challenging it is. After this bye week, they play number 6 Ole Miss, number 4 currently Alabama, 2 more back-to-back top 25 matchups against Oklahoma and Texas A&M. They have to travel to Vanderbilt, which we don't know what we're going to see of Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
They also have to then go play against number 11 Missouri, who could be right back in the top 10, and they close out the year with Clemson. And you tell me that they lose to potentially a 10-2 LSU squad or a 9-3 LSU squad. They lose to number 6 Ole Miss. They pull off upsets over Missouri, Texas A&M, Oklahoma, and Clemson, and they somehow lose to Alabama. That's not worthy of being in the playoff. You are out of your mind. Go ahead and put down the crack pipe. You don't need any more methamphetamines these days. Trust me, you don't. But you're not getting in at 9-3. Nobody's getting in at 9-3 this year. There's not a single soul out there. Even Alabama would have a tough argument getting in at 9-3. And and them and Georgia are probably two of the safest teams when it comes to that 9-win total to sneak on in as an 11 seed. And I think that they would have trouble getting it.
Do you speak of that, man? The 9-3. I think that's one of the reasons this game's so big for Georgia. I mean, their schedules. Georgia's got a brutal schedule. I mean,
Georgia's going to earn their way to the playoff this year.
Yeah, at Texas, at Ole Miss, Tennessee at home.
Georgia will earn their way to the playoff. Promise.
I can't tell if this is pre-planned or if this is what this is. Oh, okay.
Yeah, just me getting a drink. I'm thirsty.
You got like the mini fridge in there or what?
No,
or are you in the kitchen?
I always do this. Everyone thinks this is my bathroom. No, this is. Like
I don't know where you are, Cole. I have no idea.
In front of my wife's little cabinet shit.
I mean, it is a nice setup. I did not think you decorated that, to be fair. No,
you know, it was really funny. I went on TextAx one time, and somebody said, "I can't take this guy's opinion seriously when he designs his apartment like this." And I said, "Thank you. I'm so glad that you think I'm that good with interior design."
Yeah, it's like, come on, it's a dead giveaway. He's married. Come on.
I'll pass the compliments over to my wife. I'm sure that
I do. You know, I will say, Cole, I do hate that you nor Dave could make this trip because it would have been perfect. Like I could have gotten guidance from a freaking Bama alum.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess Cruz is going to be that guy for me, but I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of scared to go out with Cruz, honestly.
How far away are you from your Airbnb?
45 minutes.
You need to be very scared.
Yeah, I'm going to hold it together. I mean, I'm driving back. So
yeah, you truly need to pace yourself because of it is.
I did this last week. So I stayed 45 minutes from Auburn. So yeah, but Cruz is wild child, to say the least. He cracked his phone last night at the bar. Told me.
Of course he did.
And then, dude, he was like, "Yeah, my phone died, and I had to wake up and go speak to a class." So,
yeah.
By the way, anybody out there, Texas Sports Unfiltered folks, that maybe tune into our game day show typically on Saturday mornings at 7 a.m. Central. The odds of let's put it this way. The odds of the game day show dropping are about the same odds that Mississippi State has to beat Texas. So they're slim.
Was Cruz the guy?
Yes.
Oh, God. Okay.
He was my guest.
Of course he was.
Yeah. So
I could have warned you about that one. I wish you had told me earlier. I would have tried to warn you about that one.
They're going to shock the world. Well, I mean, it's not like the end of the world or anything, but
is Stingray in the background screaming they're going to shock the world?
Yeah, you can hear him. Says they're going to shock the world.
I can absolutely hear Stingray say that. No, they're not. Stingray, stop it.
He said stop it.
Sting, stop.
Man yelling Hail State in the middle of the Tuscaloosa.
Steve, I have a better shot of winning the lottery tonight than Jeff Lebby does finding a quarterback that is componentally balanced enough to play against Texas tomorrow.
State's bad, man.
State sucks. I'm sorry. And I don't like to say that about any college football.
Cole, but you know, low key. I know you and Dave low key are like just grinning ear to ear, like we told you. Oh,
I am beyond excited.
You've embraced the villain.
Trust me.
The villain of Starkville.
I'm about to become the anti-hero in Fayetteville if I continue to ride with them, but I will always be the villain of Starkville. And I'm proud of that title. I am beyond proud of that title.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Speaking of which,
yeah.
If Auburn loses this game,
yeah,
do you see anybody maybe entering the transfer portal or redshirting the rest of the year?
Dude, I think that's gonna. I mean, I think that's a trend that's here to stay. I mean, I just think it's more of a business than ever, man. You're gonna see guys. Let's put it this way. as a player, your greatest asset is the best ability is availability. So like your eligibility is your greatest asset, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think especially if there's guys that they're on that cusp of redshirt or not, and or maybe they've got, they're trying to preserve their years. I think absolutely. I think you're absolutely going to see guys. You're essentially going to see guys opt out once they feel like they're playing for nothing. Like, Cole, like, and I know college football fans hate to hear it. It feels icky for me to say too, but the name on the front of the jersey has never mattered less to players. It's never mattered less, bro. It does, like, and that's why, like, if you're my best piece of advice, if you're a diehard fan of any school, like, bro, rep your school, rep your university. I would stay away from really latching yourself on to any individual player because they're going to do what's best for them. Like,
so basically what you're saying is treat it like Game of Thrones.
Treat it like I haven't seen Game of Thrones.
Treat it like Game of Thrones, where you don't need to get too attached to one character because you don't know if they're going to be back next season.
Okay.
Because you don't know if they're going to be sticking around next year.
What's funny, Cole, so I've never seen Game of Thrones. I promise I'll get there. I'm currently on Sopranos, and I'm hooked.
What season?
Oh, I'm literally like finishing season 1.
Okay.
Yeah, I just started. Oh, I'm hooked though. I mean, I'm all in that.
It's fine.
So,
I think it's an overrated show, and I get shit for that all the time. I
love just like that gangster mobster shit. I love that.
I say that and The Office are two of the most overrated shows, and people
see. The Office just isn't my humor. It's just tell Dave, by the way. Let's go like 6:30, something like that. Something like that. 6:30. Just random, whatever. I mean, get him to run it by the wife.
Yep.
So, no, it's a good show though. It's been a fun show, very fun show. But I've never seen Game of Thrones.
Okay, for the first season you get
You'd be stunned the amount of shows I haven't seen.
First season you get hooked. Second season's really good. Third season's awesome. The ending is so hurtful that I think that most people want to tune out at that point. The ending of season 4, it took me a full year and a full season of not watching to get over. I was that pissed off at season 4. Season 5 is solid. Season 6 is okay. Season 7, you can start feeling it go downhill. Season 8 sucks. Season 8's awful.
Have you ever seen Sons of Anarchy?
No.
I haven't seen
Never
that.
got into that.
That's another one that, like, dude, when I was in college, like, everybody, people were dressing up as Sons of Anarchy for like Halloween.
I believe that.
Like, that was the Halloween costume. What's the Halloween costume this year? What do you think people are going to dress up in? Cole, do you know at Spirit Halloween, I saw a link to this, you can get the Pop-Tart mascot.
From the Pop-Tart Bowl?
Yes.
I might do that.
As a costume.
I might buy that. By
That's
the way,
absurd.
Jake Bayless has good taste in television.
See, I can't see the comments, so you're going to have to, like, carry the team there.
Yeah, Jake Bayless. Going to have to agree with The Office. I think Parks and Rec is better. Parks and Rec is better, Jake Bayless. It's far and away
Are they
better.
not the same?
Don't you dare. Shut your whore mouth. Are they the same? It is the same concept. They are
similar?
the furthest thing from
No?
each other.
Okay.
They're both
All right.
No, they're both mockumentaries. They're both mockumentaries.
Right.
But Leslie Knope is such a better character than half the people in The Office. Freaking Ron Swanson is a top 5 character for me all time in television history. I love the side characters. I love Andy. April's awesome. Donna is hysterical. I don't understand why everyone hates Jerry/Terry/Larry. He's a great character. He's funny as all hell. Tom is the only annoying character on the show where I can pinpoint 6 or 7 characters in The Office that I want to punch in the face. And Tom is supposed to be annoying. And that's the point. Like, even Chris, who's played by Rob Lowe, America's Sweetheart, he even has his moments where you're just like, yeah, you're funny as shit. Like, everything about Parks and Rec is good. And it has its lulls, but at the very end of the show, you still enjoy it. Where the last season of The Office, it's like, fuck it. We know it's over. We should have quit when Michael left. When Michael went to Denver, we should have departed television forever. It went downhill so fast. Robert California was one of the most ungodly, terrible written characters who's played by a damn good actor in James Spader, which really pissed me off too. Look, we're not even talking about football anymore. Now we're talking about why The Office sucks and why.
This is the beauty of Texas Sports Unfiltered, especially on Friday.
Yeah, Eddie Williams, I want to see you in your Batman outfit because I want you to treat yourself. Jake Bayless with the freaking mic drop of the – Jake Bayless is a GOAT. I don't care what anybody has to say. Whatever team that he picks tonight, I'm going to put money down on. Any team, Jake Bayless, any team, because of he just said the number one show, which it is. Scrubs is the GOAT. Scrubs is the GOAT show. Scrubs is amazing. I will not stand for any Scrubs slander on this platform by anyone.
Cole, did you ever get into Suits?
Yeah, I watched it. It was fine. It was fine. I mean, it was good.
It got very repetitive.
It was good, and then when of course Mike left, it's one of those where
Cole, the show, in my opinion, should have ended when Mike got out of jail. It should have ended. I think that would have been the perfect ending. It went like 2 seasons too long.
What, you mean when he gets out of jail and he reunites with Rachel?
I think I'm thinking of the right time, yes.
Because he goes to jail, I think in season 5.
Yeah.
And then it ends in season 8. So, and he
Dude,
leaves
like,
in season 6.
I didn't even finish it. I didn't watch season 8. I didn't finish. I was done. I was done. I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't do it.
All right, Jake Bayless, money line on Virginia Tech. I was already planning on touching that game, so.
Money line on Vot? No shot,
right,
bro. No shot.
No, because he said because if he said
money line Virginia Tech tonight.
because
they play Miami.
Because everything about Scrubs is perfect.
No, it's Vatek. Is it? Yeah, Vatek in Miami. Yeah.
Well, I still have Vatek in the playoffs, so I mean, I have to live with that reality.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
bro, how is Vatek so bad?
I don't. They're not bad. They just didn't have their. Allie Jennings didn't play last week, and they played from behind all the time. That's all they do. No, but Scrubs. Back to my point because I don't want to get off topic, and then we can move off to another thing. Scrubs is perfect from top to bottom, and that season 9 for those of us that watch that show religiously, there is no season 9. It ends with season 8 with JD riding away in his car, and it is a wonderful experience. The music is phenomenal. The song choices per episode is great. There is a perfect blend of heartfelt comedy and heartbreaking moments. It is everything that you want in a television series, and it shouldn't just be considered a comedy. It should be considered a classic. I'm sorry. Jake Bayless is 100% right. Scrubs is the fucking GOAT. I will die on that take.
You watch Peaky Blinders?
I do. I will say Peaky Blinders is a good show.
I rock with Peaky Blinders hard.
God dang it, Jake Bayless.
Fucking Blinders.
God dang it, Jake Bayless. I love you right now.
What is it?
It is guy love. That's all it is. And he gets it. And he knows what it is. Peaky Blinders is good once they introduce Alfie Solomons. And that, by the way, that is Tom Hardy's best character. Far and away.
You think so?
I think that is far and away.
I'm a huge Tom Hardy fan. I'll pretty much watch anything he's. Did you see the movie of him where he played the 2 brothers?
You mean the movie where
what's it called again? He plays both brothers. Yes.
And they're mobsters, right?
Who do they play? Wow. Rutgers, Washington tonight.
Yeah, I know. I'm watching it. Trust me. I got to go to my wife's game.
Where's the best place to catch a game in Tuscaloosa?
Honestly,
a lot of options.
Probably actually I think Houndstooth, personally. Because Houndstooth can be playing pool. You have an outdoor patio. You also have the bar, which has every television with a game on it. I remember when I turned – because also Houndstooth is a 21-up bar, and they're really good at checking fakes. Like, they're really – because we could never get in. Like, we never could get in when we were there. I remember one time, and the Jupiter was still open, and that's how old I am because I'm talking about the Jupiter. It's been closed for a while because now it's Druid City Music Hall. It's right across from there, and now Rico's gone. I'm so pissed off now. Not the point. Point is that Houndstooth, I remember going in one time because I was trying to flirt with an older chick. She was a senior and I was a freshman, and they took my fake ID and they're like, "Hey, thanks." And I said, "All right, cool. Can I get it back?" No, and they ripped it up in front of me. They cut it in half, and they said, "Get the fuck out of here." So Houndstooth is really good because there's like that clear separation of age limits, and you still see the drunken toddler action that goes on there.
Cole, I could see how you wouldn't get in because you look 21 now.
I am very thankful about that. My age,
like if you shaved, bro, you'd look.
We're not 21. Doing that. We're not doing that.
You look 21, bro.
No. Trust me. I know I could go past as a college student right now. I'd be fine with it if I was there. Nobody would know.
So when you were actually 21, you probably look like 16, which is not a bad thing. Not a bad.
Well, okay. So the mustache I couldn't grow until I was 22. So I used to have the chin beard.
Just the chin piece.
It used to literally just be the chin beard.
You were going like with the Josh Beckett.
I was.
Key. Yeah.
No, and he's from my hometown. So
Josh Beckett is?
Yeah, Josh Beckett's from
Really?
Spring. Wow. Josh Beckett's house is, I think, like 20 minutes away from where I grew up. Like where he grew up and played high school football or high school baseball. Spring Lions. They used to be our rival. Yeah.
Bro, I meant to tell you guys, the place I'm staying in Hoover, the Airbnb, dude, the neighborhood I'm in is so nice.
Hoover's nice.
Yeah, dude, it's literally like a neighborhood like with a golf course essentially. So, yeah,
you're not staying in Mountain Brook, so Mountain Brook is straight up. Hello, nice to see you, money. Like,
yeah,
please. The way I would put Hoover is settle down money. Mountain Brook is shut the fuck up money. That's the level.
Where do most Bama alums go after graduation? Where do they live?
Depends. It also changes per year. When I was there, it was a lot of Atlanta. It was a lot of Dallas. It was a lot of Birmingham again. And then a little bit of Nashville. Now it's a lot of Nashville. And now it's a lot of Austin.
Cole, do you mean
what did Stingray say?
He said wherever they want to is what he said.
Basically.
No, no, I want to tell you what Auburn folks told me last week. When it was actually Mike Gittins, funny enough, our buddy Mike Gittins from the War Report. He was telling me, he was like, yeah, man, like when you wear that Auburn logo, man, like, and you're anywhere and you see somebody in an airport or something, like, you always stop and talk to them. You say War Eagle, it's like this connection, Auburn family, whatever. It's like when you see somebody with an Alabama shirt on, you're like, they probably got that from Walmart.
Probably.
That's correct.
Probably.
And I was also told Auburn fans love Auburn University. Alabama fans love Alabama football.
They do.
It's a different connection.
Yeah. I know more people.
I guess who cares though, right? I mean, it's like,
yeah, but okay, it's like Texas fans. How many people actually went to Texas that are Texas fans? It's the same thing. How many people went to A&M that are A&M fans?
Hey, don't complain about being a brand, right? I mean, you're a brand.
That's what I'm saying. People, if you're in Texas, you go to A&M because if you love A&M, you're proud to be an Aggie. You don't even call yourself a Texas A&M graduate. You call yourself Aggie. You're an Aggie. I earned my ring. And then the joke is, well, you just go to the Dick's Sporting Goods store and you pick up a burnt orange shirt. You belong to the culture. Like, it's the same shit. But guess what? Alabama and Texas, there's a reason why they run the states. There's a reason why they are who they are. There's a reason why they're still the standard in both areas. So I don't want to hear it. Like, again, nobody's complaining about it. Nobody at all.
It is interesting, Cole, because, I mean, you come here and like one of the first flags I see is an Alabama flag with 17 on it, national championships.
Yep.
17. It's like you go to Auburn, and being there last week was awesome. But that's why I was asking like Dave and everybody else. I was like, what do you think Auburn is in like the new college football? Because I think Auburn's got I don't know if there's any Auburn fans watching this, but I mean, I would say it. I think Auburn's got a kind of an inflated self-image a little bit, where it's like if I knew nothing about Auburn and I just went off, like there's a lot of history and tradition, but I'm like, they've only won one title in the modern era. Like that's crazy.
2 in the last 60 years.
Right. 1957 and then 2010. You would think it's more. You would think it's a lot more. Like they carry themselves like they won like 6 or 7. Like, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but like,
they treat it like how we treat the Little League World Series. You get a medal if you place second, and then you get the banner if you win it all. They've been to so many and they've lost. They already go to what's called. They just get the medal. So they treat it like that. What I will appreciate is, and this is where I do separate the two, fans of programs like that know if it's a special year, they will have to embrace it. They embrace every Saturday because they don't know when the next time it's coming around. You do see more levels of camaraderie and loyalty and I would say fanomism than you do at a place like Alabama. Because again, It's everything about Auburn. And I think that's why Auburn treats itself as a family, where Alabama treats itself as a program. Alabama, for a lot of people, nobody cares about Reese Pfeiffer Hall. Nobody cares about Gaylord Memorial Library. No one cares about Amelia Gorius Library. Nobody cares about the science building. Nobody cares about investing into the new dormitories. Nobody cares about Slutweiler. Nobody cares about those places. They care about Alabama football, and that's it. Where at Auburn, they care about what goes on behind closed doors, and they want to see their program be more established, and they want to see their school have more representation. So I commend Auburn people, because if they truly embrace what it means to be part of the Auburn Tiger family. But my God, don't start perusing around acting like that you did something when you finished second against a Florida State squad. Get over it. You lost. You lost, and you lost in spectacular fashion, and I will always remember that night. I will always remember that national.
What was that? That was Jameis to Kelvin Benjamin, right?
That was Jameis to Kelvin Benjamin with less than a minute left.
Yeah. Sheesh.
Jameis to Kelvin Benjamin, less than a minute left. And who was the one in coverage with him? The man who broke all of Tuscaloosa's heart, Chris Davis.
Oh, was it Chris Davis?
Chris Davis was the one in coverage against him.
Yeah. I was talking with the guys last week. I was like, I just imagine, I have to envision, like, I think Auburn looks at Bama and like, that should be us. That should be us. So.
But here's the problem. Alabama finally stopped shooting itself in the foot. So we all know the story. I mean, I think many people know at this point. Before Alabama was going to hire Nick Saban, the first name on their list was Rich Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Rich Rod was initially the choice. And then when they found out that Saban was available, they made that call. If Saban lands Drew Brees with the Miami Dolphins, are we talking about Alabama and Georgia in a different direction? Because also, who was on staff with Nick Saban before he came to Alabama?
I do not know.
Kirby was an assistant on the Miami Dolphins. And
Kirby was an assistant?
Kirby was an assistant on the Miami Dolphins.
Really?
And then came down to Bama. So Kirby's been with Nick for years. Like, it was a elongated period of those two being attached at the hip. Kirby was 27.
Kirby's got it out in the mud, man. He started at Valdosta. That's impressive.
And Nick found him, and Nick brought him to Miami. And I think actually Nick brought him to, I don't think Nick brought him to Baton Rouge, or he was with him at LSU, and then he left to go do his own thing, and then he went to Miami, and then he went to Miami, and he went to Alabama, and then he was at Alabama forever, and then he became. But imagine if Drew Brees is at Miami, and they don't worry about the shoulder issue, they don't worry about anything that goes on there. We're talking about two programs that still could be sitting in the what if scenario, and meanwhile Auburn could have 4 or 5 national titles, and that could be them. And also, who knows what would have happened with Michigan?
Yeah. Dude, I don't know if you knew this story, Cole, but I was told by, again, our buddy Blake Ruffino that when Nick left the Dolphins, apparently Nick had interest in going back to LSU.
He did.
And Skip Bertman said, fuck off. There was a lot of ego there, and so, LSU could have rehired Saban. Imagine how much different the history of college football is. And then that was apparently the thing that, a couple years later, all right, Skip, it's time for you to get out of the AD spot, because that was a mistake.
That was a mistake.
That was a big mistake.
But the problem, but Skip at the time had a reason, because of that first year was awful underneath Les Miles. And then right afterwards, they started getting right into the conversation of winning national titles. So it was so hard. I get Skip's reasoning. I get the reasoning.
Hindsight's 2020.
But again, at the same time, you can't sit here and go, it still was Nick Saban. He won you a national title. And then lo and behold, a few years later, Les wins you a national title. And then a few years later, Ed wins you a national title. Jake Bayless, who would have replaced Rick? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what would have happened to Rick. I don't. Because also, here's the other point that people seem to forget. If Nick wasn't on campus, and Georgia still eventually found a way to get to the 2012 SEC championship game, and they don't play Bama, and they play Texas A&M, or they play Arkansas. They play against Notre Dame in the national championship. And if they play against Notre Dame in the national championship, what is the history surrounding Mark Richt? Like so many things because of the Saban effect had so many different ripples in the multiverse of college football that it's more so than just his departure of why it is so impactful. Because for 17 years, there are going to be fan bases that will always wonder, what if this happened, and this happened? And George is one of them. Mark Richt is one of them. Like Mark Richt won 76% of his games, I think, when he was at Georgia. And eventually it was just too much. And they were saying, no, you got to start beating Alabama. You got to start getting us back to what we thought we were. You can't be losing to Florida. We're done with you. What if that doesn't happen? And then again, it's a new era and it's a new era. And Georgia's the one that from 2012 to 2015 is winning titles. And Alabama's just Alabama. And they're going 9-3 and 8-4 and maybe a 10-2. And they make it to the Sugar Bowl. And that's their big bowl game. And they treat it the way that they treat Georgia right now, where they've been to a few college football playoffs. So they must be something. What if it's like Oklahoma? Like there's so much that changes because of it.
You can play the what if game too. You know, South Carolina was about to get Kirby Smart.
Yeah. And again,
and then Georgia was like, hell no, we got to swoop in there. And make that move. Dude, South Carolina interviewed Tom Herman when Will Muschamp got fired.
You mean before what's it called? Before they hired Shane?
So when Spurrier retired, so 2015, that was when they interviewed Herman.
When he was at Houston, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes. And that's when they tried to get Kirby, and then Georgia swooped in and got him.
Yeah.
Herman went to Texas, right, at that time? Or maybe it was next year?
He went the next year.
Yeah, okay.
He went the same year because he was in line.
I was surprised Herman didn't work. I thought Herman was going to work at Texas.
It was so bad. No, there's so many things behind closed doors. There are skeletons upon skeletons that we only have 7 minutes left on the program. I don't have time to get into. It did not work. There were moments on the field where it worked. There were so many moments behind closed doors that were so bad. It was never a good fit. Like I remember that there was a rumor saying that he wanted to go to LSU and that he was waiting to figure out what was going to happen with LSU. When Edo got the promotion, immediately they got the phone call and they made it a done deal. Sandman2394, please make the argument why Red River is better than the Iron Bowl. I would love to hear it because if it doesn't exist. And this is coming from somebody who believes that Red River is the second best rivalry in the SEC, despite you being here for less than a month. So please go ahead and sell me on it because it's not. It's not. It's not, Sandman. I'm sorry. You can go ahead and continue. You can go ahead and continue to try and come up with excuses. It is number 2, and having the silver medal for your first year in the SEC, you should be proud of yourself. You really should. You should be proud, and you should be honored that we people that call the SEC home and have for a while acknowledge what you are as a program, what you are as an individual, what you are as a vicinity. But you are not number 1, and you are far and away not number 1, especially if the game is at Jordan-Hare Stadium. You are far and away not number 1, and it is not, as you put it, even close. By the way, I meant to ask you, do you have Publix by you?
Publix, yes.
So you do have a Publix.
Yeah, I go to Publix all the time.
Never mind.
Why?
Well, because I haven't had a pub sub in like 7 years. And I'm
dude,
right now.
Dude, pub subs are elite.
And so my fraternity house was 3 down from the Publix. And every game day, I would start off my morning. I'd go at like 8:30 and I'd get a pub sub.
What was
and
your
I have one for the morning. What?
What was your go-to, like pub sub?
I always got the buffalo chicken and then I got an Italian. And I'd always mix and match.
What bread?
Oh, I always got it on the white bread.
See, I go Italian 5 grain.
You do? I hate it.
I like the 5 grain.
Can't
Scratch your mouth up.
It's too dry. Even when you load it up with sauce, it still is too dry for me.
I don't know. I love the 5 grain. I think Stingray wants to get on the action.
No, I just want to see what it looks like. That's all, dude.
What is Stingray saying?
He said he want to see what the setup looked like.
That's all.
Just 2 guys chopping it up.
Okay, cool.
Stingray, what's your go-to pub sub?
All right. What's your go-to pub sub? You like pub subs? No, not a pub sub guy. No. Mississippi State.
Blink twice if you need to leave. I'll come up with an excuse.
Yeah. I'm good. I promise.
I'll come up with an excuse. I'll get you out of there. I will.
Dude, apparently once we get off here, we're about to swing by and see Coleman Coliseum.
Yeah. Coleman's nice.
Home of the fighting Nate Oates.
Coleman's got some upgrades since I was last there.
I don't know if I should be putting Dave. I don't know if this is putting Dave on blast or not, but he's a Bama guy at heart. I mean, Dave literally texted me and said, if Bama wins a national title in basketball, he will legitimately cry.
Really?
We'll ask him about that on Instagram tonight.
Really?
Yeah, that's what he said. He told me he will cry. Dude, Cole, I don't know if you realize Dave loves basketball.
Yeah, I do.
He loves it. Like, thank God somebody on SEC Unfiltered is that diehard for it, because I'll be honest, I'm more of a baseball guy than basketball. I think that's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
And Cole's just all football.
I'll do whatever you ask me. If you pay me money, I'll do it. But you're gonna get your best content from me from football. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, listen, we all play to our strengths.
I say, but you'll be able to get to me. Okay, State Fair in Dallas is greater than Tuscaloosa in Alabama. You have no idea what you're talking about when it comes to a Saturday night.
But see, like Cole, like again, shouldn't be speaking on things. I've been to a fair, bro.
It's not okay. I will say it's not. That's completely different. It's a completely different type of fair. I kid you not. It is not what you expect. Red River has 2 blue bloods. Iron Bowl has 1. You're right. They have 2.
Listen. If I wasn't already going to LSU Ole Miss, I'd be going to Red River. I can't not go to Baton Rouge. I mean, literally, I've already bought the flight, so it's non-negotiable. Well, but I will go next year. I will go to Red River next year. I have to.
No, and I will go with you, and I will make sure that I get in the car and I
got to be honest, Cole. I know you said because it helps with the consumption of beverages. I just don't know how people do 11 a.m. kickoffs. I mean, that is crazy to me, bro. That's so early. Well, I know that.
What do you mean?
Because you said no. I'm saying like the benefit of an 11 a.m. kickoff. You said that you were like, oh my god, with the kickoff at 2:30 now, like everybody's going to be blackout, like just
because
terrible.
of the heat is going to make them have strokes.
So you said 11 a.m. is better. It's better than 2:30. Oh, the heat. Okay,
yeah, Chris. No, see, money. They're going to be shithoused by the time that they walk up at 10:30 in the morning, at 2:30. It doesn't matter. They're going to be beyond gone.
What time does the drinking start for an 11 a.m. kickoff?
Fucking 4:45. Whenever you place your tailgate truck down. Cotton Bowl atmosphere is split 50-50 down the middle, which speeds the home and home aspect of the Iron Bowl. Sandman, you are 100% correct. That does change the atmosphere. Jordan-Hare Stadium has voodoo magic because a shaman man is buried underneath the place. I promise you, it is nothing comparable. It is nothing. If you want to go ahead and I'll make a deal with you, Sandman, so that way we can end this argument on a proper note, even though I know I'm right and you're wrong, but still not the point. If the game is only played in Jordan-Hare Stadium, it is the best rivalry in college sports. It is. Far and away, not even going to argue.
Bama just doesn't, or excuse me, Auburn just does not win in Tuscaloosa.
If the game is at Bryant-Denny Stadium, I will say Red River is a better matchup that year. I will give you that. I have been to Tuscaloosa and Auburn, nothing that special. Brother, are you also somebody that thinks that college football is only meant for certain teams and that why are we talking about? Like, I got in an argument with Lucas Hill yesterday, and I appreciate Lucas for always being a good sport, but him saying, why are we talking about UNLV football? Because if it's a big freaking deal, that's why we're talking about UNLV football. Are you one of those people, Sandman? Oh, college towns are not as good. Austin's a dump when it comes to the college atmosphere. It's a great town. It's great for game days, but it is nowhere near what college football is supposed to be. College towns rule. There's a reason why we appreciate them so much in the sport. It's a complete different entity. But I do agree with you. The 50-50 split between between Texas and Oklahoma, it is pure symphony magic whenever talking about college football. It is. It's right down the middle.
Cole, do you think you could make second to last week of the season? What would that be? November 23rd, I think? Could you make that work for Texas, Kentucky?
Yeah, I'll be there.
If I can get you a ticket?
I'll say if you do A&M and you do Texas, I'll go to both those ones.
Okay, well, Texas, Kentucky, you can literally mark that on the calendar. That's 100% happening. A&M, I wanted to go to A&M LSU. That was probably the game that made the most. You probably can't hear that.
Nope. They play
Dixieland Delight. Dixieland Delight is on the.
What a way for us to go out. What a way for us.
Oh, I guess it is 4.
Because it is 4 o'clock. All right, let's end this.
I'm in the land of Central Time now. I don't have to confuse anybody.
You're in the land of
superior time zone. Yeah, I'm in the land of Dixie. Cheers to that, brother.
Rate, review, subscribe. Make sure that you're following us on the socials. CPhilly19 at Mr. Cole Thompson. Make sure that you check us out at SEC Unfiltered. We are on the race to 20,000 subscribers. But real quickly, if you haven't done it already, please make sure that you check down below that you're subscribed here to Texas Sport Unfiltered. They're on the race to 10,000. Make sure that you check out all of our great work found at secunfiltered.com. Bucky and BK back tomorrow for the pregame show as Texas enters
Cole, say hey
the
to the blog real quick.
Hello, vlog. Hello,
There you
vlog. We're rocking. We are rocking. Bucky and BK tomorrow morning, breaking down everything you need to know about Texas as they enter the SEC for the first time as true members of the SEC. And then, of course, we will see you all on Monday. For Chris Phillips, I am Cole Thompson. Have a safe, fun weekend, and do yourself a favor. Embrace the madness that is Week 5 of college football. Peace.
See you, Cole. You're the man.